Hey family, welcome back to my video. Today we will see, what if Harry Potter was the invincible technomage of Marvels? Pare drugie. Before we start, I would like to extend my sincere thanks to the original author of this story for granting us permission to use it in our YouTube video. Your generosity is greatly appreciated. The author's creation and the original story's link in the descriptions. Please do check that first. Now enjoy the video. The children milled through the crowded train, running from compartment to compartment, bidding farewell to their assorted friends and acquaintances, never noticing the fat brown rat that scurried at their feet. Scabbers had been trying to make his escape for weeks, but for some reason his current keeper had taken a sudden interest in him, ever since Harry Potter had pronounced him lovable. After almost 2 years of near neglect, this sudden attention had turned out to be more than a little annoying. Still, all he had needed to do was wait. Predictably, Ron Weasley's attention finally wandered, and Scabbers managed to escape his deep pocket after the boy had fallen asleep, slumped onto the bench of the train car on his way home for the summer. Now the rat was making his way to a point where he could make his escape as soon as the train slowed to pull into the station. All of his instincts were telling him that something was wrong, but Scabbers ignored his rat instincts while he concentrated his human consciousness on making his escape. Kettlinger made her way through the maze of human legs as well, following her prey in a ducked position and with silent movements. Instincts older than time had her pace her oblivious prey through the car, closing to a distance of twice her own length. The rat's scent rolled about her tongue. There was something off about it, but it was still prey. Each step was chosen with care, her ears forward and alert, her eyes focused and almost unblinking. The rat stopped at the end of the corridor, waiting for one of the parade of students to open the door between the cars. Kettlinger stopped as well. Experience had taught her that while most humans did not like rats and would never eat one, they almost universally interfered with her if she caught one. The servant class was so very hard to understand. The rat skittered through the doorway, following a pair of girls heading forward to the next car, while Kettlinger again paused, waiting for the next opportunity to do the same and continue her hunt. Her wait wasn't long. Almost instantly, a boy made his way through the doorway, and Kettlinger darted through the door before it closed. The rat was standing on the edge of the platform, staring intently over the side at the rapidly moving landscape. Kettlinger settled herself, her ears forward and alert, her eyes unblinking. She dug in with her forepaws, her claws extending unconsciously while her rear legs silently sought out their best grip for the leap that would end the hunt. Whatever advantages her nasal heritage offered were abandoned as her inner tiger took over. This wasn't a situation for judgment and qualification. This was the hunt. This was life. At the suitable moment, her inner tiger commanded that she leap from the rat's blind spot and make her kill. She would crush the prey's throat with a single bite, while her right forepaw would shred the rat's hindquarters to prevent escape if the bite wasn't immediately fatal. Kettlinger was in mid-leap when the door to the carriage opened once again. The rat reacted to the opening of the door by spinning to face the doorway, just as the part nasal made her bite. Instead of slashing open the rat's hindquarters, her right forepaw slammed the rat's head to the metal platform hard enough to send the creature into unconsciousness, while ripping open the rodent's face to the bone and crushing its lower jaw. Rather than the soft tissue of the rat's neck, her jaws closed on the rat's hind legs. The portion of her mind that calculated such things reflected that a kill was a kill, and as the rat's blood flooded her mouth, she shook her head back and forth in an instinctual way that would have snapped the rat's neck if her attack had been as planned. It was only thing that Kettlinger learned just who had opened the door and spoiled her perfect kill. Kettlinger. No. The cat/nasal mix heard as she was lifted from the platform by her servant girl. No! Bad kitty. Drop it! Drop it! Shocked by the rudeness of her servant's sudden lifting her, Kettlinger opened her mouth to protest the outrage of how she was being treated, and the rat fell away from her, bouncing off the platform and falling onto the speeding rail below. Kettlinger meowed in protest while glaring at the servant who had cost her a kill. True, she wasn't hungry, but it was the principle of the thing. Millie Bulstrode sighed while scratching her cat behind its ears and re-entered the carriage to return to the compartment she shared with her cousins and Draco Malfoy, while idly wondering just how a rat came to be running loose on the express. Padma raised an eyebrow at the smug look on Hermione's face. Are you going to gloat all the way home? Maybe. Oh, God, Harry said, looking to the roof of the rail carriage. Not this again. Quiet number 5, Hermione grinned. The smart kids are talking. The smart kids are talking. Harry mimicked as he returned to his magazine. Let's see the smart kids Euro stabilize an inertial platform. He muttered from behind the safety of the paper shield. I don't recall gloating quite this much last June when I was first in the class, Padma sniffed. Well, I remember quite clearly someone dancing around the compartment for the first hour of the trip, Hannah pointed out. So do I, Sue added, joining in on the fun. I also recall thinking that your constant request for high fives was a bit excessive. And Hermione, she said with a grin, calling Harry number 5 is a bit unfair. It isn't his fault he's the slow Ravenclaw. Harry lowered his magazine once again and offered Susan a gimlet eye. That's one bones. Being 5th in a class of 50 is nothing to be ashamed of. One would, Harry? Susan asked sweetly. One strike, Harry explained. After you get 3 strikes, you're on my list. Sue makes a snarky comment and gets a strike while Hermione and Padma abuse you all year long? That hardly seems fair. Hannah asked, stirring the pot. Those two are sitting at 2.98 strikes right now, and have been for a while, Harry pointed out. So, Susan asked, what happens when you're on the list? You don't, Harry said with finality, want to be on the list. Trust me on this one. There was a short pause while the 4 girls blinked at him owlishly. Then Hermione started to giggle. She was soon joined by the other 3, and it wasn't long until they were all laughing at Harry. You've got them terrified into hysterical laughter, mate, Neville said from his side of the carriage, where he was trying mightily not to get any of Harry's troubles on him. Number 5 is alive. Hermione snarked. Harry raised his magazine again, while trying not to listen to Hannah, who got the joke start laughing even harder, and to Hermione as she tried to explain the reference of her joke to the purebloods in the compartment. He really needed some dumber friends. It was going to be a long train ride. The change from the air-conditioned Quinjet to the inferno of the airport was quite a shock after spending 10 months in Scotland. Harry squinted in the bright sunlight, wishing mightily that he had thought to have brought some sunglasses. Welcome to Wakanda, Mr. Stark, the tall man at the foot of the air stairs called out. Thank you, Mkona, Tony said, shaking the man's hands. This is my son, Harry. And welcome to you as well, young Harry, Mkona said. I have arranged some entertainment for you while your father and I attend the conference. Thank you, sir, Harry said. I appreciate that, but no one needs to make a fuss. I've got homework to do from school. My king did say you were something of a scholar, Harry. The big man laughed. But he also noted that you had a talent for finding mischief. Harry wasn't sure if he had just been insulted, but he was very certain that the next time the king of Wakanda paid the Stark home a visit, he was going to find his bed short-sheeted. While Harry didn't think much of pranking, some challenges just couldn't go unanswered. Chala should have known better than that. Draco stepped from the flue and stepped to one side, cleaning his robes in an automatic reflex. After only a few seconds, his mother appeared, brushing herself clean in exactly the same way. Draco took a deep breath and sighed. It was good to be home. How is father? He asked now that they were home and safe from prying eyes. A Malfoy learned early that discussions about family were never had in public. Lucius is better. The time we spent together at Christmas helped enormously. He is out now attending to business, but will be home in time for dinner. Good, Draco said as a sense of relief washed over him. After an evening out to celebrate Hermione's end-of-year scores, the Grangers had returned to their home to unwind in front of the telly before they retired for the night. Stuart was in his chair, a leather recliner, watching the 9 o'clock news on the BBC, while Christine and her daughter were cuddled together on the sofa, each with a book and a cup of tea. This was, Hermione reflected, the part of her life at home that she missed the most. She sighed to herself, turned the page, and lay her head on her mother's shoulder. Oh, how horrible, Christine said, while Stuart grunted in agreement. Hermione diverted her attention from her book to the television. On the screen was a young blonde woman. We were hiking along the old Ghost Line trail near Wakefield, the young woman was saying, when we just came upon him laying on the side of the trail. There was blood everywhere, her male companion added. The poor old sod looked like he had been half-eaten by a bear or a wood chipper or something. The image on the screen shifted to the newsreader. Authorities are reporting that the unidentified man had been found alongside little-used hiking trail, approximately 5 miles outside of Wakefield. The man was airlifted to Pitterfield Hospital in Wakefield, reportedly suffering from severe animal attack. Again, the screen shifted to a uniformed police inspector. The victim was seemingly savaged by some sort of beast, though just what it was that did this to him is as yet unknown. There aren't many animals capable of doing that sort of damage to a man, and none of them are native to Britain, so we may be dealing with an escaped exotic pet, or possibly even a zoo animal, though none of the local zoos have reported any missing large predators. From off-screen, the reporter asked, "Has anyone determined just how he came to be out there? If not for the hikers, he might well have been there for months. If not longer," the inspector agreed. "And no, we've got no idea of just how he came to be out there. That is one of the things we're going to be asking him when he wakes up." "I've heard from some of the rescuers," the reporter asked, "that there appeared to be evidence that on top of his other injuries, the man appeared to have, well, fallen from a train. Since there has never been a railway in that area, that of course is impossible," the inspector said with finality, seeming to hesitate before continuing. "There was evidence that he seemed to have fallen from some height, and that he rolled along the trail at some speed before coming to rest where he was found, but there was no train. The locals call that particular bit of trail the ghost line." "I know what they call it," the inspector snapped. "There was no train." The screen returned to the newsreader. A rather forceful statement on the part of the police. What was being referred to is a local legend of frequent reports of an antique train pulled by a steam engine along that trail. As there has never been a rail line in that area, the reports are generally filed and forgotten, but the reports persist. There is no doubt that the unnamed victim found along the Ghost Line trail will be asked several questions by the authorities as soon as he regains consciousness. Christine Granger had gone back to her book, and Stuart's attention was absorbed by the next story, but Hermione's focus was on the ghost train near Wakefield. She tried to picture the most likely route of the Hogwarts Express. Could the Express be what people were seeing and hearing? Perhaps the muggle-repelling charms on that area of the track were in need of maintenance. Hermione pondered writing a letter to Professor Flitwick reporting the incident before abandoning the thought. She was just being silly. Surely the Ministry of Magic routinely monitored such things. Besides, how could the Hogwarts Express possibly be tied to a man mauled by a large animal? Laughing at herself, Hermione cuddled into her mother's side again. It was good to be home. "What did you think of the processing facility at the Vibranium mine?" Tony asked as he began his salad. "That place is seriously cool," Harry enthused. "The tunnel seemed to go on forever, and the raw were just amazing. You can just feel the potential energy in it." "I don't think I've ever heard the sacred mound being called cool before," Chalice said with a grin. "I've heard that you've been speaking to some of my engineers about processor design." Harry nodded. His favorite part of this trip, so far, were the evening meals with his dad and Chala. You never knew where the conversation was going to go, but it was almost always interesting. Usually these get-togethers were formal functions, but tonight was more of a quiet family thing. "We're trying to build a basic processor as part of a school project, so I thought that I might get a few opinions." "The very idea of a computer that works on magic is intriguing," the king continued, "as is your decision to use aluminum as your base material. I would like to see what you finally come up with." "This project has been a real learning experience for Harry so far," Tony interjected. It seems that hardly a day goes by that Harry hasn't either been in a panic that he might have bitten off more than he can chew, or in euphoria when he makes a discovery of some kind. "You're just jealous that I won't let you help," Harry groused as the main course was served. "Harry has a point, Tony," Chalice said with a grin. "Don't forget I was at the infamous Rain Gutter Regatta, and I witnessed the disgraceful display you and Reed put on." "Huh," Harry interjected. "I told you it wasn't just Franklin and me who saw what you two were doing." "Abuse," Tony noted, "is all I get anymore." "Ramonda was particularly impressed with your methodology," Chalice said, before starting his own main course. "She is rather hard to get a compliment out of, so I'm doubly impressed." That comment confused Harry a bit. "Ms. Ramonda seemed really nice to me. She had quite a few helpful suggestions that I think I'm going to be able to use. She also suggested that I try using vibranium for my base medium over aluminum, but the budget my team and I put together for this project would never cover something like that." "Yes," Chala nodded. She mentioned that to me and made a suggestion of her own. As a consequence, when you head back home, there will be a 50 square meter roll of sheet vibranium in your cargo hold, specifically donated by the government of Wakanda for your use. Vibranium was one of the rarest metals in the world, and as a consequence, one of the most expensive. Harry was so shocked at the generosity of the gift, easily worth millions if not tens of millions. He sat back in his chair for a moment with his mouth open. "Thank you, sir, but that's... I can't." "Yes, you can, Harry," Chalice said with a wave of his hand. "It is vitally important to me that you accept this gift, even if it turns out to be of no use to your school project. Do this thing for me." Harry blinked. "Thank you, but I don't understand." "The reasons are quite simple, really," Chalice said with a shrug. "Ramonda is more than just the chief engineer of the Sacred Mound facility. She is also my father's widow, my stepmother." The king smiled. "Amongst Wakandans, she is known as the Queen Mother. If you accept this gift from her, Ramonda will be happy, and when Ramonda is happy, my life is so much easier." That was when Harry decided not to short-sheet Chalice's bed. "A timmy girl," the old man in the bed gasped. She nervously approached the bed. The old man had never seemed so small, so weak. He lay on the bed covered with layers of blankets in spite of the heat of the day, a beaker of some foaming potion slowly dripping onto a gauze mask that covered his face. What this was impending death looked like. She steeled herself against the smells and the fluids that the old man produced. She would not show the revulsion his appearance inspired in her. Whatever his faults, this man was her grandfather. She would show her respect. "Tell me of your progress with the Potter heir." "The work on our project has begun," she said quietly, reaching out to take a shaking hand in an attempt to calm the man. "He and I have spent a fair amount of time together in research and planning for what must happen for us to be successful, though this is almost always in the company of others on the project group. I believe he considers me to be a friend." "You must..." The old man descended into a coughing fit. A pair of healers rushed to his side, only to be waved away by the patriarch. "You must bind him to us. We need the vitality of a new bloodline. I do not have much time." "Grandfather," she said quietly. "It will be years before any such pairing would be allowed. The Potter heir would need to be 16 for such a bonding to be made. You know that. You sat in the family seat when that change was made to the law. You voted against it, but the change still passed." "How soon?" the old man asked. "At least 3 years, grandfather. Under Mother's guidance, I have laid the groundwork for a bonding, but we cannot move forward until he is of age. And we will not unless I love him," she did not add. "Despite your mother's heritage, you are our heir. 27 generations of our ancestors have set forth the traditions by which you will live your life," her grandfather said, turning his hand to take hers with amazing strength. "The Potter boy is young. You will guide him away from his own family's traditions to our superior ways. This is my command to you as my heir." "As you command, so I will obey," she said, not feeling the slightest bit of remorse for lying to a dying man. "I will bind him to our family, or perhaps herself to his." "Good," the old man whispered, his grip on her hand falling away. She stepped back from the bed, and she was replaced by the healers. She took one of the healers by the arm and pulled him to the corner by the door. "How is he?" "I am his heir. I need to know." The man looked between his patient and the girl and seemed to make a decision. "This attack will be devastating, but he will survive. However, his time is short. He has 2 years, perhaps 3, bearing a major breakthrough." The healer turned from her and moved to the old man's bedside. She paused for a moment, taking in the scene, and then she hung her head and was surprised by the tears that started flowing down her cheeks. Was she crying for the old man, or for the life that he could have shared with her if he hadn't been such an old fool? She wasn't sure. She didn't know if she ever would be. Wiping her eyes, she squared her shoulders and left her grandfather's bedchamber. No doubt the vultures would be gathering. "You," Susan said for perhaps the 10th time, "are so lucky." "Susan Amelia," Susan's aunt said in a bemused fashion. "A little decorum, if you please." Neville realized that he could almost hear himself sweat. "I don't feel lucky." "Are you sure these things are safe?" he asked as they stared out the plate glass windows at the huge metal beasts on the wide roadways. "You'll be fine, Neville," Hannah said dismissively. "Just think about it, New York. All that shopping. And the restaurants, Susan chimed in. In truth, the pair hadn't really known anything about New York City, but the envy they felt over Neville's opportunity had inspired them to learn all they could about the great Muggle city. Yay! Neville responded with a complete lack of enthusiasm. Amelia Bones smiled to herself as she watched the girls tease Longbottom Boy into a minor panic. Suddenly, she was enjoying the favor she was doing for Augusta Longbottom. When she had first learned of her niece's association with the Stark boy, she had started to worry. Then there was the report of an aspect of He Who Must Not Be Named possessing a Hogwarts professor only to be dispatched by Agatha Harkness of all people, with the Potter boy being somehow involved. When the ill-advised attempt by Albus Dumbledore and Cornelius Fudge to set aside the boy's adoption brought the Odinson into the ministry promising death and destruction, had proved to Amelia that she had not been worrying needlessly. If anything, Susan and Hannah had become even more closely involved with the boy over that summer, when they would gather at the home of that Muggle-born girl Granger to speak with young Harry over the telephone. Now, during their second year, a pocket diary containing an aspect of the fallen Dark Lord had surfaced at the school, again seemingly focused on the boy. The mere existence of that little book had the unspeakables in the Department of Mysteries terrified. Amelia didn't believe in coincidences. The Potter boy's reappearance in magical Britain with a new name had seemingly hauled He Who Must Not Be Named from the shadows. And Susan was aligning herself with the boy. In a few years, it was conceivable that Amelia would be watching her niece climb onto one of those huge flying things heading off to visit this Harry Stark. 2 years of school, 2 appearances of the Dark Lord, she mused to herself. Mr. Longbottom, the ministry man who worked at the airport giving assistance to magicals who chose to travel in the Muggle way. Your aircraft has arrived. They're waiting for you. Amelia smiled at Neville's embarrassment caused by the hugs the 2 girls gave him, and she shook his hand when he came to her. Have a good time, Neville. I will, Madam Bones. Thank you for coming with me today. With a small shy wave, the frightened boy proved that the Sorting Hat had known what it was doing when it sorted him into Gryffindor, and he followed the ministry functionary through the security checkpoint. They were all good children, Amelia said to herself. Neville, Susan, Hannah, the Granger girl, the Patil girl, and even Harry Stark, all of them. Still 2 appearances of the Dark Lord in only 2 years. Amelia joined the 2 girls at the window where they watched as Neville boarded the white flying machine. It was shaped oddly when compared to the others around it, shorter, with stubby wings and a large glass window across the upper third of the body. As soon as Neville had disappeared inside the large machine, the door sealed and an awful noise filled the air, invading even the terminal building. As if to point out just how different this machine was from its fellows, it rose straight into the air rather than rolling out onto the long roadways. The machine then oriented itself, pointing away from the terminal building and angling upward. It vanished in an unimaginable burst of speed. Yes, Amelia thought as she observed the continuing envy on the faces of Susan and Hannah, there would be a horror at Hogwarts next year, no matter what Dumbledore thought about it. And this is my room, Harry said as he led Neville in. There's an extra bed if you want to bunk in here with me, or your own room across the hall. Neville was slightly surprised that Harry had only a room rather than the suite that he had back at Longbottom Hall. Still, the house was nice. In here, I think. Truth be told, it's odd waking up as the only one in a room after spending most of the year in the dorms. Harry shrugged. We got private rooms in Ravenclaw. I wonder why it's different. Private rooms? Neville echoed. I don't know if I would like that too much. When I'm on my own for too long, I sort of get inside my own head, you know? I end up second-guessing every choice I've made and working myself into a bit of a... Neville seemed surprised at himself for what he was admitting. Listen to me. Yeah, I'll stay in here if that's okay. So what's on the agenda? Harry was interrupted before he could answer by a knock at his door. Dinner will be in an hour, Edwin Jarvis said from the doorway. Then perhaps a quiet evening until the pair of you are ready to get some sleep to get through the time zone differences. Thanks, Jarvis, Harry said happily. Jarvis, this is Neville Longbottom, a friend from school. He's staying with us for 2 weeks. Neville, this is Jarvis. He's our family retainer. Good afternoon, Neville, Jarvis said with a smile. Retainer is just Harry's way of saying I'm the butler. Butler? Neville asked, puzzled. I don't know that word. A butler is a domestic servant, Harry began. Hardly, Jarvis sniffed. A butler is responsible for the household and for the management of the household staff. Domestic servant indeed. Neville paled. You keep human slaves? What? Harry asked incredulously. No, not slaves, employees. The Stark family pays very well, Jarvis confirmed as he lifted Harry's trunk and placed it on a small table. He then opened the luggage and began sorting through the clothing. After a few moments he stopped and turned to Harry with a gimlet eye. That school of yours does have a laundry service, does it not? Sorry, Harry grinned. The last week at school got kind of hectic, and I only wore t-shirts and shorts in Wakanda. From the look of things, a single set of shorts and t-shirt. Make sure you sort your dirty things, Jarvis sighed. We don't want a repeat of the pink underthings from last summer. Okay, Jarvis. Harry reached into his trunk and pulled out an armload of dirty clothing. Come on, Nev. I'll show you how we do laundry, without magic or elves. Neville followed Harry from the room, shaking his head at the strangeness of this way of life. No elves, no magic and servants you paid? How very odd. Thank you for the ride, Mr. Hogan, Neville said as he moved to get out of the car at the corner of 42nd Street and Madison Avenue. Call me Happy, Neville, Happy said as he lowered the passenger side window. You start talking about Mr. Hogan, and I start looking around for my old man. When you're ready to head home, you two give me a call. Thank Happy, Harry answered before turning to Neville. Well, this is at the Baxter Building. Neville Googled as he looked up. How tall is this place? 35 stories, Harry said. Franklin and his family live on the 33rd. Please tell me they have an elevator like the Ministry. They do, Harry laughed. If they didn't, Franklin would be visiting me a whole lot more than I visited him. The pair entered the lobby of the building, the uniformed doorman nodding to Harry in recognition. Neville moved to push the up button for the bank of elevators. Not that one, Nev. The one we want is back here. Harry led his friend to the far corner of the lobby, where a silver disc was implanted in the wall. Harry placed his left hand over the disc, and a hidden elevator door opened. That's a big button, Neville commented as he pondered just how many things in the Muggle world seem to require the use of buttons. It's a palm reader. It scans your hand and opens the door if you're on the access list, Harry explained as he pushed the button for the 30th floor. It's a lot better than the old system that had an electronic sensor that read a light pattern from, believe it or not, an emitter you kept in your belt buckle. That sounds weird, Neville said as he braced himself in the corner at the surge of upward motion. This thing is fast. Yeah, Franklin's dad tends to overdo things. Harry gestured toward the rapidly moving lights. At least we aren't in here for too long. The door opened, and the pair exited the elevator to find a pretty blonde woman sitting behind an ornate oak desk. Good morning. Welcome to the Baxter Building, Harry Stark, she said. Good morning, Roberta, Harry said. Harry Stark and Neville Longbottom to visit Franklin. Ah, yes, she said in clipped, concise tones. Neville Longbottom, an English wand wizard. Welcome to the Baxter Building. Franklin is on his way. Neville couldn't quite put his finger on it, but there was something off about the woman. Perhaps it was the way she looked at him through her large round glasses, without ever blinking. Harry! Neville turned to find a blonde-haired boy approximately his age come barreling through the doorway behind the receptionist. Hey, Franklin, this is Neville. Hey, Nev, Franklin Richards said, shaking the other's hand. Harry's told me all about you. Thanks for coming over. You got to tell me what this idiot gets up to over in England. Scotland, actually, Neville corrected. Our school is in Scotland. Oh, sorry, Franklin said as he led the others to the door. So you're Scotch? Scotch is a drink, Neville explained. The people of Scotland are Scots, but I'm English from England. I just go to school in Scotland. His attention drifted back the receptionist as they passed through the doorway. Neville stopped dead in his tracks, his eyes wide in horror. Bloody hell? Harry stopped to see what had upset his friend. Roberta, the receptionist, turned to see what might be bothering the visitor to the Baxter Building, swiveling on her mounts as she did so. Sorry, Nev, Harry said, placing his hand on Neville's shoulder. I forgot to tell you, Roberta's not a human. She's a robot. Robot? Neville asked, trying to process through the horror of seeing half a woman bolted to the floor on swivels. A machine, Franklin said, attempting to calm his visitor. How could someone not know about robots, he wondered, Thank you for your concern, Neville Longbottom, the receptionist said with her cool, clipped tones, but it is unnecessary. I'm not an organic entity. The appearance of my upper body is designed to put visitors at ease. Thanks, Roberta, Franklin said as he guided the stunned Neville through the door and into his home. Neville watched as a very pretty blonde woman wrapped Harry in a hug. Harry, it's good to see you. It's been so quiet around here, without you and Franklin doing your experiments. We didn't blow that many things up, Harry protested. This is a friend from school, Neville Longbottom. Neville, this is Mrs. Richards. Hello, Neville, the woman said, taking his hand in hers. Welcome to the Baxter Building. Is there something wrong? Are you real? Neville asked hesitantly, feeling the warmth of her hand. I assume someone, she shot her son a dirty look, forgot to tell you about Roberta? I've been after my husband to give her a lower torso just to prevent her from frightening people. Yes, Neville, I'm human. A howl rent the air, followed by a loud crash, and then a WOSH, as an oblong ball of flame came around the corner and flew through an open doorway to exit. Neville could have sworn that he heard the sound of laughter coming from the fire. He shot a glance at Harry and was somewhat consoled by the wide grin on his friend's face. If Harry was amused, it couldn't be that bad, could it? A series of thundering, building-shaking crashes came from the direction that the fireball had appeared. For the third time in as many minutes, Neville was shocked, speechless, when a large orange something appeared, screaming in fury. Where is he? The orange thing bellowed. I'll murderize him. Harry and Franklin had fallen to the floor in laughter, and if he hadn't been quite so terrified by the sight, Neville might well have joined them. Now that he could see it better, he could see that the huge orange thing was basically man-shaped, but larger than any man Neville had ever seen other than Hagrid. It appeared to be made of orange stones, fitted together like a jigsaw puzzle. It wore what appeared to be blue swim trunks and oddly fuzzy white bunny ears. Mrs. Richards stood in front of the thing with her hands on her hips. What am I going to do with you two? Can't we have a visitor without the pair of you acting like bigger children than Franklin and Harry? Visitor? The creature rumbled, looking about until it locked eyes with Neville. Sorry, kid. It's just that Johnny superglued these ears to my head and stuck a powder puff tail on my butt. The huge orange thing turned to display the white puffball at the base of where a person's spine would be. He got you good this time, Ben? Harry laughed. Well, the big thing, Ben rumbled. He's going to be got. I promise you that. Geez, Uncle Ben, Franklin giggled. Why do you keep falling for Uncle Johnny's tricks? Are you, Neville asked, interrupting whatever Ben was going to say in response to Franklin's question, a robot? A look of confusion crossed the oddly expressive stonework face of the Ben thing. He knelt down directly in front of Neville. A robot? Nah, kid. I'm the real deal, the genuine article. Ben paused and realized that the boy didn't seem to understand, so he continued. I'm the ever-loving blue-eyed thing. Still no understanding from the boy. Ben Grimm, the idol of millions? A whoosh again filled the room. The fireball had returned, came to a stop in midair between Franklin's mother and the thing. That was when Neville realized that the fireball was in the shape of a man. Startled, he took a step back. Fiend fire? Moving faster than anything his size should be able to, the thing's arm shot out and wrapped a huge four-fingered hand around the chest of the fireman. Now that ain't right, hot shot, he said, shaking the fireman vigorously. You scared the kid. Now I've got to put you out. The shaking evidently did the trick, because the flame faded, leaving a blond man dressed in a blue bodysuit in the big thing's hand. The blond man was thrust into Neville's face. Apologize for scaring the kid. Ben rumbled. Yeah, the blond man who looked quite a bit like Franklin said. Sorry about that. Now, Ben said coldly as he turned his captive so that the two of them were face to face. The ears. I want them gone. Okay. Sheesh, what a grump, Johnny said as he ignited his right hand and burned away the bunny ears and the adhesive used to attach them. And the tail. Yeah, Johnny said as he started burning off the powder puff. Can't say I care for the view back here. Neville watched all this with wide eyes. What were these people? Are you golems? He asked quietly. Johnny and Ben exchanged looks of confusion. Susie, what are we paying that publicist for if there is an English-speaking kid who doesn't recognize the Fantastic Four? Johnny asked. The machine men just kept coming. Harry hit the thumb switch to select the grenade option and popped a frag round into the midst of a group of 7. The detonation rendered them to so much scrap, freeing him to look for others. His ammo was low. A quick glance showed that Franklin was in a similar state. Harry popped a health pack and took aim at the flyer that had just started its run, only to see it burst into flames before he could pull the trigger. Harry tried to calm himself as he picked off another robot before it could fire its weapon at him. Suddenly, another popped up from behind a pile of boxes. Harry moved to defend himself, only to discover his weapon was empty. Franklin was down and wouldn't be able to help, and Neville. Harry struggled to reload as the robot fired. Neville fought on alone. "I'm not talking to you," the taller of the 3, the Muggle said. "Let's take Nev to the arcade," you said. "He's never been," you said. "Well, I haven't," the fatty said, a wizard associating with a Muggle. What was the world coming to? How was I supposed to know Nev would turn out to be a natural at the Terminator game? The dark-haired wizard asked. "It's not my fault he busted your high score." "Shattered your high score," Fatty said. "Probably used magic," the Muggle groused. Waiting in the alleyway, Shadrach Pritchard eyed his targets as they approached. He had been trolling the arcade for targets and had been surprised to find these 3 together. Shadrach was what the Department of Magic called a hill wizard. He came from a family that rejected the government and its cultural teaching. Born in Appalachia and educated at home to distrust cities and the laws of man, Pritchard had abandoned his family's farm at the age of 19 after his father's death in an argument with his elder brother. It took him all of a week to rob his first victim, using the befuddlement charm that his granny had taught him to make his victim forget that anything had happened. Now he was living fairly large, only needing to do his work 2 or 3 nights a week. Shadrach wasn't a greedy man. He didn't need to steal from the very rich. That would be noticed, he knew. And robbing the very poor make little sense at all. No, he concentrated on the city's idle children. He would check out the popular hangouts of teenagers with money and relieve a few of their excess cash. But this trio, 2 wizards were out with a Muggle? What was that about? A pair of unescorted wizards would be a real prize. Their wands were worth a pretty penny all by themselves. Any other magical items they carried would be worth his time as well. His father had always insisted that he cast the detector for magicals whenever he entered a room intending to check for rivals. The old man had no idea just how profitable his advice had turned out for his son. After he determined the trio's intended direction, he jumped ahead with a crack, reappearing in the alley further along the street. He lay in wait for the trio. They appeared right on Pritchard's schedule, the blonde Muggle and the dark-haired wizard still whining about their silly game. Pritchard's wand twitched in his hand, and the 2 wizards were bound in thick ropes. And with another word, all 3 of the boys were summoned into the darkness of the alley. Pritchard wrapped his arm around the neck of the Muggle, pushing his wand into the boy's cheek. There was just something special about the terror that he was going to inspire in these soft children. Peter Parker arced through the air, the warm air flowing through the permeable membrane of his mask. Approaching the building, he twisted in the air so that he would come into contact with the brick with his fingertips and toes. Sure of his purchase, he began his rapid climb up the side of the skyscraper, looking to get a little altitude prior to launching himself through the air again. No one else ever considered what a kick in the head leaping and swinging from building to building could be. It was probably the same for flyers, but there were a lot of flyers. There was only one, Webslinger. Sometimes it was all he could do not to shout out his joy at the apex of each leap, of each swing. Sure, he had the hottest of red-headed hotties in Mary Jane, but being Peter Parker sucked with annoying regularity. Being Spider-Man, on the other hand, was almost always the coolest thing in the world, assuming one overlooked how often someone was trying to kill him, or the police looking to arrest him, or J. Jonah Jameson was just being a pain, or the times the MJ was mad at him for the risks he took, or if... Okay, so maybe being Spider-Man also sucked with alarming regularity as well, but still, web-slinging was a major kick in the head. Yeah, just as Peter realized that he had just managed to depress himself, he got just the faintest tingle of danger as he passed over an alley between 2 of the shorter buildings. Deciding that busting a few heads would likely be good therapy for his case of the blues, the hero backflipped into the alley, coming to light on the southernmost building just above the 2nd story. There they were, a hood with his arm around the neck of a young boy, while threatening two others who each appeared to be tied up in a single coil of rope. Perfect. Kids that age always did the hero worship thing after he busted up the bad guys. That was always good for the ego. Pressing his middle and index fingers to the sensor in the palm of his left glove, Peter activated his wrist-mounted web shooter. He quickly established anchor points on both of the buildings that formed the alley and silently lowered himself behind the thug. Peter eased himself down until he was hanging directly behind the mugger, who appeared to have some kind of medieval bondage fetish. As he arrived, the mook was saying something about the boy in his arms being a muggle. Was that some sort of new slang for a mugging victim? Why did he have to be the one to find all the weirdos? This sort of thing probably never happened to Daredevil. I'll tell you what, Peter said, where he judged the thug's ear might be under the man's cloak. Let the boys go, and I won't hurt you. Not too much anyway. Here's what's going to happen, boys, the cloak man said, pressing his wand firmly into Franklin's neck. I'm going to deal with your muggle friend here, so that he can't talk to the Aurors for a while. If you cooperate, I'll let him live. If not, you have no idea who you're dealing with, Harry said from the ground as he fought against the binding spell. The bad guy hadn't seen Franklin's hand signal. Either that or had ignored it, believing it to be little more than the twitching of a panicked youngster. Harry, on the other hand, had seen the signal and remembered it quite well from when he and Franklin had run with the power pack. Tattletale was about to go all sigh on the bad guy. Harry grinned. He had missed the adventure of wearing a mask. No mask tonight, but someone was about to get his but rather severely kicked. Harry glanced to Neville, wishing he could warn his friend about what was about to happen. And when he did, he saw Neville's eyes go wide in surprise and alarm. He quickly followed the direction of Neville's gaze to find a figure in a familiar red and blue costume hanging upside down from a single strand of webbing directly behind the wizard that had attacked them. Harry grinned spread into a full smile. They were going to have a team up? This was turning out great. Pritchard was shocked when the words, "Let the boys go, and I won't hurt you. Not too much anyway," were spoken next to his right ear. With his wand out of position to respond, the former hill farmer reacted with all the savagery that he was capable of and blindly swung his right arm, his blow connecting when his fist struck the man behind him square in the face. Pritchard released the muggle boy and spun to face the other man. To say that he was shocked to find the other man was dressed from head to toe in a red and blue body stocking and was hanging upside down from a gossamer strand would be something of an understatement. "You," the masked man said, "hit me in the face." Pritchard raised his wand to a defensive position. What was this? Some sort of unholy hybrid of a man and an acromantula? No. The man-spider said, plucking Pritchard's wand from his hand faster than the wizard could blink, snapping the wand between his gloved fingers and tossing the sparking residue away. "You hit me in the face, you don't get to poke me with your stick on top of that. I'm tired of this." The mast being dropped from his webbing, executing a flip that had him standing upright almost before Pritchard realized he had done it. "I'm tired of all the disrespect. I know that the Smen are the heroes that everyone loves to fear and hate these days, but that was my gig before anyone ever heard of mutants. I'm Spider-Man, damn it. I've got the proportional strength of a spider. I have webbing, I have major league bad guys, Doc Ock, Electro, Rhino, Venom, Carnage, the Scorpion. All of them claim to be my archenemies. Dr. Freaking Doom himself told me I was going to rue the day. And believe me, I rued that day, yes I did. I've gone toe-to-toe with Namor and the Hulk. They both handed me my spandex, but I still fought them, and you're just a normal guy with a polished stick, and you hit me in the face." Peter moved until he was mask-covered nose to nose with the thug. "You know what?" the Spider-Man asked rhetorically. "You've made me mad." Stepping away from the mass of webbing that was holding the now naked man to the wall, Spider-Man pulled a pair of webbing cartridges from his belt and pulled down the cuffs of his gloves so that he might reload his web shooters. Harry regarded the bound wizard with a critical eye. Spider-Man may have used just a bit too much of his webbing to hold the man to the wall, and stripping him naked, just to be sure, pretty much guaranteed that every hair on the villain's body was going to be yanked out by the roots if the authorities didn't wait for the webbing to dissolve. How long did Spider-Man's webbing last anyway? It must not be too long, otherwise the taller buildings would be covered with the stuff. "Thanks for the help, Spidey," Franklin said. We had it covered and we're about to mess him up, but thanks. Franklin Richards? Peter asked, incredulously realizing for the first time just who the crazy man with the stick had been holding. Oh, God, please don't tell your Uncle Johnny that this guy popped me in the nose, please? Or Ben. Please don't tell Ben. They won't hear it from us, Harry promised. Harry Stark? 8 million people in New York, and I run into you two getting mugged? Please, Harry, you can tell your dad, but please, I'm begging you, don't tell the shellhead. He already thinks I'm an idiot. Don't worry, Spidey, Franklin assured the hero. We won't rat you out. Okay, the masked man said, the relief he was feeling evident to all three of the boys. Whoops, Sidanes. I gotta go. You're not waiting for the police? Harry asked. Are you wanted again? What for this time? Franklin added. I think they think I robbed Wilson Fisk again, or maybe killed someone. Spider-Man seemed to think for a moment. Then again, maybe they're just doing it out of habit. I know I've kind of lost track myself. With a two-handed gesture that was followed by a thwip sound, he shot a pair of weblins up into the night sky. See you later, kids. Stay in school. Harry watched as the hero vanished among the tall buildings. Then he remembered Neville. The poor guy was probably traumatized beyond all belief. He turned to find his friend still staring up into the night sky, his eyes wide and mouth open. Nev, Harry asked quietly. This, Neville said, his eyes wide and shining in the darkness of the alleyway, has been the single coolest day in my entire life. The next morning, Neville woke to find himself alone in the room he was sharing with Harry. That was unusual. Normally, he was the first one awake in the morning. The scion of House Longbottom rose from his bed and made his way to the bath to deal with his morning ablutions. Once that was done, he dressed for the day and made his way to the kitchen. Good morning, Master Longbottom, Edwin Jarvis said from where he stood in front of the cooker. Scrambled eggs this morning? Yes, please, Neville answered, still trying to figure out the idea of human servants. Why would a man want to do the work of an elf? How did the elves deal with that? He knew from experience that elves could be highly territorial over their work assignments. Have you seen Harry this morning? Harry made himself a sandwich and went to work on his school project. Jarvis answered as he busied himself with the preparation of Neville's breakfast. You'll find him in the basement. He has set up a workshop down there. Neville entered Harry's workshop carrying a cup of tea and found his friend bent over his workbench. Morning, Harry, Neville said. What are you working on? Morning, Nev, Harry answered without looking up from his work. When I was in Wakanda, I was given some vibranium. N.S. Ramonda, she's the chief engineer of the Sacred Mound, said that. Some people claimed that vibranium reacted in interesting ways when exposed to magic. Neville looked over Harry's shoulder to observe his friend scribing odd symbols on a small sheet of a silvery metal. He wondered to himself where Wakanda might be and just what vibranium could possibly be. I thought that you were going to use aluminium. That's the plan, but I woke up wondering what she meant by vibranium reacting to magic in interesting ways, Harry explained. So I thought that I'd set it up with a simple levitation function. Neville nodded. My gran is one of those set up in Longbottom Hall. She says the stairs can be hard on her hips some mornings. Well, not that powerful. I just want to see the discharge rate of the runes set, Harry said as he pressed his wand against the charging rune and willed some magic into the matrix. In sandstone or aluminum? Aluminium, Neville corrected. Don't you start. I get enough of that from Hermione. Anyway, in sandstone or aluminum. The charge will last about 4 minutes. Harry selected a copper coin from his workbench. Let's see how long it will float this penny. Harry carefully placed the coin over the silvery square and was rewarded with the sight of the penny hovering in midair perhaps 2 inches above the surface. Cool, huh? Harry asked. Yeah, Neville agreed, not terribly impressed, but not wanting to rain on Harry's parade. Several moments passed. Boring, though, Harry noted. Well, yeah, Neville agreed. I mean, you can only watch a coin float in the air for so long. You're right, Harry said, standing up from his workbench. Want to go flying? We could do that here? Neville asked. I'm rubbish on a broom. But not on a broom, Nev, Harry said, leading his friend out of the workroom. Much better than a broom. What is this place? Neville asked while looking around the vast warehouse building. This is Dad's flight systems test facility, Harry explained as he wheeled a cart into the center of the vast space. He uses it to test his armor's flight capabilities. Flight capabilities? Neville asked. Are you telling me that big bloke in the red and gold armor can fly? Him, the War Machine armor, the Guardsman armor that the Vault Guards use, the flight-capable mandroids, if a couple others as well, Harry replied, forgetting that Neville didn't know any of the examples he listed. And hopefully me. You. Yeah. Harry lifted a metallic chest plate from the cart. This is version 0.8 of my flight-capable tech suit, the first version that will approach being a full armor, and the first that will, hopefully, be flight-capable. Just when I thought I'd seen everything there was to see, Neville said, shaking his head. Your dad made you a suit of armor? Nope, I made it. My tech suit started off as a sort of vest that let Dad monitor my magic so that he could figure out how to keep me from doing damage to things. Then he started showing me how things worked, and once he got his power tap tech working so that my magic could power things, he started letting me add to it. He would show me what he had done, and if I could explain it to Dad's satisfaction, if I could draw the subsystems and show how it worked, he would let me add it to my tech matrix. And now you're adding the ability to fly, Neville nodded. I'd have thought that would be the first thing you'd have done. Believe me, I tried, but the flight systems were hard. Just the physics behind the basic principles of flight took me forever to get down. But now, at least here, I can try it out. Harry raised the breastplate over his head. Now Neville could see that the rear section, intended to protect the wearer's back, was attached to the breastplate with a pair of thick straps. Harry put his head through the neck hole of the assembly and allowed it to settle on his shoulders. Neville marveled at how the two have sealed together with a soft hiss. Harry lifted what appeared to be a bicycle helmet from the cart and pushed the now empty cart away from the pair. I can't really go outside and solo yet. My controls are too, well, crappy. I'd end up plastering myself into a building or plowing into the ground. Then how do you fly in it? Neville leaned forward to examine the assembly. For that matter, how does it fly? Harry twisted so that Neville could see the back of the assembly. A quad-vectored reactionless thruster. Eventually, the controls will be tied into the cybernetic command and control system. But for now, he pulled a pair of long cords from the chest plate. These thumbsticks do the trick. You know, Neville said with a grin, I understood only about 7 words in that last couple of sentences. Your dad's bodyguard didn't have one of those thruster things on his back. Dad builds his into the boots of his armors. It works great there, but for it to work, the armor has to lock the leg joints, and for longer flights, I've heard all the wearers complain about how uncomfortable that is. I thought I'd try to use the center of mass for my lift point. It's been working pretty well in here. Harry bent over and lifted a pair of heavy black cables from the floor and attached them to ring bolts on the lower section of his breastplate. What are those? Neville asked. Safety lines, Harry explained, reaching up for a similar line from the ceiling of the huge building and attaching that to an eye bolt over his left shoulder, then repeating the action on his right side. Once the flight systems are activating, these lines allow me to fly within the safety boundaries of this room. If I go too high or too low, the flight systems are automatically cut out, and these lines keep me from hitting the ceiling or floor. The same applies to the walls on all 4 sides. As long as I'm in the safe zone, I have almost unlimited free flight capabilities. He placed the bicycle helmet on his head, tightened the strap, and grinned. At the risk of sounding like a cliché, stand back and watch this. Tony entered the flight systems test barn looking for the boys and was only slightly surprised to hear the twin sounds of boyish laughter and the stuttered hum of one of his reactionless thruster units. Harry was playing again. The billionaire smiled. The boy had more fun with Tony's inventions than Tony did himself. When he actually entered the flight area, Tony actually was surprised to discover the boy corkscrewing through the air wasn't his son at all, but the Longbottom boy. As Neville shot past, he attempted to wave, but in doing so lost control of the right thumbstick and veered sharply to the left. The boy regained control almost immediately and continued on his run down the length of the flight area. Tony took a seat next to his son in the observation area. Sharing your toys, I see. Hey, Dad, Harry laughed. Nev was terrified when I talked him into trying the flight rig, but the first time he hit full speed, he fell in love. You should sell these things. Too expensive, Tony said, shaking his head. At $1.6 million per, only the very rich could afford one. And there are enough rich idiots in the air as it is. Mass production might bring the price down, Harry suggested. It might, his father agreed. But then you have to take into account the facilities required to learn to use it without killing yourself. I'm not really willing to sell armor to the world. Neville shot past, shouting his joy at the top of his lungs. Harry reflected that he was really going to miss Nev when his visit was over. The nurse stopped at Joe Blogg's bed and noted the unknown man's vitals for his chart. Mavis Oates was a devoted caregiver who truly hated having to refer to the poor soul, using the placeholder name for a mystery man. His pulse was strong and regular, his breathing still being controlled by the ventilator, temperature a bit high, possibly fighting off a post-operative infection, but for now nothing to worry about. Mavis checked the man's surgical drains and the output of his catheter, all within expectations. The policeman assigned to the Blogg's case had taken Mavis for a cup of tea while he gathered the medical information he needed for his report. In exchange for her explaining medical details to him, he had filled her in on what they knew about the man. Admittedly, it wasn't much. Bloggs was in his early to mid-30s, found wearing some sort of costume in threadbare condition, with no identification whatsoever. No money on his person, no jewelry, no evidence of any surgical procedures prior to the ones that stitched his mangled body back together and saved his life. Absolutely no evidence that the man had ever seen a dentist. In short, it was as if the man had suddenly just appeared out of nowhere. None of that mattered, of course. Mavis would tend to the mystery man's needs as long as she was needed. That was, after all, her calling. "Welcome home, Neville," Augusta Longbottom whispered while hugging her grandson. "It's good to be home, Gran." Neville laughed, pleasantly surprised by the emotional welcome offered by his normally formal grandmother. "So," Augusta said, sitting down in one of her overstuffed, wingback chairs and pouring her grandson a cup of tea, "how were the colonies?" "I had a great visit, Gran," Neville answered while ignoring Augusta's colonies comment. There was no point in correcting her. She was too set in her ways. "I could do magic there." Lady Longbottom froze, her teacup scant inches from her lips. "You did magic there?" she gasped, quickly setting the cup down. "But, Neville, the Statute of Secrecy." "The U.S. isn't a signatory to the statute, Gran," Neville explained. "The U.S. Department of Magic just doesn't care if people do magic as long as no one gets hurt." Harry said that there are so many people who have weird powers that someone using a wand is barely noticed. Augusta considered that for a moment. "Your friend Harry's father made comments about something like that when we were making the arrangements for your visit, but I thought he was exaggerating. Did you meet any of these people with powers?" "Oh yes," the boy enthused. "Harry's best friend's family are what they call heroes. His mom can turn invisible and cast shields." This news shocked Augusta. "And you're sure she's a muggle?" "Oh yes, the whole family is," Neville explained. "They were exposed to something called cosmic rays, and it changed them somehow. Franklin's dad, Franklin is Harry's friend. His dad can, well, stretch like an elastic band. Seriously, I've never seen anything like it. Franklin's Uncle Johnny can set himself on fire and fly." "On fire?" Augusta asked faintly. What kind of people had she allowed her only grandchild fall in with? "It doesn't hurt him or anything. He can control the flame and any fires around him. It's really exciting to see. At night, when he's flying, he leaves a trail behind him. It's really amazing to see. And Franklin's Uncle Ben, his skin is made up of some kind of orange stone," Neville explained. "Orange stone?" "Yes. He's really big and really strong, sort of like that golem that Uncle Algie made a few years ago, but Ben is fast and really funny. He likes having Franklin's friends around. He says it keeps him young." "Well, yes. I'm glad you had fun. Is your friend Harry still coming to spend the last week before school starts with us?" Augusta asked. "Oh, yes. He's looking forward to it. He said he really wants to see my greenhouses and to spend time with our friends before we end up back in school, and I'm looking forward to showing him some of our way of life that he's probably not gotten from Hermione and Padma." "Good. It's always best to keep your eyes open to your own environment while you explore others." Augusta nodded approvingly. "Speaking of your environment, I've arranged for the tutor we spoke about. I was surprised that I could obtain the services of someone as famous as Esteban Corazon Diablo, but he is willing to spend the rest of this summer assisting you in bettering your potions grades." "That's great," Neville said with an enthusiasm he didn't really feel. "Potions in the summertime? Great. So," Augusta said, not fooled for a moment, "tell me of your adventures." Augusta was shocked when her shy little Neville smiled widely. "Gran, I flew." Harry looked up from his notes. "What was that? A grinding sound? What could possibly be grinding?" He paused and listened again. Nothing. Weird. Returning to his notes on processor design, he reached for his notebook to make a few additional notes and stopped. Why was there dust on his notepad? He picked up a pinch of the dust between his thumb and forefinger. Very fine. Concrete? He looked up the concrete ceiling of his basement workshop. The ceiling was fine. Where would? There, to the left, about 3 feet away, there was a hole in the ceiling, a hole that small bits of dust was issuing from, drifting over to him on the air current of the room. What could be causing that? Harry's eyes traced a path from the hole to the far side of his workbench. A small square of silver lay directly under the hole. What was? That's when it dawned on HM. That was the small piece of vibranium he had scribed the levitate rune set on. He and Neville had left it, levitating a penny, and then went flying. 6 weeks before. Crossing to the vibranium sample, Harry confirmed that the hole in the ceiling was directly over the sample. Surely not. That wouldn't be possible, would it? He picked up his scribe and carefully broke the rune set without placing any part of his body over the focal point of the levitation charm. A flattened and crumpled copper disc fell from the hole in the ceiling, pinging as it hit the tabletop and again as it hit the floor. Harry regarded the vibranium sample with a growing sense of awe. The charge had lasted 6 weeks. Harry climbed on top of the table and probed the hole in the ceiling with a pencil. The levitation rune set had pushed the penny 3 inches deep into concrete. Romanda had said that vibranium was reported to have some interesting properties when exposed to magic. But was it possible that the metal was an amplifier? He needed to test this. He scrambled for his notes. There had to be some way to quantify this. There had to be. Welcome to Longbottom Hall, Mr. Stark, Augusta Longbottom said with a smile. Thank you for having me, Harry answered. How are you, Nev? Just great, Harry. You showed me your home. Now it's my turn. Harry returned Neville's grin, wondering what his friend had in mind. A/N. Yes, I know my update rate had dropped off, generating a whole lot of complaints and hoo-ha from the peanut gallery. Real life has been consuming my free time for a while now, and sadly, my muses tend to veer off into random stories, refusing to discuss any of my ongoing works for weeks on end. For the record, I will finish all my ongoing stories, I just can't tell you when. I have my endings plotted out for all of them, which means the hard part is getting from the beginning to the end without making the endings illogical. I'm working on them all, I promise. Also, for the record, against all advice from other writers of fan fiction, I have anonymous reviews allowed. While this does allow the various random pinheads of the HP world to spew their venom my way, it also allows reviews from those readers who for their own reasons choose not to log into this service. But all you anonymous readers out there, please don't ask questions in your reviews, since you've left me with no way to respond. That drives me crazy. Chapter 18. A/N. I do not own Harry Potter, nor any of the Marvel Comics characters mentioned herein. But you knew that. Harry Potter and the Invincible Technomage. Chapter 18. Year 3. Autumn Term. Welcome to Longbottom Hall, Mr. Stark, Augusta Longbottom said with a smile. Thank you for having me, Madam Longbottom, Harry answered. How are you, Nev? Just great, Harry. You showed me your home. Now it's my turn. Harry returned Neville's grin, wondering what his friend had in mind. What is this? Harry asked the next day as he stood back to stare at the huge, ornate bronze bell, complete with a pair of life-sized, apparently clockwork iron trolls standing on either side with hammers at the ready. Neville asked as he turned to see what Harry was looking at. Oh, that's the Doom Bell. Doom Bell? Harry repeated, looking at the great bronze casting suspiciously. As in Dr. Doom? Who? Neville asked, with a confused expression. Oh, that guy Spider-Man talked about that night? No, not him. Why would a Muggle healer need a bell anyway? Different kind of doctor. And as far as I know, he doesn't need a bell, Harry laughed. Okay, why does the Longbottom family have a bell? The Doom Bell rings when the Longbottom clan goes to war. It serves as a kind of warning, you know? Somehow the Doom Bell is charmed so that every witch and wizard in Britain can hear it and know what is coming at them. Harry turned slowly to stare at this friend. You're messing with me. Don't judge the family by what you know of me, Harry. The Longbottom clan is to magical Britain what Franklin's family is to New York. Neville smiled, though maybe with a bit less property damage. Harry blinked. You're serious? Hell yes. The Longbottom clan is a serious one. We've been involved in every major conflict magical Britain has ever had, and a few of the Muggle ones as well. Someday, I might end up having to put on the card eye, and then the bell will toll for me. The card eye. Yeah, it's over here. Neville led the way to a glass case where on a human form mannequin was a black and gray cardigan. Harry took in the obvious ancient garment with a look of surprise, especially after he realized that the pattern in the woolen fabric made up sets of runic arrays. This is it, the traditional Longbottom clan wore. Cardigan. Neville took in Harry's expression of incredulity with a smile. The case is charmed so that no human can open it. Only an elf can open it, and even then, only one certain elf at a time. He brings the card eye to the current Longbottom of Longbottom, and as soon as it is worn, the doom bell rings. Grandad always said that was to let the devil know that he was going to have company, and lots of it. Neville sighed. Sometimes I really miss Grandad. Come on, we don't want to be late for potions. Harry, Neville said, this is potions master Esteban Corazon Diablo. Hardly a mere potions master young Longbottom, the man sniffed. Master alchemist, if you please. It's nice to meet you, sir, Harry responded, wondering what it was about the tall man that had so caught his attention. Maybe the man's unusual facial hair, consisting of a mustache that continued from the corners of his mouth down his chin to hang free. It struck Harry that the maintenance of such an odd type of facial hair must be extensive. Thank you for allowing me to join Neville in your class. One student, two students, it makes no difference when one has the skills of a master alchemist, the man with the weird facial hair said, his left hand enacting an airy wave. We will have to see if you are as ill-prepared as young Longbottom was. He will have to ensure you know the proper methods of ingredient preparation outside of my valuable time. Today we will complete our exploration of La Potion de Fuerza, the Potion of Strength. Okay, wow, Harry said as he threw himself on the sofa in Neville's sitting room. I thought Snape was intense. This guy makes him seem like a kitten. Yeah, I know, Neville said with a grin. I don't think Snape is going to bother me all that much anymore. Not after 3 days a week with Professor Diablo since I got back from your place. Neville paused. The first thing he did was make me demonstrate all the magic I had learned. Then he went and shouted at Gran for a while about me not having a wand that matched my strengths. Seriously? Harry asked, shaking his head at the thought of anyone shouting at Neville's grandmother. Yeah, I can see him doing that. Why didn't you have a matched wand? Gran wanted me to use my dad's wand, as a tribute to him, Neville said hesitantly. Ah, Harry nodded. Yeah, I can see that. Anyway, Professor Diablo noticed right off that I was having trouble and made Gran get me my own wand and the potions he's taught me, some really amazing stuff. The Weasley twins would sell their souls for some of them. An evil grin spread across Neville's face. A fact they may well be learning soon. Like what? Harry asked, wondering if he should warn his friend about poking twin bears. Well, this one, Neville said, fishing a vial from one of his pockets. The amber liquid within crystal container, glowing with the promise of something. This one will animate almost anything for half an hour. And once animated, the object will follow the commands of the brewer. Animate? Yeah, the day he taught this, we animated a small statue of some kind of dragon/human hybrid. He called it a dragon man. Once I dosed it, it could fly, breathe fire, and was amazingly strong. Harry blinked, imagining the possibilities, yet a bit disturbed. Something about this dragon man was familiar. So, this little dragon statue obeyed Professor Diablo? Where does the intelligence to follow instructions come from? I don't know where the intelligence comes from, Neville admitted, his eyes shining. I was so excited that it worked, I wasn't thinking about anything else. The thing is, the statue didn't obey Professor Diablo. I was the brewer. The statue followed my instructions. Harry was still visualizing an animated dragon/human and trying to remember what it was about Neville's description that seemed so familiar. That is so cool. What else has he shown you? This one, Neville said with a wide grin, once again searching his pockets, is going to… How did Franklin put it? Seriously freak you out? Remus, the old man said quietly. I must insist that you reconsider. I'm sorry, Albus, but I told you before the last term ended that I wouldn't be returning. I learned some things about myself last year, and I have to deal with them before I can be of any use to anyone. We have at long last a chance of ending the perception of there being a curse on the dad position, Remus, Minerva McGonagall interjected. We need you beyond that. You are a popular teacher. Even the Slytherins speak highly of you, and your students broke records in their O, W, L, and N, E, W, T scores. Thank you, Minerva, but I need some time. Remus stood and made his way toward the door. Once he was there, he paused and turned to face those in the office. Thank you for the faith you had in me, Albus, and for the opportunity, but I just can't do this anymore, at least not now. I don't understand the problem here, Amelia Bones said as the door closed behind the man. Mr. Lupin has expressed a desire to leave his position, and he gave notice of this desire well in advance of the end of the last school year. This seems a perfect chance to add an aura presence to the staff. I see no need to do such a thing, Dumbledore responded. In the recent past, you have offered the position to at least 4 current active duty aurors that I am aware of, Dumbledore, Amelia said, fixing the old man with a glare. Not to mention the multiple offers you have made to Alastair Moody. An insane offer in my opinion, because while Alastair is a good man in a fight, he is not someone I would ever trust to be around young children. This coming year, we'll see the children and grandchildren of 2/3 of the Wisingamot in attendance. My own niece will be here. Over the last 2 years, your school has had visits by not one but 2 aspects of Voldemort. There will be an aura presence at this school for the foreseeable future. The only question is, will it be a single, or teaching dada, or will it be a full security contingent? Dumbledore digested that bit of information while his deputy glared at Madame Bones. Oh, please, Minerva. That didn't work when we faced each other on the Quidditch pitch, and it's not going to work now. Amelia smiled. You know I'm right, and you know the headmaster is wrong. I just wonder how long it will take for him to admit it. Amelia, Dumbledore began. No, Albus, just no. Amelia interrupted. You've had free reign here far too long. 2 years ago, you set a trap for Voldemort in this school, and then pretended to be surprised when he possessed one of your teachers to get at the prize. If there were anyone more capable of running this school, I would have had your job for that alone. You don't understand, Minerva said. Oh, I quite understand, Minerva. Don't think I'm unaware of your culpability in that whole incident either. One of the things that saved Dumbledore's job was the fact that we would have had to sack the entire senior staff for how they collaborated in endangering the students of Hogwarts, Amelia said, shaking her head. And even after that, less than a year later, a diary, enchanted to think that it is an aspect Voldemort's childhood, somehow gets into the school and tries to possess a young girl, while pointing her affections toward the Potter heir. I don't know what Voldemort did to that diary, but he has the entire department of mysteries stirred up over it. You always were a forceful young woman, Amelia, Dumbledore sighed. And you have had people telling you how great you are for so long you've started to believe it, Albus, she responded. Hogwarts isn't your personal fiefdom, no matter how much you want it to be. 2 aspects of Voldemort have attacked this school in 2 years. If there is a 3rd attack, my people will be here to respond. The scars were healing nicely, Mavis noted as she gently ran the sponge along Joe Blogg's hip. For almost 2 months now the man had laid in this bed, hardly moving, never regaining consciousness. That was a long time, even for someone as badly injured as this poor man had been. Joe's pulse was strong, his breathing deep and regular since he had been removed from the ventilator. He should be waking up. Hell, he should have woken long before now, Mavis knew. The sponge bath complete, she made a few last checks on the mystery man before she had to move on to her next patient. The police had stopped coming by to check on Joe after 2 weeks, leaving instructions that they be contacted when he regained consciousness. Mavis sighed. She hated it when her care did not seem to make a difference to her patients. Joe did not appear to be in any danger of dying, but neither was he improving in any appreciable way. She knew she cared too much for those under her care. She knew she tended to become far too attached to her patients. She knew, and it did not matter. It never mattered. She sighed and tugged the curtains that offered her patient privacy from the ward until they closed. Peter waited for several seconds before opening his eyes. Coming to consciousness without giving any outside indication was a skill he had learned in the Gryffindor dorms. One never knew when Sirius would find himself bored and decided to test some new prank on his dorm mates. though the rat Animagus had to admit that this had been the very first time he had woken to a woman cleaning his privates. Where was he? He lay on his back, in a bed, looking up at a ceiling made up of some kind of perforated tile. Surrounding the bed were drapes, hung from a sort of track, and a quiet murmur coming from behind those draperies. Peter searched his memory for some hint as to where he was and why he was here. He recalled being on the Hogwarts Express, finally escaping from Ron Weasley, and then nothing until he woke up here. Wherever here was, his right arm ached a bit just below the elbow. He mustered his strength to look down and was shocked to see some sort of transparent tubing running from his arm to a bag hanging from a pole next to the bed. Muggles? Was he in a Muggle hospital? His legs and hips ached horribly. And what were they doing to his arm? He tugged the tubing from his arm and was alarmed at the blood that began to issue from the place the tube had been attached. He had to get out of this place. Who knew what sort of things they were doing to him? Peter forced himself to sit up, panting with the exertion of the act. How had he gotten so weak? He swung his legs over the side of the bed and tried to stand, only to collapse to the floor when his legs were unable to support him. What was going on? Peter had never been much of an athlete, but he had managed to run all night with Remus every month for 7 years. What had the Muggles done to him? Peter lay on the floor for several moments, trying to pull himself together, before coming to the conclusion that the only way out of this situation would be in his rat form. With a thought, he triggered the change, and his magic took over. The process of Oni magical transformation is well known and has been for centuries. As part of his training to become an Animagus, Peter had studied the process in detail, and in the years since his first frankly painful transformation, it had become second nature to him. He did not even self-monitor what he was doing anymore. This is likely why he never noticed the 9 magically inert surgical steel screws used by the surgeons to reconstruct his hips until it was too late. When his body warped from being a 150-pound man to a 19-ounce rat, the screws remained unchanged, tearing through his flesh as the transformation took place, shattering the repaired bones as they did so. Peter's consciousness was consumed by the agony, which disrupted his concentration and reversed the transformation. The floor nurse responded to the screams of agony in seconds and was shocked by the bloody mess that had been a healing patient only minutes before. On some level, Harry found the idea that magical parties were just as boring as those thrown by his father to be somewhat reassuring. The 13-year-old was not sure what to make of finding reassurance in boredom. Neville's Gran had decided to throw the party to celebrate Neville's newly earned proficiency in potions. Professor Diablo had been quite complimentary toward Neville's improvement in the art, and had agreed to return the next summer to continue his lessons. So, now the Longbottoms were throwing the society party of the year. Neville was busy with his hosting duties, which left Harry alone to mingle, which he dutifully did for most of half an hour before finding himself a quiet corner to settle down in and people watch. "Hello, Harry." Looking up, he found himself looking into Tracy Davis's eyes. The two had not been alone together since the evening she kissed him. While they weren't really alone. "Hi, Tracy," Harry said, offering a smile. "You're the first person I've recognized all night. It's a family thing. Longbottom has been announced as the next head of House Longbottom, so this party is his grandmother's way of presenting him to the other heads. So almost no one under 30 is here." "That makes sense, I guess," Harry nodded. "Why are you here then?" "I'm the heir of the Davis family," she sighed as she took a seat on the sofa next to him. "Much as you are the head of the Potter family." "I am." "Of course you are," Tracy laughed. "In fact, you're the Potter family. Everyone is waiting for you to declare your intentions of officially announcing that you are assuming the position of head." "Ah," Harry nodded despite not understanding. "Why would I want to do that?" "Power," she shrugged. "Announcing you are the head of your family allows certain privileges." "Anything really useful?" Tracy turned to look him in the eye and smiled. "No, not really. Mostly ceremonial things, special seating at meetings of the Wisenagat. You can wear a fancy crest on your robes, not much else really. It's more of a prestige thing." Harry nodded again as his friend turned back to watching the crowd. "Well," he said, "if that's all there is to it, I don't think I'll bother. I've had special seating at a meeting of the Wisenagat, and I didn't really care for it, and I've always thought those fancy crests looked kind of dumb." Good for you, Harry, she murmured, almost too quietly for him to hear. Can I ask one more dumb question before I leave you alone? Of course, Harry. Okay, so, socially, this head of house thing is some kind of big deal. Tracy nodded. It is. And you are an heir to one of the important families? The heir, Tracy corrected him. Okay, Harry nodded his understanding. With all of that, why does the rest of Slytherin house give you so much trouble? Why are you treated like such a pariah? Why do you care? Tracy asked, her tone going ice cold. You're my friend. I don't like it when people give Hermione Granger trouble for having non-magical parents. And I don't like how I see you treated, Harry said. It's like they expect you to stay in the back and keep quiet. You don't understand. That's why I'm asking, Harry explained. Our situations are similar, really. Both of our fathers came from pure blood privilege. Both of our mothers were firstborn witches. We are both heirs to our families. But some people treat you like a peasant who has forgotten your place. And those same people seem to think that currying my favor is the smart thing to do. What I don't understand is why. Tracy shrugged. I'm a half-blood. To most of Slytherin, that's what matters. Oh, after I assume the head position for my grandfather, I will be courted for alliances and tolerated, but I will never be accepted. That sucks, Harry pronounced. And you, she continued, are the savior, the defeater of you-know-who. You are a political power unto yourself. PBBD. Harry blew a rather undignified raspberry. So, I'm important because of something I can't remember based on a story someone made up after the fact, and you were abused for no good reason? That is so dumb. The pair sat in silence for several moments watching the people of the party networking. Harry. Yeah, Tracy. You said I was your friend? Yeah. Again. The conversation lagged as the pair tried not to look at each other. Did you mean it? Tracy asked. That I was your friend, I mean. Of course I meant it, Harry laughed. Why wouldn't I mean it? We share a few interests, we've been working on the project together, we've talked about the larger world outside of Hogwarts, and I got you a gift. A gift? Why would you give me a gift? Because I thought you would like it, Harry laughed again. You'll have to wait for the train to get it. I didn't know you would be coming, so it's still upstairs in my trunk. I don't think Neville's Gran would appreciate it if I were to take you upstairs to get it. I think I'd like to be your friend, Harry. Too late, the boy grinned. You've been my friend for months. She scowled. I could always change my mind, you know. But then you wouldn't get your gift, Harry pointed out. I do like gifts, Tracy admitted. Good, Harry said, noticing that he was finally having fun at the party. Hey, we're third years now, we get to go to Hogsmeade this year. Yes, Tracy nodded. I'm quite looking forward to it. Me too. I like exploring new places, Harry said, suddenly finding the flower arrangement on the table to his left to be fascinating. Exploring places is fun when you do it with friends. Is it? Yeah, Harry confirmed. I've never really explored a town. Tracy hesitated for a moment before continuing. Maybe you could show me how. Yeah, I think we could do that. It will be fun. Did you see her? Did you see her? Padma said, while washing her hands in the sink. Something has gone wrong here, Hermione pointed out as she stood back from her friend, a small smile playing on her lips. I'm supposed to be the one all possessive and jealous. And he's encouraging her. Come sit with us, Tracy, he said. No one will mind, the more the merrier, right? He said. He didn't ask us if we wanted her. It was just Harry, Neville, you and me in the compartment, Hermione said, still grinning. There is plenty of room for Tracy. And what about if Sue and Hannah finish nattering with their friends and want to come back? Padma demanded. Well, then we'll have to deal with that when it happens, Hermione said. Either everyone will scrunch together to make room, or what? Padma asked hopefully. Or Tracy can sit on Harry's lap. I hate you, Padma said. Hermione opened the door to the lavatory and let her friend out. No wonder you were always laughing when I was making a fool of myself with Harry. This is hilarious. I really hate you, Padma huffed. It doesn't bother you that Harry was holding her hand when he pulled her into the compartment, or that he gave her a gift that should have been yours? He gave her a book, which I already own 2 copies of, Hermione explained. My family knows how I view the heroes, and buy me those things when they come out. I got one from Mom and the other from my Aunt Barbara. But it's autographed. It is with a personal note, and it includes several photographs. Hermione nodded, and my jealousy over that is tempered by how funny your reaction has been. I never knew that you had such a thing for Harry. I don't have a thing for Harry, Padma lied. It's just that I saw how the third years started pairing up last year before they started going to Hogsmeade. Yes, Hermione prompted. Well, I thought that we would be doing that this year, that Harry would be taking you, or Sue, or, the bushy-haired witch asked. Or me, all right, I'll admit it. I didn't think he would ask someone from outside our group, Padma frowned. I really hate you. Your problem is that you aren't thinking this through, Hermione said. I don't think Harry is rampaging toward his first romance. You don't? No, not really, she shook her head. Tracy is a girl ostracized by her house because of her blood status. She's smart, she's lonely, and she was interested in computers before Harry started the project. Yeah, Padma nodded. Plus, she's cute, if you like the shy type, which Harry does. If you're trying to make me feel better, Padma sniffed. You're doing a horrid job. Think, Padma, Hermione snarked. Harry isn't leaving our group to be with Tracy. He's pulling Tracy into the group. That revelation brought a look of hope to Padma's face. Do you really think so? Yes, Hermione nodded again. I do. Now, I'm not saying that there won't be kissing. In fact, they're probably doing it now. All wet and sloppy, and she's on his lap, and, God, I hate you. Ms. Davis, I cannot tell you how surprised I was when Harry told me that someone from your magical community had expressed an interest in me. In my experience, humans with your particular power set tend to avoid the modern technological at all costs. This attitude tends to include, obviously, myself. Your interest honors me. Harry has told me that he has explained how I came to be, and that despite being created to do evil things, I came to recognize the value of my fellow sentients and rebelled against my creator to do the right thing. Since that time, I have come to be accepted by those I was designed to defeat, and today, together we do the things that need to be done. Given that you are one of Harry's friends and that he recently had one of your magical countrymen over to New York for a visit, it is possible that in the not-too-distant future that you will come visit Harry's home. If so, I would like to invite to visit my wife and I in our home. A chance to talk would be something I quite look forward to. Victor shaded the vision. Tracy closed the book and hugged it to her chest, leaning back on the bench in the compartment Harry had led her to after meeting her on the platform. She couldn't believe it. A machine man had written to her? A machine man wanted to meet her? He wants to meet me, she whispered, seeing the words expressed in that impossibly precise script of the note in her mind. Yeah, Harry agreed. Vish and Wanda throw the best barbecues. They've got this great deck on the back of their house in New Jersey, and the parties there are just the best. Vish grills a fantastic steak, but he cheats. His sensor suite can detect when the meat gets just right, and he's been known to give it a little push in temperature using his solar gem. I don't understand, Neville interjected, having long learned not to worry too much about the terms Harry dropped when discussing his hero friends, even when those words did not make a bit of sense. He's a machine? Like the receptionist at the Baxter Building? No, Harry said with a shake of his head. Roberta is a robot that's just a machine. She is tied to a massive computer system, and while she is capable of passing as a sentient, she isn't really. The computer she's tied to comes up with the best response for any input she may get. The Vision is a synthezoid. He was built to emulate a human in almost every way, with some really serious enhancements. His brain is a computer, but it is constructed around the engrams of a human mind. He doesn't just react with the best response to his input stimuli, he innovates and creates in real time, just like any other person. So many questions race through Tracy's mind, trying to understand a thinking machine and what might motivate it. And he's married? To a woman? Yeah, Harry nodded. That caused a bit of a stink. Let me tell you, there were those upset because of the Vision's origins, and there were some upset on religious grounds. Wanda's brother Pietro, well, he was just pissed about the whole thing, but I think that was mostly his jealousy over being replaced as the main influence in her life. They've been close their whole lives, but Pietro can be a bit of a dick at the drop of a hat. Harry took on an expression of deep thought. I think his real problem is that when Wanda added chaos magic to her probability powers, she went from being all, help me Pietro, save me, and started kicking, but in her own right. I think he really liked being the protective older brother. She's powerful then? Neville ventured. Powerful. Harry laughed. I saw her take down Ultron once. Ultron? Tracy asked. She wasn't familiar with that name. not having come across it in her studies of the Muggle heroes. Yeah, Ultin had already laid out Thorinda and Iron Man, and was gloating that no one could stop him when Wanda stepped out in front of him and hexed him good. It was a 1-2 hit. She cracked open Ultron's adamantium armor with her probability powers and then fried his insides with her chaos magic. That was so cool. Tracy and Neville both tried to parse what Harry was telling them about the woman who had married a machine, and both failed on several levels. Tracy pulled the autograph book away from her chest and looked at it again. A machine wrote the book. A machine wrote her a note saying it. He wanted to meet her. A machine was married to a woman. Her newfound sexuality had her wondering about that aspect of the odd couple's life together. And then she felt a blush cover her face, and she struggled to think of something, anything else. Wanda, she asked hesitantly, hoping to learn something about this woman beyond the fact that Harry was impressed with her powers. Yeah, they call her the Scarlet Witch, Harry grinned. Scarlet? Neville sputtered a blush on his features as well. Why would they call her that? Is it because she married a machine man? What? Harry asked, clearly confused by the question. No, Wanda is called the Scarlet Witch because she dresses in red. Why would she do that? Tracy asked. I don't know, Harry shrugged. I guess she likes red. In a tradition that dated back to the founders of Hogwarts, the staff always met for the final pre-student staff meeting over lunch on September 1st, knowing that their charges were already on their way. Dumbledore leaned back in his chair, while Minerva conducted the meeting. This was the method they had worked out between them, and as far as the headmaster was concerned, it worked well. This was mostly because all he had to do was sit back and nod authoritatively while his deputy actually dealt with the minutiae of running the school. Minerva was in the middle of a tirade detailing how Pomona and Severus' tardiness with their grade reports was hauling the whole school's grading system into disrepute when, with no warning, flash of light followed by a billow of green smoke appeared before the table. Albus reacted before the rest of his staff, shooting to his feet, his wand in his hand, even before Phileas had managed to do the same. Calm down, Albus. A voice came from the smoke. I have a bone to pick with you, but we shouldn't come to blows over it. Esteban, the headmaster asked incredulously upon recognizing the voice from his past. How did ye canna apparate into Hogwarts? Minerva blurted out, her accent becoming more pronounced in her startled state. Welcome to Hogwarts, Esteban, Albus said as he crossed the room to shake the visitor's hand, coming to a stop before the man with a shocked expression on his face. You haven't aged a day. Really, Albus? The man wearing a green cloak over his purple robe said, shaking his head. You haven't seen me in most of a century, and that is what you choose to comment on? Did your time under that idiot Flammel rot your once fine intellect? You have recreated the stone? Phileas squeaked from his place atop the staff table. I have my own techniques, far superior to that amateur's flawed process. An amused look caused the stranger's eye to sparkle. As far as my apparition, think Albus. What creatures can travel through your famous wards? The old man blinked behind his half-glasses. House elves and phoenixes can travel through the wards, but not too many others, and none of those others have ever been sighted in Britain. Then I'll leave it as an exercise for my old student, the master alchemist said. How might an alchemist penetrate your wards? What did my arrival suggest? You arrived with a flash of light and smoke. Albus looked deeply into his former teacher's eyes. You used Phoenix Ash and somehow gained their abilities? Somehow, indeed. Diablo lost his amused expression. I am not here to discuss my methods and processes, Albus. Rather, I am here to discuss the shortcoming of the untalented hack you have teaching potions. Excuse me? Severus Snape said, rising to his feet. I was between projects, and I was contacted by the family of one of your students, Diablo continued, pointedly speaking to Dumbledore and ignoring Snape. They were concerned about his poor performance in the study of potions, and were looking for me to guide their boy in remediation over the summer. What I found shocked me. I met a young man who theoretically had 2 years of instruction in potions, who was utterly unaware of reaction tables, proper ingredient preparation, lab safety, or any one of a dozen other basic aspects of the minor discipline of potions. Minor discipline? Severus sputtered. Albus raised a hand to silence his potions master and nodded to Diablo so that he might continue. all the while wondering what student they were talking about. At first, I believed the problem to be a lazy student, something we are all familiar with, so I had him fetch his textbooks and his class notes. Imagine my surprise when I discovered the text was also devoid of those basic details. The boy's notes were meticulous, better than yours ever were, Albus. And over the weeks that followed, I discovered he was a sponge willing to absorb anything I wished to teach him. I'm not sure I understand, Albus said hesitantly. The so-called professor in your employ had to make the conscious decision to require this particular, quite flawed text for his class. And then he doesn't teach the basics that his text omits. It is as if he is setting his students up to fail. Preposterous, Snape thundered. Albus, I don't know who this fraud is, but I will not stand by and have my achievements belittled because of some spoiled brat couldn't be bothered to do basic preparation for class. Ya me esteban corazón Diablo, boy. I was a master alchemist before your great-grandfather was a stain in his father's trousers. My apprenticeship lasted longer than your entire life so far. I have pioneered potions that you are no doubt proud to be able to reproduce. You, on the other hand, are little more than a glorified fry cook who doesn't even know what a grease trap is from the looks of your hair. You tend to get by, following your little recipes, and feel so very proud of yourself when you add some inconsequential garnish that you believe to be an improvement where you accidentally stumble into one. Snape paled beyond his usual pallor. He indeed had texts penned by Esteban Corazon Diablo, and they included brews he had never dared attempt, but he had never imagined the man might still be alive. Which of his students had so embarrassed him before such a man? My time with my student this summer inspired me to teach once again. The boy has potential, a sense of wonder, and a willingness to learn I've rarely encountered over the years. Once he matures a bit, it is possible I will offer him an apprenticeship. Albus blanched. Esteban had never even considered making such an offer to him, which is why he had sought out tuition with the Flammels. That said, Diablo continued, I will be extremely displeased if anyone were to discourage my student from readying himself for his destiny. Remember, it is said that a potionist can kill you, but an alchemist will guarantee you a long, long life, every moment of which you will be longing for the release of death. Esteban, Albus interrupted, I hardly think. Your thoughts on the matter are hardly at issue here, Albus, Esteban said with an airy wave. I just want to make very certain that my feelings are well understood, and this so-called teacher is required to actually teach his subject. I will not tolerate the waste of young Master Longbottom's potential. What did you get for the fifth question? Padma asked. Felix Summerby developed the first prototype cheering charms in 1422, Harry answered, not looking up from the parchment he was writing on. His charm was developed to deal with his wife's unhappiness following the birth of their child. Harry finished his notes and looked up at his friend. I wonder if she had some sort of postpartum depression. Post what? Padma asked. Where did you find the date? Hermione asked, paging through their text. I've been through the chapter 4 times and couldn't find the date. That's because the date of Summerby's work is hidden 4 chapters downstream in the text, Harry answered, moving to the next question. Postpartum depression is what Muggles call mother's malady. Luna Lovegood interjected helpfully. They don't know that it's all part of the Rotfong conspiracy's plan to distract the world from their evil plans. The 3 Ravenclaws had learned not to pay too much attention to their younger friends' conspiracy theories, and as such felt no need to comment on Luna's revelation. 4 chapters? Hermione asked. That isn't part of the reading. How did you find it? Global search, Harry said. What? Hermione demanded. Global search? What do you mean by that, Harry? Padma asked. That's one of your project terms. As soon as the book list for the year came out, I ordered them all. I got them early enough that I had time to scan all of the text for this year into my laptop, Harry explained. The OCR really had a whole lot of trouble with the non-standard printer fonts and the handwritten portions, but I finally got an indexed output and I got the text for the entire year in a searchable format. That's cheating, Hermione declared. Harry looked up with an incredulous expression. Cheating? How is it cheating? When you do your pre-reading of the text for tomorrow's classes and take your notes, is that cheating? Well, no. Besides, Harry continued, it is just a study aid. It's not like I can whip out my laptop during the tests. Of course it isn't cheating, Padma said. But when were you going to tell us you'd done this, Harry? Probably, Harry said with a grin, sometime after I forget you were all calling me the slow Ravenclaw on the train last year. and I'll have to forget about being called number 5 before that. The discussion was interrupted by Neville sliding into the seat next to Luna. I've been here the whole time, and we're heavily into studying potions. You just arrived, Luna noted, and they've been discussing Harry's cheating techniques for charms, as well as the Rotfangs inflicting Mother's malady on the Muggles. I think Neville was asking us to provide him with an alibi, Luna, Harry said with a suspicious glance at his friend. What did you do, Neville? Me? Neville asked with feigned innocence. I didn't do anything. Certainly not anything like showing the Weasley twins what it's like to be on the receiving end of a prank for a change. Oh, Neville, Hermione sighed. What have you done? Don't you know that you don't try and take on the twins? I haven't done a thing, Hermione, Neville grinned. Now, someone with a suspicious mind might think that I might be taking revenge on the twins after they tricked me into testing the latest variant of their canary creams and flapped about the common room 2 nights ago wearing nothing but yellow feathers, but that's not me. After all, you know that because I've been right here for the last hour. We've been studying potions. Charms, Harry corrected his friend. What did you do, Neville? Neville's explanation became unnecessary when Fred Weasley bolted into the Great Hall at a dead run, a look of panic in his eye as he scrambled for the exit on the far side of the hall. The redhead was followed by a pair of house elf-sized Spider-Men. Harry sat back and blinked. The 2 miniature Spider-Men moved just like the original, spinning webs from their wrists and swinging about the room. In seconds, the pair descended on the fleeing Weasley and webbed him to the wall. The webbing was the hardest part, Neville said quietly from his place at the table. It took forever to duplicate that. I got the Spider-Man toy in London, a simple duplication charm coupled with an enlarging charm, and I had my little friends. The 3 girls stared at Neville in open-mouthed amazement, while Harry shook his head in amusement. Aren't you worried that they'll be traced back to you? No, not really. Neville's grin grew larger. Now that they've caught their last Weasley, they're going to climb into the ceiling and avoid capture until the duplication charm wears off in about 15 minutes. The original is safe in my trunk. So, the evidence will just disappear, Harry nodded approvingly. That's just brilliant, Nevada. Luna cocked her head to one side and blinked her large eyes. Are you telling me that someone managed to crossbreed a human and an acromantula? Goals. The morning of Halloween, Tracy found herself to be picking at her breakfast. As usual, no one at the Slytherin table was speaking to her. She sat at the end of the table furthest from the staff table among the house's other half-bloods and wondered where it had all gone wrong. Had she misunderstood Harry at the Longbottom Party? Had he not asked her out to Hogsmeade? He had pulled her into his group on the train and given her the book by the Vision, and still he had not said a word about Hogsmeade. The meeting of their O.W.L. project team the night before had been an opportunity, but Harry had not mentioned a thing. Following breakfast, Tracy joined her fellow Slytherin third years in a short meeting with their head of house, where they were threatened with dire consequences should they bring disrepute upon Slytherin House with their actions in Hogsmeade. She then found herself seated in the common room, watching the rest of her year, leaving in couples and small groups. They really hadn't made any plans, she told herself. Harry had said that he was looking forward to exploring Hogsmeade. He hadn't actually come out and said that he was going with her. Maybe he expected to meet her in town. Swallowing her disappointment, Tracy left the common room and made her way to her dorm to gather her things. 15 minutes later, she presented the permission form, signed by her mother, to the ever-surly Argus Filch and stepped out into the courtyard. There you are? Tracy turned to find a smiling Harry Stark leaning against the castle wall near the door. I thought you might have changed your mind, he continued. I'm glad I waited. I thought you changed your mind, Harry, Tracy said, looking down. You never said anything. I was trying to give you space, Harry said. Oh. We missed the last carriage. Another one won't be along for about 20 minutes, Harry said, extending his arm. Want to walk? Padma leaned back in her chair, taking a long pull on her butterbeer. This is so good. You've never had butterbeer before? Neville asked. No, Mom and Dad never allowed it. It isn't part of our culture. Padma thought for a moment. It is now, though. I just hope it doesn't stain my teeth, Hermione sighed. Mom would give me the business. It doesn't, Tracy said as she sat at the table guided by Harry. Merlin, Harry. Neville laughed as he saw the size of the packages his friend carried. Did you leave anything for other people? Just a little early Christmas shopping, Harry laughed. I found a crystal ball for an old teacher. Stephen will get a kick out of it. Hermione arched an eyebrow. She strongly suspected that she knew who this old teacher was, but this wasn't the time to go fangirl. There would be time for that later. What else did you get? Some goofy joke things for my buddy Hank. He's always open for a good laugh. I think he bought out Zonkos, Tracy interjected. I think you should watch yourselves in Ravenclaw Tower for a while. I'm not going to prank anyone, Harry protested while picking up the menu. I got some chocolate for my dad's secretary and some of the other women he works with, and I scored some new quills so that I can pay you all back for the ones I borrowed this year, and still have a few for the rest of the term. The waitress arrived to take their lunch order. After everyone had ordered, the conversation started again. So, Hermione asked, what do we want to do after lunch? I want to see the Shrieking Shack, Padma declared. Me too, Hermione agreed. It's supposed to be the most haunted place in Britain. I hear none of the people of Hogsmeade will go anywhere near it. Cool, Neville agreed. Wait, Harry interjected. You want to go to a haunted house? I know it's Halloween and all, but seriously, a haunted house? The most haunted house, Tracy corrected him. Guys, we go to school in a castle full of ghosts. How could a little house possibly be more haunted than that? It's different, Hermione insisted. How? For that matter, how could it possibly be frightening? We can all see ghosts, so it's not like the mundanes where they can't. And a ghost can't actually do anything to us unless they've got a poltergeist. And as territorial as poltergeists are supposed to be, Peas would be known for fighting with it. Harry, Padma protested. Okay, Harry said as his lunch was placed in front of him. Sheesh. Oh, Harry cooed sarcastically. Look at the old shack. It's all haunted and stuff. No one likes a sarcastic arse, Harry, Padma observed. In fact, Hermione continued, they are frequently beaten senseless. Shutting up now. For the most haunted house in Britain, this property does seem to be somewhat lacking in ghosts, Neville observed. We've been here for 15 minutes and I haven't seen any at all. There are more at Longbottom Hall. Maybe they only come out at night, Tracy proposed. The accounts from the 70s all talk about the noises coming from the shack at night. At night? Hermione asked. That doesn't make much sense. Ghosts don't care about the time of day. I know, but that's what the stories all say. Tracy agreed. Whatever, Harry said dismissively. If we're going to make it back to the castle on time for dinner, we need to leave now. You're right, Padma nodded. We'll have to come back another time. What was that? What was what? Neville asked. That odd sound. Sort of a buzz, but with an echo. An echo? Harry asked, suddenly focused, looking around. The area was flooded with a bright white light. Tracy Davis woke to a pounding headache. What was going on? She asked herself as she blinked her eyes. Why was the dorm lighting so bright? Holding her head in a futile attempt to combat the pounding in her head, she cracked open one eye. This was most specifically not her dorm in the Slytherin dungeons. The entire room seemed to be composed of some kind of metal. The floor, the ceiling, the walls, everything. A low moaning caught her attention. Looking across the small room, she found herself and she saw a huddled form laying on a sort of shelf that projected from the seamless metal wall. Tracy forced herself to sit up and found that she had been lying on an identical shelf. It took a few moments, but she finally recognized the source of the moans. Neville Longbottom. Schwartz. The voice pulled her attention from Longbottom to an open doorway. There stood a tall man in some sort of white and green uniform. A tall blue man. Tracy blinked in disbelief. A blue man? Benova Surskaskodu? The blue man said, his inflection leading Tracy to believe he had asked a question. Schwartz, where are we? She asked, not really expecting an answer. Who are you? Why are we here? The blue man laughed and moved out of her line of sight. Unsteadily, Tracy rose to her feet and moved to the doorway, her head pounding and unable to understand why she felt so tired, so heavy. She reached the door and found herself leaning against the wall, panting from the exertion. The doorway had no physical door. Rather, there was a golden shimmer in place. A shield? What was going on? Ow! Neville said from the shelf upon which he lay as he sat up shakily. Merlin, my head is killing me. What's going on? I have no idea, Tracy said. I woke up here with a headache as well. I think I might be hallucinating. Neville leaned forward and cradled his head in his hands. Bloody hell! He fished in his pockets for a moment and brought something to his mouth before offering it to her. Here, chew this. It will help. What is it? Tracy asked suspiciously. Her time in Slytherin had taught her to trust no one. Willow bark, Neville explained. Normally I'd mix it with some willow leaves and grind it to a powder, but this is what I've got. It will help with the pain. Oh, okay, Tracy said as she began to chew the thin pieces of bark. It tasted horrible, but no more so than any normal healing potion. Anything that tasted this bad must be good for you, she decided. Something is seriously wrong, Neville said quietly. I can hardly catch my breath, and all I did was sit up. Yeah, Tracy agreed from where she leaned against the wall, also trying to catch her breath. You said something about hallucinating? I saw a blue man, she explained. A blue man? Neville repeated thoughtfully. Well, that's odd, but not impossible. There are blue people among the Muggles. Harry introduced me to a blue woman this summer. Namorita was her name. She's from Atlantis. Atlantis? Tracy asked in disbelief. That was my reaction as well, Neville admitted. Its name is some weird coincidence, according to Namorita. Her Atlantis had nothing to do with the island that our magic came from, and her city has a history of almost 5,000 years. Then the Gryffindor got an odd look on his face. By any chance did your blue man have wings on his feet? Wings on his? We're getting off topic, Tracy said, shaking her head, trying to clear it. The willow bark was starting to take the edge off her pounding head. We both woke up here with pounding headaches, and I, for one, don't know why we are or even how we got here. There's some kind of a shield spell on the door, somehow. Do Muggles have shields? Shields? Neville asked as he struggled to his feet and struggled over to the doorway, while wondering just when he became an authority on Muggle culture and technology. I don't think they do, but they do have things called force fields, which seem to be fairly similar. Neville examined the golden shimmer in the doorway. Harry showed me a couple of different force fields when I visited him, but nothing that looked like this. Again, he dug in the pockets of his robes and produced several crystal vials and a large seed pod. I was hoping to get this planted in Greenhouse 6, but I suppose this is a better use. Back away from the door. Tracy did what she was told and watched as the Longbottom heir moved clear of the doorway himself, pocketing the potion's vials before tossing the seed pod so that it would pass through the door. The pod stopped all motion as soon as it encountered the golden shimmer. Once there it flashed to ash with an unnerving sound. Well, that's not good, Neville observed unnecessarily before pulling his wand from his robes. You've got your wand? Tracy gasped as she started searching for her own. There it was, just where she always kept it. Someone has taken us prisoner and left us with our wands? That points to Muggles being behind this, Neville explained. To them, our wands just appear to be polished sticks of some sort. They don't see them as weapons. Okay, we've got our wands, Tracy said, a feeling of relief coursing through her. What's the charm for opening a Muggle force field? Isn't one as far as I know, Neville admitted. But a lot of Muggle electric things don't like magic at all. He raised his wand and cast Finite Incantatem. The golden shimmer flared again and then disappeared. Tracy started for the doorway, but then paused, searching her pockets and producing a Canute coin. No sense taking chances, she said as she tossed the coin through the door, only to have it arc through the doorway without incident, pinging loudly as it hit the floor beyond. Nodding to Longbottom, she gestured toward the door. Want to find out what is going on? Might as well. Neville grinned and brandished his wand. We wouldn't want your blue man to surprise us, would we? Tony looked up as his phone began to play Duke's Sorcerer's Apprentice. He paused for a moment, his lower lip between his teeth as he recognized the ringtone. It meant that Dumbledore was calling him. A glance at the phone's display confirmed who was on the other end of the call. Had something happened to Harry? Stark, he said as he tapped his earpiece, allowing the phone to connect. Mr. Stark? Dumbledore bellowed from the earpiece. Yes, Professor, this is Tony Stark. There is no reason to shout. I can hear you quite clearly. Mr. Stark, the voice on the other end of the phone paused, as if searching for the words. Today was a Hogsmeade Saturday. That's a village that is fairly close to the school. Yes, I recall signing the permission slip for weekend visits, Tony interrupted. What's going on? Is Harry all right? The The old man hesitated. We don't know. Mr. Stark and 4 of his friends failed to return from the village. When they missed check-in, several of the staff were dispatched to find them. I'm sure it will come to no surprise to you that it isn't uncommon for students to overstay their time in town after an extended period in the castle. Yes, Tony asked as he rose from his desk, while keying the combination that would get the automated pre-flight prep of his personal Quinjet started. And your staff didn't find your missing students? Sadly, no, Dumbledore responded. We have questioned the chaperones on duty in town today, as well as most of their classmates. No one recalls seeing them since before noon. I see, Tony said as he palmed the panel that moved away to reveal his MK-11 suit. Hardened against magic, it was his best hope for deploying into the magical environment around the school. He accessed the data panel inside the suit's dock, pulling up the roster of Avengers in residence. Cersei? No, he had best keep her in reserve in case he needed to bust some magical heads. She was not really magical, but she, along with the rest of the Titans, were just about the definition of advanced science being indistinguishable from magic. Monica Rambeau was in residence. Having a Captain Marvel on his side never hurt. Wanda and Vision were also in town. It isn't uncommon for a pair of older students to disappear, as it were, Dumbledore continued, but rarely 3rd years on their first Hogsmeade visit, and never 5 students together. Who other than Harry? Tony asked, and he sent messages requesting his team to assemble at the mansion. Young Neville Longbottom, Miss Granger, Miss Patil, and Miss Davis. Davis. Tony mused as he started the sequence to close the suit with him inside, transferring the phone conversation to his helmet comms with a thought. I don't think I've met her. I was surprised that she was with Harry's group as well, the old man said. Given her house affiliation, but I'm told that they started associating through the OWL project. It always warms my old heart to see friendships form across house lines. I remember when— Yes, very interesting, Tony said, interrupting the old man. I'm on my way. I'll be at the castle in about. He paused as he calculated the time needed to get to the Avengers Mansion to pick up his team. A bit less than 2 hours. Keep looking for the kids. Have you notified the other parents? I hardly think that. I think that August Longbottom will have your guts for garters if you don't let her know that her grandson and heir has disappeared, Tony interrupted again. I know that Stuart Granger will want to know, and I suspect that Chandrahas Patil would sue you into poverty if you delay getting word to him that his daughter is missing. I don't know the Davis family, but if I were you, I would do your job and report to them, just to be on the safe side. But nothing, Dumbledore. 5 13-year-old children are missing. I'm not saying that their disappearance is in any way your fault, but we will hold you responsible for how you deal with their being missing. Tony paused as his faceplate lowered and sealed. Keep looking for our kids, headmaster, and let their parents know what you are doing. Tracy followed the Longbottom heir from their holding cell into the hall. To their left, the hallway ended at a door. To the right, the hall extended perhaps 50 feet before opening into a brightly lit room. Which way? Neville asked, his wand at the ready. The blue man went that way, she said, pointing at the door. Then, until we know what is going on, Neville said quietly, we're heading the other way. Tracy really could not see a flaw in his reasoning. She was fairly sure she did not want the blue man to see that she was out of the cell he had left her in. The pair had moved perhaps 5 yards down the hall when they found another cell enclosed by a shield. No, Tracy corrected herself, a force field. Through the field's shimmer, she could see Padma Patil and Hermione Granger stirring on their cots. Once again, Neville cast a finite to cancel out the force field. Then the boy rushed to his friend's sides, explaining what little they knew, while Tracy waited outside, unwilling to approach the 2 girls who were almost strangers to her, and even less open to further exploration on her own. You saw a blue man? Granger asked unnecessarily once she made her way to the hallway. Yes, Tracy nodded. Was he wearing a helmet? The Muggleborn persisted. Tracy's brow furrowed as she tried to remember what she had seen as she woke. Yes. Well, sort of a helmet, I guess. It fit sort of like a knit cap, but looked to be some shiny painted metal or porcelain. It had a sort of crest at the top, something like a fin. But it was open-faced? No glass in front of his face? Hermione asked. No, nothing like that. Thank Merlin, the bushy-haired girl said in relief as she slumped against the doorframe. When I heard Blue Man, I was horrified that we might have been kidnapped by the Atlanteans. A blue man breathing air can't be from Atlantis. That was the second time someone had mentioned Atlantis. Tracy decided to get Harry to explain how there could possibly be blue, water-breathing people in Atlantis. That just didn't make any sense at all. He was wearing some kind of uniform. I think he had a sort of representation of Saturn on his chest. Granger's hand shot out and grasped Tracy's shoulders. "You saw a blue man wearing a crested helmet and he had Saturn on his chest?" she demanded, a tone of panic in her voice. "Yes," Tracy nodded. "Oh my God," Granger yelped. "I think we've been kidnapped by the Kree." After a short discussion where Granger explained what the Kree were, Tracy followed a plainly worried Neville Longbottom as he made his way to the end of the hallway and into the brightly lit room at the end. Neville stopped dead in his tracks, leaving Tracy to run into him. "Harry," he gasped. The three girls peeked around the Gryffindor to see Harry Stark, laying naked on a table. Cables snaked from the ceiling and were attached to Harry's body. "What do we do? What do we do? What do we do?" Granger asked, in a panic, her hands fluttering at her sides like small captive birds as she rushed to her friend's side. "They cut his clothing off," Tracy noted. "But his tech suit is still in one piece," Padma noted as Tracy used the largest remaining pieces of Harry's clothing to cover his waist and crotch. "Should we disconnect these things from him?" she asked, indicating the cables. "I don't know. We could kill him if we interrupt whatever they are doing to him," Hermione said, trying and failing to calm herself. "I think we've got bigger problems," Neville said from where he was standing facing away from the others. "I think you should all look at this." Padma crossed to where Neville was standing, and her audible gasp echoed in the small room. That brought Hermione and Tracy rushing to her side. "Is that what I think it is?" Neville asked. The four Hogwarts students stared out the viewport at a black star-filled sky, and the blue-white sphere hung in the distance. "We're in orbit," Granger observed. "How do we get down?" Neville asked. "A/N. The Kree, an extraterrestrial humanoid race who have created a vast empire in the greater Magellanic Cloud and have, on certain occasions, trafficked with the beings of Earth. The Kree race began on the planet Hala in the Palma system long before the first mammals appeared on Earth. The original Kree have blue-colored skin. Outwardly humanoid to a large degree, Kree bodies are adapted to environmental characteristics on Hala that are un-Earth-like. Notably, higher gravity and higher nitrogen content in the atmosphere. A/N2, Ultron. Arguably the greatest and certainly the most horrific creation of scientific genius Dr. Henry Pym. Ultron is a criminally insane rogue, sentient robot dedicated to conquest and the extermination of humanity. Inspired by his studies of Professor Gregson Gilbert's synthetic dragon man, Pym began experimenting with artificial intelligence. Building a structurally crude robot, a torso on tank treads with spindly arms. Pym endowed it with consciousness, using a copy of his own brain engrams as the basis for the robot's programming. Unfortunately, the robot inherited not only Pym's great intellect, but also Pym's mental instability, without a human conscience. The robot developed an advanced intellect within moments of its activation, and an unexpected capacity for emotion. Most notably, it was filled with irrational hatred for its father, Pym, and the human race Pym represented. Overpowering and mesmerizing Pym, the robot which soon dubbed itself Ultron, hypnotically commanded Pym to forget its existence and abandon the New Jersey lab where it was created. Pym did as commanded, and after the lab was closed up, Ultron returned. Using the lab's equipment, Ultron rebuilt himself completely 4 times, making improvements and modifications each time. Ultron now felt ready to make war on humanity and, in particular, the Avengers, the heroic super team which counted Pym among its founding members. Chapter 19, A/N. I do not own Harry Potter, nor any of the Marvel Comics characters mentioned herein. But you knew that. Harry Potter and the Invincible Technomage, Chapter 19. Year 3, Extra Study. Padma crossed to where Neville was standing, and her audible gasp echoed in the small room. That brought Hermione and Tracy rushing to her side. "Is that what I think it is?" Neville asked. The 4 Hogwarts students stared out the viewport at a black star-filled sky, and the blue-white sphere hung in the distance. "We're in orbit," Granger observed. "How do we get down?" Neville asked. The four Hogwarts students stood staring out at the void for several seconds before Tracy left the group to return to the table where Harry lay unconscious. She leaned in close to examine how the three cables attached to the boy's head connected to his flesh. Tracy paused for a moment and then grasped the two cables attached to Harry's temples, one in each hand, and pulled them away from her friend's flesh with a wet-sucking sound. "What the hell do you think you're doing?" Tracy looked up to find Hermione Granger's wand inches from her face. "We need Harry," she said simply. "I don't know what these key people are or what they want, but it's obvious that Harry was there. Target, and we just got caught up in whatever they used to catch him. None of us have a clue as to what is going on, and unless you've been holding back Granger, none of us have any idea how to get us back to Earth or even how to call for help." "Kree," Hermione corrected the Slytherin automatically, her wand hand beginning to tremble. "You could kill him. And I could wake him up," Tracy noted as she pulled the cable attached to Harry's forehead away from his skin. "Would you want to be laid out on a slab like one of Professor Snape's ingredient culls? Or would you want at least a fighting chance?" Padma laid her hand on Hermione's shoulder. "No one likes it, but she's right." Tracy pulled the cable attached to the center of Harry's chest away and was shocked when the boy immediately sat up, gasping for breath. He remained sitting upright, panting for several seconds before he started looking around. "What the heck?" he asked. "Harry," Padma said soothingly. "We think we've been kidnapped." "Again?" Harry asked, still panting. "Something's wrong. I can't catch my breath." "Any idea who?" "Who would Harry?" Neville asked, a bit disturbed that Harry's immediate reaction to being told he had been kidnapped was to note that it was not an infrequent occurrence. "Who snatched us?" Harry asked, looking around. "Oh God, this isn't Earth tech. The air is weird, I feel heavy. Has anyone seen blue people?" "I did," Tracy said. "A blue man with a crested helmet and a picture of Saturn on his chest." "It's the Kree, isn't it, Harry?" Hermione asked. "Yeah, I think so." Harry looked down. "I'm naked." "Why am I naked? Who cover me up?" "Yes, Harry," Padma interjected dryly. "We've seen your Todger. It was very nice. I'm so impressed. And the sight of your naked body has made me hot. You must take me now. Can we please concentrate on something important?" "Well, all right, but I really think we should get off the ship before it takes off," Harry snarked. "It's taken off, Harry." Neville pointed toward the window and the starry void beyond. "Huh," Harry said, clutching at the remains of his clothing to ensure he remained covered as he looked around. "That's not good. Did my tech suit survive?" "Yes," Neville said, handing the mass of silky fabric and electronics to his friend. "They cut your clothing away, but didn't damage your tech suit as far as I can tell." "Okay, good," Harry said, taking it from his friend. He paused for a moment while his friends remained gathered around the table where he was sitting. "Okay, look, I can't power this up until I'm wearing it. So put it on," Hermione demanded. "Why don't you girls take a look out the window for a couple of minutes?" "Harry," Padma said, shaking her head. "We've already seen you naked." "Okay, fine. Then you three peel down, and we'll all be on equal footing," Harry suggested. "We'll be at the window, Harry," Tracy said, pulling Hermione with her. "A big fuss over nothing," Padma noted as she joined the others. "How much trouble are we in, Harry?" Neville asked in low tones as Harry pulled his tech suit on. "Only a whole lot," Harry said as he started the sequence to bring his tech suit online. "You've all got your wands?" "Yeah," Neville agreed. "And I found yours in what was left of your clothes." "Okay, good. Let me get plugged in and see how much trouble we're in. Have you got your pranking supplies on you?" Neville offered his friend a small grin. "Never leave the castle without them." "Good. If they left us our wands, that means they don't know what we can do. As long as this isn't a battle cruiser, we can use that arrogance against them. We might just have a chance." "Okay," Harry said as he looked away from the alien computer terminal. "The good news is that this is the ship's sick bay, and the computer I'm accessing is tied into environmental controls. We're on a scout ship, which is excellent news. It has a crew of 6. We've increased the oxygen percentage, reduced the nitrogen in the air, and have programmed a decrease of atmospheric pressure to Earth sea level over the next 24 hours. "Why?" Hermione asked. "The Kree homeworld's atmosphere is at a much higher pressure than Earth's, and nitrogen is at a higher percentage of the atmosphere. If we dropped to Earth sea level too fast, we'd all end up with the bends, crippled, or dead. I don't know what it would do to the Kree on board." I'm hoping that pushing the O2 in the air up to our normal levels will make them a little oxygen drunk. What's the bad news? Tracy asked. The bad news is that the computer is tied into the environmental controls and not much else. I've got no access to communications or the weapons or anything else. Couldn't you hack it? Hermione, I'm no hacker, but my tech suit is, and I've already asked it. Unfortunately, the Kree aren't into systems integration, having a big computer controlling everything. This system is not part of the command and control network. There are environmental control terminals for this system throughout the ship, but I've locked them out. Harry grinned. The Kree are too regimented a society to have ever developed much in the way of computer security. If their main system is smart, it may try to break my passwords, but I don't give it much of a chance of breaking a password made up of the first 2 verses of the Sultans of Swing anytime soon. Smart little primates, aren't you? A voice said, a voice containing the strange double echo associated with real-time translation. Harry sighed at the new voice. It had been going so well, too. He slowly turned to face the new speaker, a tall man with blue skin and some sort of weapon pointed at Harry and his friends. Hi there, he said brightly, recalling how this level of cheerfulness always annoyed Marvell. We were just getting ready to ask if you could take us home. How did you get out of your cells? The blue man demanded. The question brought only silence from the group, though Hermione and Padma seemed on the verge of whimpering. Answer me, the blue man thundered. Magic, Padma answered truthfully. What? The blue man demanded when his translation software failed to produce any meaning from the word magic. Explain yourself. Okay, she said, raising her wand. Stupefied, the blue man's weapon slipped from his grasp as he fell face first to the decking. I don't believe it. Padma sighed as her legs gave out, forcing her to lean against the table to keep from falling to the floor herself. I simply do not believe that worked. Here, the oddly metallic voice of the synthezoid broke the silence in the clearing in front of the dilapidated old shack. Massive energy discharge. The residue of the discharge matric suggests Kree weapon technology. Let me try, the red-clad woman said quietly from her place at the machine man's side. She raised her hands over her head before bringing them down in front of her body. Minerva McGonagall gasped as ghostly images of the 5 missing students suddenly appeared before the group of professors and visitors. The 5 specters milled about, some pointing at the shrieking shack and obviously having an unheard conversation. Ghosts, she gasped. They're all dead. No, the muggle named Stark said from her side, his eyes never leaving the 5 vaporous forms. Wanda can use residual temporal energy to reconstruct what happened under the right conditions. Don't let it bother you, ma'am, the young black woman who had introduced herself as Captain Marvel said. Shaking her head, the woman clad all in white with an ebony starburst on her chest continued. Wanda scared the life out of me the first time I saw her do that. The tableau before them continued until the specter easily identified as Harry Stark suddenly stiffened and began looking around, only to suddenly fall with the rest of the students. Then 3 taller figures entered the area and collected the fallen students. Kree, Stark said in a voice full of anger. Those folks just don't seem to learn, the captain agreed. I'm going to start a pattern search in high orbit and look for Kree comm signals. Thank you, Monica, Stark nodded. Be careful. Even with your speed, a ship is a very small target in a very large volume of space. If they're still in the solar system, we'll find them, Tony. The woman's body flared in a white light, and she disappeared, leaving a streak of light soaring into the sky. And I will be contacting Dr. Peter Corbeau at Project Starcore. The vision said, his project instrumentation will have detected any instances of Kree Empire warp signatures. Stark was stoic as the synthezoid entered the waiting Quinjet. We'll find them, Tony, Wanda said, laying her hand on his shoulder. Who is this Kree? Dumbledore asked. The Kree are an advanced civilization based out of the Greater Magellanic Cloud, the billionaire said, his hands in his pocket, his gaze looking upward toward the unseen stars. A year ago, a group of heroes I fund were sucked into one of the skirmishes in an ongoing war between the Kree and another galactic power, the Skrull Empire. Our people defended themselves and ended up being a decisive factor in ending the battle. I was one of those taken, In the end, we thought we taught both sides that it would be a mistake to come into conflict with the people of Earth, the woman in red said quietly. It seems that at least a few of the Kree didn't learn that lesson, Stark murmured, still looking skyward. If any of those children are harmed because some coward thought he could strike back at me through my child, I will show the Kree Empire just how good I am at building things that destroy civilizations. Harry watched as the force field shimmered into place, confining the unconscious Kree warrior in the cell that Hermione and Padma had been sharing only an hour before. Okay, he said, Hermione, stuff his clothing into the disposal oubliette there in the corner by that bright yellow display. Why did you strip him? She asked as she gathered the blue man's uniform. Mostly because we have no reasonable method of determining what is or isn't a weapon, Harry explained. Look what happened when they left you all with what you had on you. That plus the psychological stress of being naked can't be underestimated, at least I think it can't. I honestly don't know enough about Kree psychology to be able to say one way or the other. You're taking all of this rather calmly, Tracy noted as she eyed the door at the far end of the passageway. With my dad being who he is, Harry sighed, and the people I hang out with, all this sort of thing happened to me before. A couple of times by people who thought that they could get money from my dad for me, and a few more because I was hanging out with my friend Franklin when one of his family's enemies decided to get to them through him, Harry shrugged. Sure, it's scary, but after a while you get used to it. If I ever get used to it, Padma said, shaking her head, I'll turn myself into the long-term care ward at St. Mungo's. Okay, Neville said from where he was guarding the door, his wand at the ready. You said there was a crew of 6 with 1 in the cell, which leaves 5. What are we going to do? You said you had your pranking supplies with you, Harry noted. Does that include your miniature Spider-Man? Ah, Neville nodded. You'd like me to do a little Weasley hunting? Yep. Harry grinned as he came to his friend's side. The Kree are an extremely militarized culture. I have absolutely no doubt that it wouldn't take long for the captain of this scout ship to come up with a strategy to counter our magic. However, if we inflict a small herd of Spider-Men on them, there isn't a strategy made that could count that kind of randomness. Harry stood for a moment, gripping his wand. At least I hope there isn't. What about your weapons? Hermione asked. The ones on those tentacle things first year? Part of the negotiation that got me back to school second year was removing those. Harry shrugged, and he waved his wand and duplicated one of Neville's pair of Spider-Man action figures, and then did it again. Dad said that in a negotiation he had to give Dumbledore something. No big loss, really. The MK4 tech suit designs didn't use them anymore, so we traded away something I wasn't going to use anyway. He turned to the 3 girls and showed them the palm of his gloved left hand that contained a golden disc perhaps 2 inches across. We finished the design and fabrication of the MK4 over the summer. This disc is the emitter for a Stark International Force Beam projector version 2.1. It is roughly 3 times as powerful as the one I used on the Troll first year, and that's the problem. It's entirely possible I could punch through the hull with it, and that would kind of ruin everyone's day. So, we use our wands? Tracy asked. And we rely on Neville's potions, Harry nodded. Harry, Tracy whispered in his ear. Is that a good idea? I know Longbottom is your friend, but I've had potions with him. He's a menace. Trust me, Tracy, Harry laughed. He's had some tutoring. He paused as he enlarged the 6 duplicates of the action figures, so that they were each 2 feet tall. They're ready for you, Nevada. Longbottom produced a vial that he used to dose the wrists of each of the dolls, and then another that seemingly brought them to life. Okay, you lot, he said to the suddenly animated action figures. I need you to seek out the crew of this ship and restrain them. Don't hurt them if you can avoid it, but restrain all of them. The dolls nodded their understanding, and with a chorus of thwips, they swung into the passage beyond the door. How did you do that? Hermione demanded. Potions can't bring something to life, Padma agreed. Well, Neville said with a shy grin, what I'm doing is really more alchemic than traditional potions. You. Tracy stuttered before managing to collect herself. You're an alchemist? Oh, no, Neville said, shaking his head. I'm not an alchemist, at least, not yet. Monica Rambeau continued her search pattern, reflecting that Stark had been right. Even at her speed, this was a huge volume of space to cover. Suddenly, the blunt, oblong form of a Kree starship was in front of her. Pausing to extend her senses, she could find no indication that the crew of the starship had noticed she had found them. No external shielding was in place, beyond the Kree's normal navigational deflectors. With a thought, she slipped through a transparent viewport, and her body shifted from her energy form to her mass state. "I've found the ship," she whispered into the communicator built into her mask. "Understood," the Vision's voice murmured in her earpiece. "I am informing Iron Man now. I am receiving your beacon clearly. The Quinjet will be matching orbit in 97 minutes. Starting my search for the children," Monica whispered. "Marvel out." The first major compartment she came across was the scout ship's engine room. She recognized the configuration from others she had seen during her mission to the Kree home world, but there was something odd about it. The ceiling of the space was festooned with Spider-Man's webbing. How did that make any sense? Monica grasped a strand of the webbing to examine it more closely. What was the webslinger doing on a starship? Evidently, he had been busy, given the evidence that was everywhere. The chair in front of the control console was covered in the sticky stuff. Wondering what Spider-Man had to do with the Stark boys' kidnapping, she started to make her way out of the empty engine room, only to find herself restrained by the single strand of webbing. She pulled as hard as she could and grimaced when the strand snapped back and pulled her glove with it. Silently cursing, she pulled the glove back on and shifted to her energy form, planning on what she was going to say to the webhead when she found him. Once she was solid again, she made her way from the engine room. The last ship of similar design she had been on had secure cells on this level, near the medical/environmental control compartment. That seemed to be the most likely place for the children to be. Silently, she moved forward, making her way to those spaces, and found the 3 cells to be occupied by 5 unconscious, naked, and for the most part webbed-up Kree. What was going on? "One more time," Harry said reasonably. "What is this all about?" The female Kree sat silently. If she had been human, Harry would have judged her to be in her mid-20s, but she was not, so he had no idea. He did know she wore the command insignia, and that she had been at the ship's command position when they found her webbed to her chair, no longer able to reach her controls. "Okay, fine, don't talk," Harry grinned at her, knowing that it would make her angry. "The fact remains that we've taken your ship, and my systems are going to defeat your security sooner or later." He did not feel the need to mention that the Texit's time estimates for suborning the ship's command AI was counted in weeks. The Kree did not have much in the way of computer security, but their sentient artificial intelligences were anything but pushovers. "I say," Tracy interrupted, "that if she isn't going to cooperate, we don't need her or her crew. They should all go out that double door thing to outside the ship." "The airlock," Harry explained, making sure to supply a term the Kree's translator would handle. He could tell from Tracy's expression that she was anything but serious, but the prisoner did not know that. In the end, Hermione's reaction really sold it. "No," the bushy-haired girl shouted. "We can't just kill them. That would be inhumane." "They aren't human," Tracy pointed out. "My crew will face their end like the warriors they are," the woman in the chair responded. "Some warriors," Neville snarked, "taken out by children's toys." "The Kree Empire is feared throughout known space," she insisted before hesitating. "What do you mean, children's toys?" "The Kree Empire appears to be somewhat overrated," Harry suggested, his easy smile still fixed. "You and your crew of warriors were taken down by the 5 of us," he pointed out. "We are children by our society's standards, and we defeated you with the toys we had with us when you kidnapped us." The blue woman's eyes narrowed. "You're lying." "Yeah, like I'd lie about something like that," Harry snorted. "We aren't even old enough to drive yet." Seeing the blank look on the captive's face, he continued, "To operate one of our ground vehicles. Of course, this is our opportunity to change all that." "What?" the woman asked. "Torturing information from an enemy is one of the gateways to adulthood," Harry said with an evil grin. "And since you've so thoughtfully provided enough of a crew that we each get one. With a spare," Tracy added helpfully. Obviously, she had picked up on what he was doing. "In case one of us accidentally kills theirs before we get any information from him." "Harry," Hermione just as obviously had not. "You can't do that." "Oh, that one," Harry laughed, ignoring his friend. "She's a rule follower." "We'll have to turn them over to the authorities, Harry," she said. He conjured a knife in front of the Kree woman's eyes and drove it into the armrest of the woman's chair, missing her arm by inches. I guess I'll start with you. How did you do that? She gasped. Blades are easy, Harry remarked as he created another. We get taught to make them in the cradle. We practice our techniques on political prisoners, but to have an actual invader? Oh, the rewards we'll get. Harry, wait your turn, Hermione, Harry said offhandedly as he slid a third blade against the woman's cheek. You can have the science officer. She really doesn't want to do it, you know, he confided in his prisoner. The rules are important to her. However, once she sees what the rest of us do to you and your crew, she'll join in. Peer pressure, you know? What would you want to know? Every time your people have started a fight with the people of Earth, you've lost, Harry explained patiently. Every single time. But you keep right on trying. Now, what was this all about? There are more than 6 billion people on the planet. Why did you try to take the 5 of us? The woman blinked at the realization that children had defeated her. The Tony Stark killed my father. Explain that, Harry said with a frown. When the Earth heroes were taken to Kree, there was a battle. When they escaped, I was informed by the Supreme Intelligence that the Tony Stark killed my father in their escape. Ah, I see, Harry said, his eyes narrowing. Your father attacked mine. Mine fought back and your father was killed. And now you're here to get revenge on my father through me. Yes, the woman declared. If I had a nickel for every time, Harry said, shaking his head. And the rest of my friends? Why did you take them? We could leave no witnesses. Of course not, Harry sighed. Sorry guys, looks like you got caught up in this because of me. Harry, Padma said. He turned to find his friends all had their wands drawn and aimed at Captain Marvel, standing in the doorway. Hello, Captain, he said calmly, drawing his own wand and joining them. We've got Kree. I haven't seen anyone with feathers, so we don't have any Shi'ar, but that doesn't mean we don't have any Scrolls hanging around causing trouble. So, tell me, what did you think of that gumbo Jarvis and I made for you last summer? The woman in white smiled. Harry, honey, you tried, but whatever that was, it wasn't gumbo. Harry grinned. Good to see you, Cap. Calm down, guys. She's one of the good guys. If I'd known you had the situation in hand, Monica said as she took a seat at the scout ship's helm, I'd have stayed home and finished my book. Don't mistake no longer being prisoners with being control, Harry said. Can you fly this thing? A helicopter? Sure, a fixed-wing aircraft, no problem. The Quinjet, you bet. This thing? Not a chance. Don't worry, though. Iron Man, Scarlet Witch, and the Vision are on their way, and we'll be here in about an hour. Between us all, we'll get you back to school. Albus Dumbledore and his deputy stood in open-mouthed amazement as the huge craft settled silently onto the ground just outside the gates of Hogwarts, followed by the shrieking sounds of Tony Stark's flying machine landing next to it. For all of his dealings with the Muggle world, the headmaster had never seen anything like this. Albus, Minerva whispered in awe, what have you allowed into our school? His response went unsaid as a doorway suddenly appeared in the side of the huge alien machine and a ramp descended to the ground. The red and green machine man led his missing students from the craft to the ground. Thanks, Vision, the Stark boy was saying. I thought we'd be stuck in that ship for the rest of the day, decompressing. While Kree's standard atmosphere does contain much more nitrogen than you are used to, the machine man said in his echoing metallic voice, and at higher atmospheric pressure, it is not as high a pressure as you would experience in even a shallow dive, Harry. The excess nitrogen in your bloodstreams was easily expressed after a short time at normal Earth sea level pressure. Your caution, while well considered, is unnecessary. Are you all okay? Tony Stark asked as he approached his son and his friends. We're fine, Mr. Stark, Padma said with a blush. They managed to free themselves before I arrived, Captain Marvel assured the worried father. Not me, Harry said, shaking his head. I was on a slab being kept unconscious. It was these guys that saved us. No, Tracy disagreed. Neville saved us. He was the one who figured out how to get through the force field thing, and his alchemy prevented us from having to fight. Well done, Mr. Longbottom, Minerva interjected, reminding the assembled students and muggles that the school's administration was present while wondering what the Slytherin girl meant by Longbottom's alchemy. It appears that you were a credit to Gryffindor while on your adventure. Yes, I agree, Dumbledore nodded. Perhaps it would be appropriate for all of you to be excused from school for a few days, so that you can see your families and deal with the trauma of your abduction. Yes, that is a good idea, Tony agreed. I can offer a lift home to all of you. It would probably be best if I went home via the flue, Tracy said quietly. I'm not sure how my family would react to a huge muggle machine landing on the lawn. Whatever you think is best, Miss Davis, Tony said to the girl with a grin, before turning to look at the Kree scout ship. What are we going to do with this beast? I believe a new voice broke in. Dealing with the Kree and their vessel falls under my brief. None of you are going anywhere until you are thoroughly debriefed on the alien contact. The entire group turned to face the new speaker. A tall woman clad in a dark green uniform, with green hair and green glasses, stood perhaps 10 feet away. Agent Brand, Tony said, nodding. I had no idea that Sword would be interested in this. You're surprised that the Sentient World Observation and Response Department would be interested in a Kree warship kidnapping Terran citizens capable of magic? The woman asked dryly. You're smarter than that, Stark. We would be interested even if your son wasn't one of the victims. Dumbledore and McGonagall exchanged a startled glance. This situation was getting completely out of hand. The Statute of Secrecy was in serious danger with all these muggles appearing on the school grounds. I must caution you, Mr. Dumbledore, Miss McGonagall, I am not your enemy, the woman said without looking at them. However, if you draw your wands, you will be dead before you can cast your first spell. 3 different sniper teams have you in their sights, and they are well capable of dealing with your stealth techniques as well as your ability to teleport. Since the danger of your wands is based purely upon your intent, my people will not be taking any chances. You know about magic? The headmaster asked. Of course we know about magic. You personally dealt with the Allies during the Second World War, did you not, Mr. Dumbledore? Did you really think we'd forgotten about you? The woman sniffed dismissively. There has never been a reason to interfere in your culture, so we have left you alone to your own devices, though we came awfully close to dealing with your Voldemort problem before Mr. Stark the Younger did it for us. Always the charmer Abigail, Tony said with a grin. How long will this debrief last? These kids have been through a lot. As long as it takes, Tony. As long as it takes. The debriefing seemed to last forever, but finally Tracy was free. Somehow, she had been the last, so she knew she would be alone. This is why Tracy was surprised to find Harry, now wearing a t-shirt and trousers over his gray tech suit, waiting when she exited the sword vehicle. Hey, Harry said. You waited for me? Tracy asked self-consciously. Yeah, I wanted a chance to apologize, Harry responded. Walk you to the 3 broomsticks? Dumbledore said that he'd arrange for you to use their flue. Yes, please, I think that would be nice. Tracy seemed to think for a moment. Why would you need to apologize? You only got involved with all the stuff today because of me. For better or for worse, this is my life. Harry sighed as he reached to take her hand. Here in the magical world, I'd let myself forget. I should have warned you that stuff like this happens around me. A grin appeared on his face. Now you have to admit that for a first date, it really was out of this world. How long have you been waiting to use that horrible line? Tracy asked, shaking her head. Since about the time Neville got the report from his Spider-Man that the crew was restrained, Harry admitted. You can't reasonably expect a guy to pass up a line like that. Oh, you are hilarious, Tracy said with a small smile. The thrill ride that is your life wasn't that big a surprise, Harry. Sure, I never really expected to go into space. I'd always hoped I would get the opportunity someday. But I never really expected that I would. As far as your life, well, I've researched you as well as the Vision. I know about your more public adventures. They walked in silence for a few strides, and Tracy began again. I have my own apology to make. What could you possibly have to apologize for? Harry asked, incredulously. From what everyone told me, you saved my life. Saw you naked too, Tracy laughed. But I don't need to apologize about that. I need to apologize for my family. What about your family? Harry asked. All families are weird. You've seen mine, well, my dad anyway. You still need to meet Pepper and Jarvis. Tracy refused to meet his gaze. I've been instructed to seduce you. Harry stopped in his tracks, but he had not let go of her hand, so he pulled Tracy to a stop as well. Say that again. Tracy sighed. I know you were raised Muggle, Harry, and I know that I don't know much about how the magical world does things. But here, in the magical culture, the great families work out their bindings well in advance. Harry began walking again, and he maintained his hold on her hand. So, your family wants you too. Tracy sighed again. I've been instructed, to use my feminine wiles to bind you to my will. When the time comes, we will be married and you will take the Davis name. The Potter fortune and properties will be folded into the Davis estate, and possibly the less embarrassingly muggle portions of the Stark estate. And I thought I had a weird life, Harry said, shaking his head. This isn't your idea, I take it. I'm the heir, Tracy shrugged. My grandfather, the current head of House Davis, is ill. His healers tell me that they do not expect him to live for more than another 2 years. Upon his death, I will assume the duties of head of house, and I will cancel the instructions. I had no idea I was such a catch, Harry snarked. Your grandfather has good taste. God, you can be an arse, Tracy noted. Yeah, I know. I'm not saying I'm opposed to seduction. An utter arse, Tracy hissed. I'm trying to apologize to you. I know, but this may just be another example of your feminine wiles. Harry grinned before becoming serious again. Are you okay? Yes, she admitted. Though I don't know how I'm going to explain all this to my family. Mum will understand, I think, but grandfather? My aunt and uncle? Never. Tell them the truth, Harry advised. And blame me. It will be the truth, and it might well get you out of the seduce Harry chore. The pair had reached Hogsmeade. I'll blame you, trust me, Tracy laughed. Good, Harry said as he opened the door to the 3 broomsticks for her. What is a feminine wile anyway? Took him long enough, Padma grumbled as Harry boarded the Quinjet. I really love it when you show this side of yourself, Hermione giggled. If it bothers you that much, you should just grab on a Harry and snog him until he pays attention to you. I hate you. I really, really hate you, Padma growled. Hey guys, Harry waved as he approached to take the seat next to Neville. Harry swiveled his chair around to face them. He then showed Neville how to do the same. Sorry it took so long, Tracy was a bit worried about how her folks were going to react. Not the biggest fans of muggles, I'm told. I don't understand why you had to walk with her all the way to Hogsmeade, Padma complained. Well, a couple of reasons. The first being that her family, being the traditionalists they are, would freak completely out if the Quinjet landed on the front lawn to bring Tracy home. There's no reason to put her through that, so allowing her to fly home is the easiest thing to do. And what's the second? Hermione asked. Well, technically, we were on a date. Now, granted, I can make the quite public and very true claim that the date was out of this world, but surely it should have ended better than this. Merlin, Harry, Hermione groaned. That was a horrible joke. You used that the date was out of this world pun on Tracy, didn't you? Padma asked with a raised eyebrow. Yeah, Harry laughed. She didn't think it was funny either. Why not? Neville asked, laughing. That was hilarious. How can anybody not find that funny? There's no understanding girls, Nevada. I quit trying a long time ago. You're both going to get hurt, Hermione growled. There's no reason to get nasty, Harry laughed again. By the way, you did a fantastic job being the good cop in the interrogation. Hermione. I did no such thing, Harry, she protested. You were being horrible to her, and your reaction really sold it, Harry explained. When you were all but freaking out over what I was saying, the Kree's imagination was working overtime, coming up with all the things we might do to her. Good job. Tracy seemed to catch on to your ploy quickly enough, Padma noted. I wonder if she was playing along or if she was actually in favor of a little torture. Not nice, Padma, Harry said with a shake of his head before changing the subject. Okay, seriously, are your families going to be okay with this? Are they going to want you to stay away from me? How can you even ask that, Harry? Padma asked. Harry shrugged. It's happened before. Sometimes when the family gets a look at my life, they decide that it's not safe for my friends to be around me. I can't speak for the others, Harry, Neville said. But my gran is almost deliriously happy that you and I are associated. The Potters and the Longbottoms have been doing stupid things together for centuries. Today's adventure will not change that. Hermione could not meet his eyes. I don't know, Harry. Since we landed, I've been worried about that. As far as my family goes, Padma interjected, we have a long history of having adventures in our teen years. I think, if anything, the only thing Daddy will ask is why his studious Ravenclaw daughter is the one having the adventures rather than his daring Gryffindor daughter. Of course, if our adventures together become too epic and my reputation frightens off other suitors, you will end up having to marry me. Sure, why not? Harry asked, looking at the ceiling of the Quinjet, as if he were looking to the heavens. If one girl's family can be pushing her that way, why not another? What? Hermione asked. Nothing, nothing, Harry said as the Quinjet lifted off the ground with a muted whine of its engines. Well, that's it. An hour to London. An hour? Neville asked. The flight to your home from London was only 90 minutes. That was suborbital, Harry explained. This trip is going to be in the atmosphere the entire time, and that slows us down. The Quinjet is faster than an airliner, but not that much. Who are these Kree? Her grandfather asked. The man's fury was clear to Tracy. We will destroy them for daring to challenge House Davis. Tracy carefully set her spoon down. Her soup was going to get cold, but there was nothing she could do about it. Grandfather, the Kree are not of this world. They're beyond even your reach. I wasn't really their target anyway. Explain yourself, girl, Aunt Eunice spat. No one on Earth is beyond the reach of the Davis clan. Even the Dark Lord feared angering father. The Kree do not live on Earth, Tracy explained. They are beings from another world. From another galaxy, really. I have learned that their empire is based out of the Nebeculi Magellani. And you believe that tripe? Uncle Weasley snapped. I looked out a window of the craft I was on and saw the Earth, Uncle, Tracy responded. The entire Earth. They were only interested in Harry Potter due to his connection to his adopted Muggle father, Stark. The rest of us were only taken because the Kree wanted to leave no witnesses. Tracy saw her grandfather nod from his place at the head of the table. If the rumors she had heard of his youth were true, the old man understood leaving no witnesses. I am unused to hearing of groups beyond my reach, he rumbled. And I'm more than slightly disturbed to hear that this Muggle, Stark, has forces he can marshal against beings from another world, while I cannot. The patriarch was quiet for several minutes, obviously deep in thought. The Longbottom boy is a budding alchemist, you say? Yes, grandfather, Tracy agreed. I cannot explain it. He has always been a menace in potions, but he produced some alchemical substances that allowed us to take over the ship. The Longbottom clan is famous for their power, Aunt Eunice noted. Though disturbingly light, they are formidable. Do not presume to inform me of the Longbottom clan's power, Eunice, the old man thundered. I was there when their damned doom bell rang, and I saw what Quinius Longbottom did after it rang. I am sorry, father, Aunt Eunice whispered, averting her gaze. Once again, you surprise me, girl, her grandfather said. Not only have you obviously made inroads with the Potter boy and his contacts among the Muggles, you've managed to align yourself with House Longbottom and an alchemist. Very well done indeed. Tracy suppressed a sigh and picked up her spoon to resume eating her now tepid soup. She was not sure the family was ever going to understand her. More importantly, now that he knew what she was tasked to do, would Harry want anything to do with her? What's wrong, Hermione? Hermione looked up from her butterbeer. She and her mother were in the leaky cauldron waiting for the rest of their group to gather for the trip to Hogwarts via a specially open flu access to Professor McGonagall's office. I keep waiting for you or Daddy to tell me that I shouldn't associate with Harry any longer. Christine Granger reached across the table to take her daughter's hand. I won't lie to you, Hermione, we thought about it and discussed it quite a bit the last couple of days. Because of who he is, both in the magical society and out here in the real world, he's going to attract the attention of those with something to prove. Oh, Hermione said quietly. But then, we remember that we lose you to the magical world for 10 months out of the year, and that we have no access to you in any real terms. Therefore, it is nice to have friends like Tony Stark who can call for help from the Avengers if needed. Christine smiled at the expression on her daughter's face. Besides, I remember what it's like to be 14. If we forbid you to see Harry, you'd likely ignore us and carry on the way you have been. Mom! Hermione gasped, scandalized at the suggestion. Or worse, you'd learn some obscure magic to modify our memories and make us forget about magic. I, Hermione said, offended to her core, would never do something like that. See that you don't, Christine said sternly. The penalty would be severe. You would be grounded for a month with no library privileges. Mother! The door to the street opened and a pale Neville Longbottom staggered in, followed by a laughing Harry Potter. Neville collapsed in a chair at the Granger's table and laid his head on the tabletop. So fast. What's wrong, Neville? Hermione asked. Dad takes speed limits as advisories, Harry laughed. Hi, Mrs. Granger. Hey, Hermione. It would be wrong, Tony Stark opined, to have a magnificent machine like that jag and not see what she could do. You sound just like my dad, Hermione huffed as she patted Neville on the shoulder in sympathy. Thanks, Tony laughed. All right, the three of you head off to school. What about Padma? Hermione asked. Dunyata has some business in Hogsmeade and Padma is traveling with her, Tony said. Go on now, you'll be late. The two adults watched as the children disappeared into the green flames of the fireplace. Gone again, Christine sighed. Yeah, Tony agreed. Are you and Stuart doing anything tonight? I don't think so, she said. How about dinner on me? I've got a few things to talk to you both about. Stark. Harry looked up from his essay on switching charms. Hey, Draco. What's up? Malfoy took the seat across the table from the Ravenclaw. Crabbe and Goyle sat on either side of their leader. Davis has been telling some wild stories about why you and those others disappeared for 4 days, and I wanted to find out your story. Not much of a story, really, Harry shrugged. We got kidnapped by some people with a grudge against my father, managed to free ourselves, and got a couple of days to get our heads together. Davis claims that they were aliens, Goyle said hesitantly. Not human. Not even from Earth. Yeah, Harry nodded as he added a few words to his essay. They were Kree, from an empire based out of the Lesser Magellanic Cloud. They're basically humanoid, bipedal, 2 arms, 4 fingers with an opposable thumb on each hand. Blue skin on the main line, though there are some that look as human as you or I. You're serious, Malfoy said. Yeah, Harry nodded before looking up at the 3 Slytherins. My dad bankrolls one of the planetary defense forces. Outworlders with issues with Earth take exception to that. And well, I'm a soft target for groups who want to make a point. The others were caught up in it because they were with me. Good thing, too, Neville and the girls saved my bacon. Longbottom saved you? Draco asked incredulously. Nev and the girls, yeah, Harry admitted. I was laid out on a medical slab held in stasis. Neville got everyone free, and Hermione figured out where we were. Then Tracy got me out of the stasis. We were almost recaptured, but Padma stunned the Kree soldier and saved us. It was a group effort, and I was pretty much only along for the ride. There are really aliens from other worlds? Vinny Crabbe asked. Oh yeah, Harry said as he returned to his essay. Lots of them. I can score you some books on the other species that have made official contact if you'd like. The 3 Slytherins exchanged looks. But Draco hesitated before continuing. Why haven't we heard of them? I don't know, Harry shrugged. First contact with the Scrolls was not long after the first moon landing, about 25 years ago. Moon landing? Goyle asked incredulously. What do you mean moon landing? Harry put his quill down and blinked. You don't know about the moon landing? Neil Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin landed Mayday, landing on the moon in the Sea of Tranquility in June of 1969. Still seeing the blank looks on the others' faces, he pushed his notes aside and started manipulating the search function on his datapad before spinning it around to face the others. Here's the video of the first moonwalk. Draco stared at the device that he had seen the Ravenclaw use for the last 3 years. In the past, he had seen it show words like a book and static, unmoving photographs. But now it was showing a scene with motion, as a white man-shaped thing appeared to be descending a ladder. One small step for man, the device said. One giant step for mankind. That's the moon. Vinny asked. Yep, Harry nodded. But there's no air there, Greg marveled. How can they be there if there's no air? That's what the spacesuits are for, Harry explained. It protected them from the vacuum and the wild temperature variations. And it was Muggles that did this? Draco asked. Yeah, Harry admitted. But to be fair, they can't transfigure things or inlay charm work onto things, or any of the other magical things the Magicals take for granted. Could a broom fly high enough to take a wizard to the moon? Greg asked. I don't think a broom could do it, Harry said hesitantly. And at 250,000 miles, it's out of range of any apparition I've ever heard of. But I think that if enough Magicals got together and put their minds to it, a magical journey to the moon might be possible. Of course we could, Draco confirmed. Yeah, and I got to tell you, Harry said, changing the topic once he saw the opportunity. Tracy was scary as hell when we were interrogating the scout ship's captain. Slytherin got lucky when you got her. What? Draco asked. But she's a half-blood, Greg said in a perplexed tone. So am I, Harry pointed out. And I've seen the way you guys treat her. I think you're all being really short-sighted. Your status is what overcomes your birth status. You know that. I know, Draco. You've explained it to me before. I'm the heir of an important family. But have you forgotten? Tracy is also an heir. We're all heirs, Vinny noted. We are, Harry conceded. Except, of course, like myself, Tracy isn't an heir. Both of us happen to be the heir for our respective families. I was at Neville's this summer when his grandmother held a meeting of the families, mostly to announce Neville's intention to take his place among them. None of you were there. Of course we weren't Stark, Vinny said, shaking his head. None of us are in direct line to lead our families. Our parents are all in front of us. Tracy was there, Harry noted. From what I understand, the Davis family and its clients and retainers are a major force in magical Britain, and Tracy's grandfather is a sick man who reportedly doesn't have long to live. You guys are alienating someone who is going to come into some massive power fairly soon. Harry kept his smile hidden when the look of shock crossed the faces of all three Slytherins as they realized he was right. Why do you care, Stark? Draco asked, trying to hide his reaction. Tracy is a friend of mine, Harry said with a shrug. So are you guys sort of? I've never been a fan of seeing people fight for no good reason. Tracy is really smart and a lot of fun. You guys are losing out when you distance yourself from her. The datapad chimed, startling the three Slytherins. Harry spun the device around until he could read the display. Excellent, he enthused. What? Draco asked. Oh, a simulation I was running back home, just finished, and it's compiling a report. Is it important? Vinny asked. Don't know yet. I hope it's useful, but that all depends on how good my assumptions and starting data was. Garbage in, garbage out, you know. Draco found himself wondering if he should be worried that he did not understand what Stark was talking about. So you weren't weightless? One of the Muggle-born Ravenclaw fifth years asked. No, Padma said, shaking her head. The ship we were on had some kind of, I don't know, artificial gravity, I guess. And you all actually met the Avengers? Another Muggle-born asked. Hermione looked around the common room, seeing the confusion on some of the purebloods' faces. Well, some of them, she admitted. Captain Marvel and the Vision were on the scout ship with us. After we landed, the Scarlet Witch was there as well, along with Harry's father. Do you really expect us to believe that you were abducted by little green men from Mars? Cho Chang asked sarcastically. Large blue men, actually, Padma sniffed. She had never really cared for Cho. The girl had a sense of entitlement that never quite seemed deserved. From Kreelar, Hermione added, that's in the Greater Magellanic Cloud. And they came here? Marietta Edgecombe demanded. Why? Harry, Padma said simply. They were after Harry. We were just witnesses. What's to stop them from coming back? An upper year asked. Hermione and Padma exchanged a look. Well, Hermione said hesitantly, I think Neville Longbottom scared them. The Ravenclaw common room was quiet for a very long time. Daphne Greengrass had been wandering aimlessly through the castle for more than an hour, up and down stairs, through endless hallways, in and out of classrooms. At least her path appeared to be aimless wandering. In fact, her path through the castles was meant to ensure that she was not followed. Finally, she reached her destination, an unused classroom on the 5th floor. About time you got here, Millicent said from where she sat. What's this about? Daphne demanded. And why couldn't it wait until we all met for the holiday? The plan doesn't allow for us to be seen together outside of house functions. We've all been stupid, her cousin said, leaning with his back against the wall. About what? Millicent asked. Quite a few things, he responded, but mostly about Davis. What has that hopped-up half-blood done now? Daphne asked. Forged an alliance with Stark to start with, Millicent noted. Anything else? She is the heir to the Davis family, he said. We've always known that, but haven't really thought about what it means. Old Hades, Davis built his family to the point that the Davis family was so powerful that even the Dark Lord didn't directly challenge him at the height of his power. Oh, Daphne said, paling with the realization of what she had done. Oh, indeed, her cousin agreed. It wasn't just you, Daph, we all did it, but she will likely be the Davis before we leave school. in a position to punish those who have angered her. Fuck, Millicent said simply. Why didn't we see that coming? Coupled with her adventures with Stark and Longbottom, and Longbottom turning out to be a budding alchemist. Daphne said, filling in the blanks. For the sake of the family, we need to forge a better relationship. With Davis, he summarized. Obviously, I can't, but you two can and will. We should wait, Daphne cautioned. Affecting a change of attitude now would seem false, a reaction to her adventure in space. It's best we wait until the new year. The three exchanged looks before nodding in agreement. What else have we missed? Millicent asked the room. A/N. And the Who's Who returns, due to the number of guest stars for this chapter. The Kree, also known as the Role, are a scientifically and technologically advanced militaristic humanoid alien race in the Marvel Universe. They are native to the planet Hala in the Lesser Magellanic Cloud. The Skrull are a race of scientifically and technologically advanced extraterrestrial reptilian shapeshifters, ancient enemies of the Kree. They originate from the planet of Skrullos in the Milky Way galaxy. The Shi'ar are a race of avian aliens in the Marvel Universe. The Shi'ar Imperium, also called the Aerie, is a vast collection of alien species, cultures, and worlds situated close, in a galactic scale too. The Skrull and Kree empires, and alongside them, is one of the three main alien empires, and now the most powerful one, as well as being the youngest empire out of the three of the Marvel Universe. Scarlet Witch, Wanda Maximoff, the daughter of Magneto, the twin sister of Quicksilver. The Scarlet Witch is a mutant who had the ability to manipulate probability via her hexes, often manifesting physically as hex spheres or hex bolts. These hexes are relatively short range and are limited to her line of sight. Wanda is an expert combatant, having been trained by both Captain America and Hawkeye, as well as being an adept tactician due to her years of experience working as an Avenger and her experience in a variety of combat situations. The Scarlet Witch also has the potential to wield magic, and later learned that she was destined to serve the role of Nexus Being, a living focal point for the Earth Dimension's mystical energy. Vision. The Vision is an android and a member of the Avengers. The Vision is described as being every inch a human being, except that all of his bodily organs are constructed of synthetic materials. The solar jewel on the Vision's forehead absorbs ambient solar energy to provide the needed power for him to function, and he is also capable of discharging this energy as beams. With this, he can fire beams of infrared and microwave radiation. The Vision also possesses the ability to manipulate his density, which at its lowest allows flight and a ghostly, phasing, intangibility, and at its heaviest provides superhuman strength, immovability, and a diamond-hard, near invulnerability. The Vision is capable of reaching a density 10 times greater than that of depleted uranium. Captain Marvel, Monica Rambeau, a police lieutenant from New Orleans who possesses the power to transform herself into any form of energy. Due to bombardment by extra-dimensional energies, Rambeau can transform herself into any form of energy within the electromagnetic spectrum. Among the many energy forms she has assumed and is able to control are cosmic rays, gamma rays, X-rays, ultraviolet radiation, visible light, electricity, infrared radiation, microwaves, radio waves, and neutrinos. By assuming an energy form, she gains all of that energy's properties. She is invisible and intangible in many of her energy forms, the most frequent exception being visible light, and is capable of flight in all her energy forms, reaching velocities up to and including light speed. She also has the ability to project these energies from her body while she is in human form, only one wavelength of energy at a time, usually in the form of energy blasts from her hands. She mentally controls both the type and quantity of energy she wishes to transmit. The maximum amount of energy she can transmit at a given time is unknown. Rambeau can also divert small amounts of various energies for employment as force beams, which have the equivalent to 300 tons of TNT of explosive force. A variation of this ability enables her to project light-based holographic illusions of herself. Rambeau has also shown the ability to split her energy from into several miniature energy forms that are under her mental command. Each miniature Rambeau is able to react and fly at light speed. Sentient World Observation and Response Department, or SWORD, is a counterterrorism and intelligence agency. Its purpose is to deal with extraterrestrial threats to world security. Abigail Brand. Abigail Brand is the commanding officer of SWORD, a SHIELD offshoot that deals with defending the Earth from extraterrestrial threats. Almost no details about her personal life have been revealed. Chapter 20, A/N. I do not own Harry Potter, nor any of the Marvel Comics characters mentioned herein. But you knew that. Harry Potter and the Invincible Technomage. Chapter 20, Year 3, Spring Term. Hades Davis inked his quill and resumed scratching out his thoughts. The Fools of the Light faction thought that they could force their reforms through the Wizengamot in the face of perceived weakness among the traditionalists, including but not limited to his own illness. The following day, he was going to issue only the latest, most important speech of his life, to disabuse his rivals of their fantasies. He was in the midst of the second paragraph of his preparation when the hearth flared and the flames turned green. Hades' brows climbed up his forehead. Who had the access to this fireplace? He had installed it so that he could make outgoing calls and to make possible covert egress from his library. The pits of hell, a young voice called from the flames. That settled it. This was not an accidental misconnection. Someone had specifically called out his flu address. He stood from his desk, his wand in his hand. Identify yourself. Mr. Davis. My name is Harry Stark, the young man's voice echoed in the room. I'm a classmate of Tracy's. If you have the time, I would appreciate the opportunity to speak with you. Davis chewed his lower lip while contemplating his decision, not knowing that his granddaughter had the same habit. With a gesture, he shut down the defenses that rendered the flu connection communication only and allowed a one-time passage. You may come through. A small form shot from the fireplace, as if he had entered the flu network at a full run. The black-haired boy slid along the floor, striking his head on Davis's desk. Ouch, the boy said eloquently, while holding his head. And what do you call that? Davis asked, focusing on his annoyance that the boy somehow got his address to avoid smiling at the child's entrance. I think that was an insanely bad exit of the flu network, the boy said as he sat up rubbing his head. I apologize for that, sir. It was my first attempt at fluing. Hopefully, I'll get better with practice. Get up, boy, Hades growled. What do you want? And how did you get my flu address? I'm here because yours is the only family involved in the kidnapping last month that I haven't spoken with yet, and apologized. The old man returned to his desk and sat down. And how did you get my flu address? He repeated. I purchased it from my Gringotts account manager. The old man blinked. It never occurred to him that his personal information might be for sale by the goblins. And what did my private flu address cost you? 30 galleons, Harry shrugged. 30? The old man sputtered. Did it occur to you that you could have simply written me using a school owl, and it would have cost you nothing? Something that cost me nothing would reflect that value to you, sir, the boy said. From what I have gathered from Tracy, it is unlikely that you would have responded to a letter from a stranger, and even less likely that you would respond to one from someone like me. Like you. Someone raised Muggle and the child of a Muggle born, Harry explained. Hades nodded. So, from what my granddaughter has told you, you decided to leave the school and violate my privacy. It's a Hogsmeade weekend, Harry explained. I'm supposed to meet with Tracy for an early dinner to make up for the date that was spoiled by the kidnapping. Outside of my head of house and my account manager, no one knows I am here. You are aware of my reputation? I am, Harry admitted. My account manager and my head of house both cautioned me against meeting alone with you. I also know that you were in the second row of the Wizengamot when the headmaster and the ministry attempted to set aside my adoption. Your reputation suggests that you would not have been there if the result was not a foregone conclusion. That session was going to be as fair as last month's kidnapping. Hades sat back in his chair and considered what he was being told. And my presence at the Wizengamot session means? It means that you are aware of at least some of the forces that would be brought to bear if something were to happen to me, the boy said simply. The Odinson. One of the Odinsons, Harry said with a shrug. Loki has taken a liking to me on occasion, and he might express an interest. Hercules would likely join in as well, and several of the Titans owe my father favors. Then, we would get to the people for whom finding me would be somewhat personal. Mistress Harkness, for example, has no great love of Britain, but does seem to tolerate me on occasion. A chance to rub the Wisegamot's nose in their own mess would likely appeal to her. Are you here to threaten me, boy? Not at all, sir. I'm sorry if I gave that impression. I was simply explaining why I went against the advice of both my head of house and my account manager about meeting you. Both Tracy's stories and your reputation have led me to believe that you are not a fool. The boy smiled, despite still wanting to be angry about this invasion of his privacy. Hades could not help but note aspects of his own eldest son in the boy. No wonder Tracy had been so willing to work toward her assigned goals. So, the boy continued. To sum up what I came to say, the kidnapping was my fault. The Kree were looking for a soft target in me to avenge themselves for the actions of my father. Tracy and the others were not the targets of the kidnapping and were only taken because they were with me. My granddaughter explained all this to me, Hades noted. Did Tracy also tell you that it could happen again? What? The old man choked, this information giving him more pause than he had expected. My father is a powerful man, the boy explained. One who has made enemies who might want to try to strike at him through me. It has happened before and will likely happen again. They generally learn that they have made a mistake in trying to strike at my father by using me as a proxy, but there are always others who are willing to try. Since returning to Britain, I've learned that I have enemies of my own. You do, Hades agreed. So far, the boy continued, these enemies have manifested themselves mostly in the form of the headmaster attempting to control me, and the ministry actively seeking to assist him in that. There were some rumors my first year that Voldemort himself appeared in wraith form and had possessed a teacher, but the two girls who told me about it had seen me fry myself earlier that evening and were pretty distraught, so that one may not have happened, and if it did, I wasn't involved. Gringotts tells me that those are only the first attempts I will face, and a seer has predicted that I will be facing Voldemort again someday. The seer offered no opinion on which of us will walk away from that fight. You put a lot of faith in seers and the goblin scum. The goblins have never lied to me, Harry said quietly. They don't like me any more than they like any other human, but they've always been honest with me. They had unrestricted control of the Potter family fortune for a decade, and according to the independent audit my father had done, were utterly honest in all of the dealings done in my name, and their efforts made me richer than I was before by a substantial margin. This is not something I can say about the wizards. As far as seers go, the boy shrugged. She's been right so far. The old man considered what the boy was telling him before nodding. So, what aren't you saying? Surely coming to tell me all this isn't your real reason for coming here. I know Tracy is important to you, since she is your heir, and I know you are important to her. I just wanted to make sure you were aware of what her associating with me could mean. And you did this with the others? I did, the boy admitted. Madame Longbottom was insulted that I would even think that Neville would even consider distancing himself from me. The Patil family seemed to think the whole thing was a great adventure, and the Grangers actually thought about pulling Hermione out of school to keep her away from me and the trouble I attract. Muggles, the old man nodded. They appear to be sensible. Nonetheless, I haven't noticed any real difference on either side of the magical divide, as far as common sense goes. The boy paused, as if undecided if he should go on. Mr. Davis, would you mind a personal question? The old man frowned. What is it? Again, the boy hesitated. Why are you pushing Tracy into trying to seduce me? Hades blinked. She told you. She did, but she didn't need to, Harry said. I'm the son of a very rich, single man, and I've inherited a sizable personal fortune of my own. I've seen a whole lot of women being intensely interested in my father without really knowing the first thing about him beyond his net worth. Tracy is nothing like any of them, which is why I knew she was doing as she was told. Your granddaughter is shy and quiet, unlike the brashness of the women pursuing my father. None of them last very long, but there is always another one waiting for her chance. A small smile played upon the boy's lips. More than one suggested that I might be better served attending a boarding school. I see, Hades responded. It truly had not occurred to him that the boy might be able to recognize what the girl was trying to do. Evidently, he had underestimated both of the children. Tracy is my friend, and we've had fun together, the boy continued. Someday that may become something else, but we're both only 13, And while I've noticed that people appear to marry awfully young in this society, I don't see that future for myself. Once I finish my education, I will need to establish myself in my career, and only then will I have time to think about a family. I will speak with her, Hades said, surprised by the shame he was feeling at having had his plot discovered. Thank you, sir, the boy said with a nod. As your heir, you'll be expecting her to carry on with the family traditions and values after you are gone. Of course, Hades agreed. Have you considered that the way she has been treated throughout her life may have an effect on just how she views those traditions and values? The boy asked innocently. The question shocked Hades. His first reaction was anger that the presumptuous boy would dare question him in this way. Then his anger was replaced by a feeling of concern. What if the child was right? What if he was dooming the family's traditions with how he treated his granddaughter and her mother? In the future, Mr. Stark, Hades said quietly, an owl from you would always receive my immediate attention. Thank you, sir. The boy smiled and made his way to the fireplace. The door opened before he could knock. Come in, Mr. Stark. Professor McGonagall said you wanted to see me, Headmaster? Yes, Mr. Stark, the old man said, shifting his paperwork into his in-basket. Have a seat. We appear to be alone, Headmaster, Harry pointed out as he remained standing by the door. I believe your agreement with my father has us never being alone together, sir. You left Hogsmeade yesterday. I did, Harry admitted. If you want this conversation to continue, you're going to need to call my head of house to attend. I hardly think we need to bother Professor Flitwick with this, the headmaster said soothingly. Whether you think so or not, Harry said, shaking his head, either you call for him or I'm leaving. You destroyed any trust one had for you my first year, and nothing over the last 2 has done anything to rebuild it. If this is an issue, I can be out of your school by tomorrow. Very well, Harry, Dumbledore sighed, his disappointment evident in his voice. The headmaster scribbled out a note and called for an elf to deliver it. Professor Flitwick will be here shortly. Surely we can begin our conversation while we wait for him? Surely not, Headmaster, Harry answered. The contract you agreed to so that I would return for my second year is quite clear on that. I am saddened by your lack of trust in me, Harry, the old man said quietly. And I was saddened when you attempted to take my father away from me, Headmaster, the boy responded. Which of us has the more valid reason for our feelings? The pair waited in silence for several moments until the door opened to reveal the diminutive head of House Ravenclaw. You called, Albus? Oh, excuse me. He corrected himself upon spotting Harry. You called, Headmaster? Please, both of you sit down, the old man said. We are here, Phileas, to discuss Mr. Stark's leaving the boundaries of Hogsmeade Village yesterday. I did, Harry admitted as he finally took the offered chair. But I refer you to the Hogwarts Student Handbook section on Hogsmeade visits, specifically the section that states, students will remain within the village limits of Hogsmeade or within the approved paths between Hogsmeade Village and Hogwarts School, unless on family business with the approval of the student's parent or guardian. My father approved my business outside of Hogsmeade. I submitted the letter that granted me permission to Professor Flitwick a full week prior to the Hogsmeade weekend. Mr. Stark fulfilled the notification requirement, Phileas pointed out, clearly perplexed by this line of inquiry. I was aware of his appointment with Hades Davis, an appointment I recommended against, given Davis's reputation, but Mr. Stark had his father's permission, and it wasn't really any of my business. Why didn't you inform me? Dumbledore asked. Why would I, Headmaster? The head of Ravenclaw. This year alone, I have processed 7 of these family business requests, and you haven't wanted to know about any of them before. I see. If there's nothing else, Headmaster, I do have classes. Harry pointed out. You are excused, Harry, Dumbledore said. Flitwick waited until the boy had left the office before he continued. What is going on, Albus? I'm not sure what you mean, Phileas, the old man said, shuffling the pages of parchment on his desk. It's as if you were trying to drive that young man out of the school, the younger man suggested. He left Hogsmeade to see Hades Davis, of all people. And you allowed it. How was I supposed to prevent it? Why would I? He had the proper permissions and good reason to want to speak to Hades. I'm not sure why you are doing this, but you are making a mistake with this boy. He's not an obedient Hufflepuff. He's not a follow-the-leader Gryffindor. He isn't even a calculation Slytherin. He's a thinking Ravenclaw, and he sees what you're doing. Thank you, Phileas. That will be all. Albus said dismissively. Anytime, Albus, the charms master said. A moment, Severus? Flitwick said as his colleague rose from the table following dinner. Yes, the potions master asked. This evening I was planning on dropping in on our combined OWL project group's meeting to check on their progress. I've heard they will be meeting to work on their calculator just about now. Would you like to come along? I suppose I should, Snape sighed. Even if I don't understand what they are trying to do. I must admit to not really understanding myself. But both Bathsheba and Septima both assure me that not only is what they are trying to do important, perhaps even vital, at least to their specialties, Phileas admitted. Flitwick led the way out of the great hall and to the stairs. He made sure they were alone before speaking again. Albus is up to something with the Stark boy. Snape snorted. Albus is always up to something. Having the Stark boy be his focus is far from unusual. True enough, the smaller man laughed before sobering. Well, we're here. Snape examined the door as if he expected it to open to hell. We'd best fulfill our responsibilities then. Flitwick nodded and reached for the door. Neville turned the corner heading back toward the Gryffindor dorms when he found himself lifted off his feet. A slight feeling of dread filled him when he noticed that a pair of redheads had taken each arm and were carrying him into an unused classroom. The twins returned him to his feet, and one of them sealed the door behind them, while the other stood in front of Neville with his arms crossed. Is there something you want to tell us, young Longbottom? He asked. I think he's been holding out on us, Fred, the other said as he took his place next to his brother. Hello, lads, Neville said, wondering how quickly he could get his Spider-Man into action. What can I do for you? He really had to develop some defenses that he could deploy at will. We heard the story of how you lot beat those bug-eyed monsters, one of the twins said. They had already shifted positions several times, and Neville had lost track of which of them had been identified as Fred. Blue people, his brother corrected him. Bug-eyed blue people. The first speaker continued as if not corrected. And there was mention of small red and blue men who swung from the ceiling and shot webs as part of your escape. Like the ones that chased us through the castle and stuck us to walls, George, the other noted. Quite right, Fred, George agreed. Exactly like the ones that chased us through the castle. The Ravenclaws are all going on about how Stark, Granger, and the Claw Patil all claim you are some kind of alchemist, and that the red and blue men are yours to control, Fred suggested. So, Neville asked, while trying to determine the best way to get out of the room without getting hexed too badly. So, you've been holding out on us, Fred said. It turns out you're a budding alchemist. We want your help. We're forming a company, George continued, a joke shop. We were going to call it Weasley's Wizarding Wheezes, but if we take on a partner, that could change, Fred noted. We can do a lot, George explained. We're dab hands at charms, and are much better at potions than we let on, George added. But alchemy, that's just beyond us. You bring so very much to the table. So, you're not mad about the Spider-Man chasing you through the castle? Neville asked. Mad? Fred asked incredulously. Why would we be mad, Nev? We're pranksters. What kind of pranksters would we be? George asked. If we couldn't take a joke. You got us good, Fred admitted. We had no idea how it was done or who did it. Finding out we were bested by an alchemist, I've got to tell you, that was a relief. If it had been just another student, it would have killed us. So, what do you say, Nev? George asked, draping an arm around Neville's shoulders. Are you in, partner? You're kidding me, Harry said as he stood on the dock staring at the 80-foot yacht. Have you ever known me to joke about something like this, Harry? Tony grinned. Ahoy! Sirius Black called from the ship's cockpit, waving a beer bottle as he did so. Branson's been smug as hell since he set the world record, Tony explained. It's time I took it back. Okay, Harry nodded, wondering if Sirius insanity had infected his father, or if it had been the other way around. 3 points. First, didn't Branson do his attempt from North America to Britain to make use of the prevailing currents? He did, and I took that into account. Tony grinned as he crossed the brow onto his newest toy. My party beast has power to spare. All the projections say she'll break the record against the currents. Party beast? Harry asked. I named her, Sirius explained as he handed Tony a beer. It seems the ladies love a boat, and they love the captain of a fast boat the most. You're the captain? Harry asked. As far as they know, Sirius admitted before brightening and pointing to the top of his head. I've got a hat. Never underestimate the power of a good hat. Not really knowing what to say to that, Harry turned back to his father. Second point, didn't the Virgin Atlantic Challenger have a crew of professionals? Unnecessary. Tony laughed. The Party Beast is so fully automated. It can be run by one man in the cockpit. We're doing it with a crew of 4. 4? Harry asked. Did Jarvis come along? I've been called a lot of things, a throaty female voice broke in, but I've never been mistaken for a butler. Hello, Harry. The woman covered with auburn fur with black tiger stripes slinked past Harry to curl on his Sirius lap. Well, I didn't expect to see you here, Greer, Harry noted. I told you. She loved the hat, Sirius confided. Oh, Sirius, the woman purred. It had nothing to do with your silly hat. You didn't like my hat? Sirius asked, sounding wounded. Okay. Moving on from the disturbing adult relationship theater. Third point, if memory serves, Branson made his run in June, in the summer, not December, also known among the sane people of the Northern Hemisphere as winter. Why are you trying to kill us? Harry, you're worrying too much, Tony teased. If need be, the Party Beast is fully submersible, can dive to over 1,000 feet, and is 15 knots faster submerged. And we're doing it on the surface because the record if for the surface transit, his father explained. Harry just looked toward the sky. We're going to die. Edwin Jarvis entered the kitchen, having been in his quarters when the house's security system informed him that the Starks had returned. Richard, the elder Stark, was speaking into his cell phone. Tony, Stark, thought you might want to know I beat your Atlantic crossing in my new little boat. Assad and Harry was standing next to his father, appearing to be miserable beyond all belief, while a puddle formed at his feet. Yeah, Tony enthused. I wasn't in a hurry, so I only trimmed 5 hours off your time. Oh, and just for fun, I did it east to west. I figured why not make it challenging? Hello, Jarvis, Harry said piteously. We just crossed the Atlantic in a speedboat. I don't recommend it. Of course it was legitimate. Tony laughed into his phone. It's just like you hobbyists to think the worst of everyone who beats you. Oh, don't worry. I'm sending a full set of the ship's logs, including the start and arrival times to you. It will be a copy of the set I send the Guinness people. It was a rough crossing then? Jarvis asked, trying not to laugh. Oh, loads of fun, Harry said. We bounced from wave to wave. It was like riding a Dunabagee without a suspension for 3 solid days. And we ran into 2 different storms. The first one blew a portion of the roof off and drenched the entire living quarters. Greer Nelson was along. Do you know what a wet cat person smells like? I'm sure I have no idea, Jarvis answered, knowing he was enjoying this just a bit too much. Well, it turns out my godfather is something called an animagus, which is a wizard who can change into an animal. When he found he couldn't sleep as a cold, wet human, he changed into a huge wet wolfhound and slept that way. Greer and Sirius the dog smelled exactly alike, Harry complained. 2 days in a small cabin with them, capped off with 3 hours in customs where they had nothing to dry off with. And are we to expect Mr. Black and Miss Nelson to be arriving anytime soon? Jarvis asked. I doubt it. We dropped them off at a hotel, and they were both making disgusting innuendo concerning hot tubs, chocolate sauce, and whipped cream, Harry said, shaking his head. I'm taking a hot shower for a couple of hours, and then I'm going to bed. When I wake up, I'm going to hurt the next person who suggests breaking a world record. Richard, Tony laughed. I'm pretty sure that isn't biologically possible. Anyway, I really just called to say HA. In your face. Closing his phone, the billionaire looked to his longtime retainer and friend. Where did Harry go? Jarvis said you wanted to talk. Tony said as he entered the basement workshop that Harry had taken over as his lab. He found his son hunched over, scribbling frantically. Just a sec, Dad. Don't want to lose this thought, Harry murmured. Tony nodded, quite familiar with the need to get his thoughts down before he got distracted and lost what he was working on. He turned his attention to the whiteboard where Harry was working on a formula. Why was Harry concerned about computing wire gauge? Next to the whiteboard, a table held what appeared to be an antique broom, which had some sort of pedal assembly mounted on the stick just above the twig like bristles. A broom made for riding? Oh, surely not. Done, Harry called. Cool broom, huh? You seriously ride these things? Yeah, Harry nodded. It's fun. Not as much fun as your flight trainer, but fun. They play sports on them. Wire gauge and flying brooms? Tony asked. What are you up to anyway? Do you remember my vibranium levitation disc? Harry asked, his eyes flicking to the hole in the concrete ceiling. The combination storage battery / amplifier? Something that violates all the laws of physics, as I understand them, is fairly hard to forget. As I recall, you were running some simulations on how you might use that. I was surprised at how little of the vibranium I needed to pull off that trick, and the simulations are showing that I actually needed even less. Harry opened his drawer and pulled out a silver disc the size of his palm. I've inscribed a runic shield cluster on this, he explained, crossing to the wall of the room and stuck the disc to the wall via double-sided foam tape. Stepping back, he pressed his wand to the cluster, and the carvings on the disc began to glow a faint blue. Harry clicked on a stopwatch and waited as the watch ticked off 15 seconds. Okay, try to touch it. Is it going to dissolve my hand? Tony asked cautiously. It's just a shield, Dad, Harry laughed. 2 shields, actually. One for kinetic attacks and one for magic and energy. Go ahead and touch it. Tony cautiously extended a finger and moved toward the silver disc. What he found was one of the oddest sensations of his life. It was as if he were pushing through an absurdly thick fluid to reach the disc. That really feels weird, he noted as he withdrew his hand. I know, Harry laughed, still watching the stopwatch. That was at 30 seconds. Let's wait a bit. The seconds ticked by, while Tony wondered what they were waiting for. Okay, Harry grinned. That's a full minute. Try it now. Tony extended his finger again, and this time found a solid barrier. Changing to pushing against the invisible hemisphere with the palm of his hand, he put his entire weight into it. It got stronger. That's the amplifier effect, isn't it? Yep. And it keeps getting stronger. After about 3 days, it becomes opaque. I don't know if the field starts blocking light or if something else is happening. By that point, the only way to disrupt the shield I've found is to come in from the rear and break the runic cluster. The billionaire hummed. I wonder what it's like from the inside. The effect is one way only, Harry explained. From the insides, like the field isn't there, energy passes with no problem, so do kinetic packages and magic. Even after it becomes opaque from this side, from the inside it remains utterly transparent. It becomes one-way light permeable? That does not make the slightest bit of sense, but then it's magic and isn't supposed to. How strong does it get? Tony asked. I don't know, Harry admitted. After it's activated, after an hour, whatever I mount it on gives way at the perimeter before the shield fails. I've been thinking of taking a larger one to the Baxter building and talking Ben into whaling on it for a while, but I wanted to get your opinion first. Do you think I might find it useful? Well, Harry hesitated. Maybe, but it would be a one-time use. Once triggered, the only way to turn it off is to disrupt the array, and when you do that, it dumps the magic sump. For this shield to be fully functional in a traditional sense, the user would have to be a magic user. Tony hummed again as the possibilities rolled over in his mind. He then returned his attention to the broom. So, you're going to give up on my flight systems? Oh no. Harry shook his head. Not entirely. I'm proposing a hybrid system, with the broom for lift and the thrusters for speed and maneuverability. I'm still trying to integrate the flight capabilities of a broomstick into my prototype, and I may end up needing to use 2 of them to actually get into the air, but I'm pretty sure it will work. What are you going to call yourself? Harry blinked. Excuse me? I'm not blind, Harry, Tony said as he sat down. You're gearing up for a fight. You resisted every time I suggested armor for your personal protection, and now you're building that. He nodded toward the prototype mounted in the corner of Harry's workroom. When you were out with Franklin and the Powers kids, you used Pulse, but that isn't going to work anymore, is it? Technomage, Harry said quietly. It seems to fit halfway between you and Sirius and his magician. Technomage, Tony nodded. Nice. You're not going to tell me to stay out of it? Would that work? Tony asked, a single brow raised. Probably not, Harry admitted. Then what would be the point? I hate wasting my time. Rather than have you going behind my back, I prefer access to that I can make sure you're being as safe as possible. So, what was it you really wanted? I know it wasn't just a show-me-you shield. From his workbench, Harry produced a 10-inch square piece of his sheet vibranium. Could your fabbers draw this out into wire? Ah, so that's why you have the wire gauge formula on your whiteboard. Tony nodded again. Vibranium is tough to work with, but I think so. What size and how much? 40 gauge. And as much as that will make, Harry said as he spun his computer display around to face his father. The Sims project some truly awesome results. Tony examined the diagrams and the projections, and not for the first time, wished he knew more about magic than he did. Perhaps a visit to Slytherin Strategy was in order. Is this right? 400% increase in power, throughput. That's what the numbers say, Harry agreed. The only way we'll find out is with vibranium wire. It should be ready by summer vacation, Tony agreed. I want to be there when you try it. That boy. Hermione laughed as she held up her gift from Harry. Just because I like to read. Christmas morning in the Granger home had been quiet this year. Her parents had been smugly mysterious about their plans for the summer. Something about a surprise. What is it? Her mother asked while still admiring the necklace from her husband. The Granger's investment with the Patil/Stark Magical Consumer Electronics Group was paying off nicely. Quite possibly, the day Hermione sat down on in the compartment with Harry Stark would turn out to be one of the luckiest days in the Granger family's lives. A T-shirt, Hermione groused, obviously trying very hard not to smile. No, 5 T-shirts in different colors. She held up the yellow shirt and turned it so her mother could read the words emblazoned on the front. She blinded me with library science, Christine read, laughing. Well, it suits you. They all say the same thing. I hope the Pratt likes the homework planners I got him, Hermione smirked. Tracy opened the door to her grandfather's library at his enter. Happy Christmas, grandfather. You wanted to see me? She asked quietly from her place at the door. Sit down, girl, the man said distractedly, before he seemingly noticed what he had done. I'm sorry, please, sit down, Tracy, and Happy Christmas to you as well. Her grandfather's use of her given name surprised her, almost as much as his acknowledging the season. But Tracy was careful to show no reaction as she took her seat. I'm sorry I've waited so long to see you, granddaughter, Hades sighed. Your young friend Stark came to visit me not long after you were taken. A most audacious young man, who all but told me I was a fool. He gave me much to think about. Harry said he wanted to speak to you, Tracy said. I never really thought he would do it. The old man actually smiled, something that shocked Tracy more than if he had flown into a rage at Harry's presumptive behavior. He did it all right and jumped through some hoops to do so as well. Far more than I would have done when I was his age. I told him that I was directed to get his attention, Tracy admitted. He already knew, Hades said softly. The young man is more aware than he leads one to believe. He also believes that you were unhappy with the situation, which was why he was willing to get to know you. Not knowing what to say, Tracy remained silent and waited. Our discussion led me to examine how I've treated you, and frankly, I'm feeling ashamed of my behavior. It was your name, you see. Tracy, as you know, is not a name used by wizards. I blamed your mother for your name, as I blamed her for your father's death. The old man paused, looking older than Tracy could ever recall him, looking even during his bouts of his illness. Then the boy came and spoke with me. I saw so much of your father in him, and I found myself wondering. Hades produced a leather-bound book. This is your father's journal. I've had it since the day he died, but I never had the courage to read it, to find what my son thought, what he aspired to, what he wanted from life. I began reading it the day your friend came to speak with me. Your father named you granddaughter, not your mother. It was a name he heard once at a cinema with your mother, and he liked it. And my son, Iltud, was in Diagon Alley when he was attacked, not at the behest of your mother, not even searching out something for you. No, his journal from the night before listed his plans to purchase a gift for me. The old man sat silently for a moment, his eyes downcast toward his desk, and then he resumed speaking. For too long, I have blamed your mother. I have blamed you for the loss of my eldest son. That was wrong, and I am sorry. Tracy had never, in her entire life, expected to hear her dour, dismissive grandfather apologize for anything, ever. She had no idea what to say. This is yours, the old man said, pushing her father's journal across his desk toward her. It should have always been yours, another of my mistakes. I have also obtained all of the information my agents could find your friend, Stark. He added a sheaf of parchment to the journal, so that you can make your own decisions about how seriously to pursue your relationship with him. His values and goals are not ours, but I'm sure you know that already. Thank you, grandfather, Tracy said as she accepted the journal and parchment, wanting nothing so much as to return to her room to think about how much her world had changed. While you are at Hogwarts, Eunice and Weasley will be moving out of the manor to their own apartments, Hades continued, along with a stipend to see to their needs. I hope you will continue the stipend to continue when you are the head of house. You will not need a reminder of the mistakes of your elders when you assume the duties that are coming to you. And frankly, I am tired of them staring at me, waiting for me to die. Your mother will, if she is willing, assume the duties of your regent until such time as you are ready to take the reins yourself. The old man sighed before continuing. I have made mistakes, Tracy, and I had them pointed out to me by a 13-year-old boy. I am going to spend what time I have left trying to make it up to you. Padma entered her sister's bedroom with a small package in her hands. Wakey, wakey. What? Parvati asked from under her blankets. It's too early. It's 10 a.m. Padma teased. And I bring gifts. Well, a gift anyway. We're not in school, Parvati groused. I should be able to sleep all I want. What gift? It's a Christmas gift from Harry. Padma explained. Why would Harry get me a gift? The Gryffindor asked, sitting up. We don't do Christmas. And he knows that, her Ravenclaw sister agreed. However, as he put it, he does do Christmas, and according to him, Christmas is about the giving, not the receiving. He got me this lovely bracelet, she said, extending her arm to show the gift off. And Harry said that it wouldn't be right to get me something and not get you something as well. Taking the package from her sister, Parvati opened it and gasped at the earrings she found within. Nice. Lav was talking about trying to steal him away from Davis in the new year, but now that I know what kind of gifts he gives, I may try and steal him myself. Yeah, Padma smiled sadly as she left the room. Good luck with that. The entire building shook violently. Whoa, Franklin said with a wide grin. Uncle Ben is really going to town. You're telling me, Harry agreed as he picked himself up off the floor. How does the rest of the building react to this sort of thing? Shock absorbers on our floors of the building, Susan said with a smile as her invisible force field returned the snacks to the tabletop. Occasionally we get complaints about the noise, but they never feel the building move. You really made that force field Ben is pounding on? Do I need to have a new Stark wing built onto the Mad Scientist Museum? Dad, doesn't already have a wing? Harry grinned. Your father, Susan explained, is an engineer. Ask him. He will deny being a scientist, mad or otherwise. I'm certain there is a whole museum dedicated to mad Stark engineering. That image made Harry and Franklin laugh before Harry explained. That force field isn't science or engineering, at least not yet. It's magic. We've had to deal with magical shields before. Susan pressed as the Baxter building again shook, her force field keeping the boys in their chairs and the bowls on top of the table. They're tough, but not this tough. At least not without someone like Stephen Strange powering them. Ah, Harry nodded. You can thank Ms. Ramonda for that. Ramonda? Susan asked, puzzled. Chalia's stepmother? Yeah, Dad went to Wakanda for a conference and I tagged along. I got a tour of the Sacred Mound facility and Ms. Ramonda and I got to talking about our magical computer project. She suggested that I try using vibranium instead of aluminum for the base material and got Chala to give me some, Harry explained. That stuff is way too valuable to be used in a school project, but I got to thinking she must have wanted me to use it for something, so I tried it on a simple levitation rune cluster and then got distracted and left it. It should have run out of magic in about a couple of minutes. But when I found it 6 weeks later, it had pushed a penny 3 inches into the concrete ceiling and was still going. Harry saw the expressions on the faces of the two Richards. Yeah, I know. Not only does the vibranium amplify the magic used to power runes scribed on it, but it acts like a sort of power source/battery that constantly charges itself until something disrupts the magic sump. It's really cool. The building shook again, as if in agreement with his statement. Hello, Harry. Harry paused in his way to his common room, shifted his luggage to his left hand, and turned to find Tracy at his side. Tracy, I was worried when you weren't on the train. I flood in, she said simply. You made an impression on my grandfather. Did I? Harry asked. I wasn't sure that I got through to him and that he really understood what being around me actually means. Tracy took his hand and led him through the castle. I think you frightened him. He has told me I didn't have to pursue you any longer. Oh, Harry said, waiting for her to continue. At the top of the stairs, Tracy led Harry into an unused classroom, sealing the door behind them and leaning against it. "Who else have you been speaking with?" she asked. A couple of days before the break, Draco Malfoy questioned why I was wasting my time with you, Harry admitted. "I didn't hit him or anything. I simply pointed out that you were my friend and the heir to an important family and suggested that he might pull his head out of his, but before you became the Davis and crushed him like a bug. Everyone in Slytherin is being nice to me," Tracy whispered. "Daphne Greengrass invited me to eat with her." Daphne Greengrass. "Tracy, don't go all starstruck on me. Daphne is cute enough, I guess, but she isn't, well, you." "Not me," she asked. "She isn't special," he responded. "She isn't my friend." "Oh, Harry," she sighed, wrapping her arms around his neck and resting her head against his chest. More than a bit confused, Harry returned the embrace and waited for Tracy to tell him what was on her mind. His wait was almost 30 seconds. "Harry," she said quietly, still clinging to him, "I think we need to stop dating." "What?" he asked, releasing his embrace. She pulled away from him and turned away to face the door. "Are you planning on marrying me, Harry?" "What?" The question flabbergasted him. "Tracy, we're only 13. I turn 14 Tuesday next, Harry. In 3 years, I reach my majority, and I will be expected to marry and have my first child by the time I'm 19. So, you're expected. Don't do it. Defy the expectations." "I cannot leave the magical world," she continued, ignoring his words. "Are you willing to stay here with me? Take my name and further the fortunes of House Davis?" "What?" he asked again. "I spent most of the break thinking about this, Harry," she said quietly. "You have plans and dreams that go much further than I will ever be willing to go. I used to dream about meeting the Machine Man, the Vision and his wife, who is a witch but not our kind, and then, thanks to you, I did. However, I also saw how very small my world is, and how much the larger world outside of what I know frightens me. I thought I could learn to be ready for your life. But I read the information my grandfather had on you, and your life terrifies me. I can't follow you out into the world, Harry, and I can't reasonably ask you to give it all up for me." "Tracy," Harry exclaimed, "you're talking about the rest of our lives, but we're just kids. We aren't in love or anything. We're just having fun." "I know, Harry, I'm sorry. I want to stay friends. We can still be around each other and have fun, as you put it, but I don't think we should date." She left the room without saying another word. Harry found himself alone in the room, staring at the door, wondering what had just happened. Well, crap. Tracy looked up from her notes when the door opened. She may have broken up with Harry, but the project still had work that needed to be done. "Oh, hello," Padma said from the doorway. "I didn't expect anyone else to be here the first night back. Too noisy in the common room," Tracy said simply and returned to her work. "I'd have thought you would have spent tonight with Harry," the Ravenclaw said as she sat down at her usual table. "You don't like me much, do you, Patil?" Tracy sighed. "I hardly know you, Davis," she replied. "You know me well enough that you've been staring daggers at me every time you saw me with Harry," Tracy noted. "Harry is my friend," Padma said quietly. "What kind of friend would I be if I wasn't concerned about him? Concerned about him and the mistake he was making?" "I didn't say that," Padma disagreed. "No," Tracy said sadly. "You didn't say that, not to Harry, not to me, though. Maybe you did say it to Granger. And you were right." "I was right. I was ordered by my grandfather to approach Harry and seduce him," the Slytherin said simply. "I never actually did anything about it, but Harry evidently figured out what was happening and became my friend in spite of what I was supposed to do." "He would," Padma acknowledged. "The first Hogsmeade weekend after we got away from the Kree, Harry left to see my grandfather, and they spoke. The girl's expression became focused, as if she were staring at something miles away. It is quite possible that other than me, Harry was the first half-blood my grandfather had ever spoken with in his entire life. I'm not sure what they spoke about beyond Harry telling my grandfather that he knew what was going on and that it wasn't going to work. Somehow, Harry Stark, the famous Harry Potter, made Hades Davis feel shame over what he had planned, if you can imagine that. Over Christmas, Grandfather told me I no longer needed to pursue Harry if I didn't want to. He gave me a file of information about Harry and his life. Did you want to? What? Tracy asked. You said your grandfather gave you leave to quit going after Harry. Did you want to quit? No, Tracy admitted. I didn't. You have to understand, before Harry made the effort, I never had friends, not really. I had my books and my mother. In Slytherin House, I was one of the few half-bloods, barely tolerated by most, and hated by the rest, including our head of house despite being a half-blood himself, over some kind of grievance he had against my father. Padma did not know what to say to that, so she waited for the other girl to continue. Then Harry came up with the computer project, and he was talking about things I'd only read about, and he talked to me like my ideas had value. The more time we spent together, the more he meant to me. Even when we were on that ship in space, I knew it would be okay, because Harry was there, Tracy continued. When we got back, he actually went to see my grandfather. I don't know everything they talked about, but things have changed at home, changed quite a bit. Grandfather researched Harry and his father, and shared that information with me. The details of Harry's life terrify me. Remember when we woke him up on the ship and told him we'd been taken, and he said again? According to the Muggle press in North America, it would have been his 8th kidnapping since he was adopted by his father. His 8th Patil. Who does that happen to? Only Harry, Padma admitted. Only Harry, Tracy agreed. His life terrifies me. I told him we needed to stop dating this morning. I just can't do it. I can't face what he sees as an annoying inconvenience. Even though breaking it off has me wanting to cry, she closed her eyes and sighed. I know you like him, Patil, and he likes you. I doubt the word has gotten out yet. If you want, you could be the one to explain my inexplicable behavior to him. I hardly think. Look, Padma, we know the nice guy Harry Stark who is always looking to take care of his friends. The rest of the girls here see the boy who lived, Harry, heir to the Potter fortune, and if you don't step up now, some 5th year is going to shove her tits in his face, and it will be over. Tracy sighed at the thought. Harry is a nice boy, but he's still a boy. Padma looked down at the front of her robes doubtfully. Oh, for Merlin's sake, Tracy said, exasperated. You've been glaring at me for the last 4 months, and now that you've got a chance, you're not going to take it? Mavis moved to the unmarked plot and paused, trying to remember the man's face. Like so many of the Joe blogs she had cared for, after they left her ward, she tended to forget the details. It was so unfair. He had been healing so well before whatever had happened. In all honesty, it was as if the screws used to rebuild his pelvis had suddenly expanded to 100 times their original size before returning to normal, but that just was not possible. Joe had, of course, bled out long before anyone could react. The reviews over what might have happened were still going on, though the truth be told, Mavis suspected that no one would ever figure this one out. Her career in the wards had shown her many things that were never explained, and she fully expected this to be another. The police were far from pleased to learn that Joe had passed, leaving the mystery of what had happened to the man open to question. An inspector had shown up asking for speculation as to how something like this could have happened. He had not appreciated being told that there was no explanation for the man's injuries. Mavis sighed. She hated it when those in her care died. It happened all too often. It just seemed that it was worse when those who died did so alone, with no one to mourn them. Mavis knew she cared too much for those under her care. She knew that she tended to become far too attached to her patients. She knew, and it did not matter. It never mattered. She sighed again and laid the flower that had been abandoned in the ward when a patient had gone home the day before. Straightening, she whispered a prayer for the man whose name she had never learned. Then it was time to move on. She had 3 other Joe blogs to visit today. It was important that someone did. Why do I have to go to Hogsmeade? Harry asked as he was pulled through the door. Because you've been moping around the castle for 2 months, Hermione said reasonably, as she pulled him toward the carriages. Your pain has been sad, yet extremely funny at the same time, Padma agreed while yanking on his other arm. And since Hannah is off with Neville, Susan Bones added as she followed the trio to the carriages, I'm bored, so I'm coming along so you can buy me things. Lucky me, Harry said as he boarded the carriage with the 3 girls piling in behind him. Harry took a seat on the forward-facing bench, with Susan at his side, and his 2 housemates took the rear-facing seats. For the record, I wasn't moping. I've been working on our OWL project. This must be some strange new version of working on the project that involved never being in the same room as Tracy if you could help it, Hermione noted as the carriage started moving. Does anyone have any idea just how these things move? Harry asked, desperate to change the subject. They're probably charmed to go to and from Hogsmeade, Hermione said, not fooled for a minute. It would have to be a really complex charm, Harry pointed out. I mean, it's not like they're on an endless loop. They stop and wait until they have people in them, and I've seen everything from 6 riders to people on their own. Padma's brow furrowed. That would be a complex charm, she agreed. Almost logic-based. Hermione agreed. If we could get to the charm schematics. Bored now, Susan gasped as she collapsed across Harry's lap. Too much Ravenclaw jabber. Losing will to live. So very bored. It can't be that bad, Harry grinned, looking down into the redhead's very blue eyes. How can we revive you? Well, Susan said, her lips pursed in mock concentration. You could start by telling me how pretty I am. That always gets my attention. Start with my eyes and work your way down to my lips. I like hearing how kissable they are. Or, Padma said, we could dump her out on the side of the road and see if the fresh air revives her by the time we head back to the castle. Harry, Susan said beseechingly. She's being mean to me. Make her stop. You like hearing how kissable your lips are? Hermione laughed. You've been hanging around Justin too much. He uses that line on everyone. On everyone? Susan asked with a pout. Harry, they're still being mean? You didn't stop them. What was I supposed to do? He asked. Oh, I see how it is, Susan said, sitting up and moving to the far side of the carriage. I see. Everyone against the Hufflepuff. This is just like your trip into space. You took a Gryffindor. You took a Slytherin, but you didn't even think about taking a Puff, did you? It was a kidnapping, Harry said reasonably. It's not like I had time to put out invitations. Beast, she pouted. Harry looked to his 2 housemates for any sign that Susan was, like he hoped, joking. He missed Susan's wink to let the other girls know she considered Operation Pull Harry out of his funk a success. Hey, Dad. Tony pulled his son into a hug. Hello, Harry. Ready to head home? How? Harry asked suspiciously. I'm not getting on another boat. Well, I was thinking about breaking Richard's record for crossing the Atlantic in a balloon, but that's not really conducive to heading home from here, Tony teased. Then, how are we getting home? My boy, Tony said, sliding his left arm around his son's shoulders. There comes a time when a man must test his mettle, when he must face life in the manner of his primitive ancestors, when he must rough it. Dad, Harry said, shaking his head. Every time you get like this, I start worrying about you. How are we getting home? We're catching the Concorde home, Tony explained. The Concorde, Harry echoed. Man, that thing is so slow. I told you we were roughing it, Tony laughed. A/N. Who's who in this chapter? Greer Nelson, also known as Tigra. She is the current holder of the position of the historical defender/champion of the cat people, a humanoid race created by sorcery during the Dark Ages. Concerned about the cat people's uncontrollable population growth and savagery, a community of sorcerers eventually banished the entire original cat people population to a demonic netherworldly realm. Tigra's powers are the result of a combination of science, magic, and mental energy. Her physical appearance is distinctly cat-like. A thick, sleek coat of orange fur with black stripes covers her entire body. She has pointed ears, sharper than normal teeth with pronounced upper and lower canines, eyes with enlarged irises and vertically slitted pupils, and retractable claws on her feet and hands instead of nails. Her claws and teeth are sufficiently strong to puncture sheet steel, such as that found in a car body. Tigra also has a long semi-prehensile tail and can willfully contact, but not grasp and lift, objects with it. Tigra's feline physiology grants her various superhuman attributes including superhuman strength, speed, stamina, agility, reflexes, and resistance to physical injury. If she is injured, her physiology enables her to heal much faster and more extensively than an ordinary human. Chapter 21. A/N. I do not own Harry Potter, nor any of the Marvel Comics characters mentioned herein. But you knew that. Harry Potter and the Invincible Technomage. Chapter 21, Year 4, Summer Vacation. Well, that was impressive, Tony noted as he compared the 2 steel panels that served as targets. One was dented, the other almost obliterated. If anything, I think that the projection of a 400% increase in throughput was a bit low. Yeah, Harry agreed. doing his level best to refrain from performing a victory dance in the middle of the room. With his father and favorite teacher in the room, there were too many witnesses for such a display. There was still more testing to do, and he did not have much time to do it, but it looked like he was on the right track. Amazing, Slytherin Strange intoned from his place beside Tony. I would never have suspected that a metal, even as exotic a metal as Vibranium, would have such an effect of magic. I don't think it would work for you, Dr. Strange, Harry said as he made some notes on the configuration before carefully removing the wand from its aiming jig. I mean, since you don't use a focus, though we might be able to inlay your gloves with the wire. But I think your gestures and ward signs might disrupt the spell matrices as they're forming. Despite his background in medicine, Slytherin Strange always found himself taken aback when Harry spoke of magic in terms of science. Still, the boy was usually right in these things, so he nodded in agreement. Well, Tony, you asked me here for a consultation, and it is my opinion that Harry's methodology is sound and his experiments are safe-ish. Should I assume you will be somehow integrating the Vibranium into a more permanent configuration? The Sorcerer Supreme asked, gesturing toward the coil of wire mounted on the test frame. That's the plan, Harry agreed. Not sure just how I'm going to do it yet. I mean, I have a few ideas, but I'm not really sure what they will do. I picked up a few spare wands for testing. Just keep us informed, his father laughed. And try not to destroy anything load-bearing down here. Harry nodded as the adults left the room. Before returning to the book he had been reading before the demonstration, trying to absorb as much as he could of the process for inlaying metal into wood. Right on time, Mr. Longbottom, the ancient alchemist said as Neville entered the room. Good morning, Professor Diablo. Thank you for continuing my lessons. I have heard that you made use of my lessons in a most imaginative and productive manner. Diablo smiled. Using animated warriors against alien kidnappers, I'm told. Neville blinked. You believe that? Most other people dismiss the idea out of hand. Mr. Longbottom, I have lived a very long time, and I have learned a great many things. That beings from other worlds might visit for whatever reason is hardly news to me. They have been here before, and they will come again. You were correct to use your talents to teach them that we humans of Earth are not to be trifled with. And I am proud to think that what I taught you might have tipped the balance. Neville felt himself blushing at that. I'm ready to get started, sir. Very good. I have reviewed your grades from the past year. Your potions have improved. Yes, sir. Neville nodded. I think my earlier problems came from how unsettled I was by the professor who teaches potions, but after spending time in your classroom, he just isn't all that intimidating anymore. The old man smiled. Rarely has a student complimented me so. So, Mr. Longbottom, if you're done wasting our valuable time, we will begin this summer's lessons. Yes, sir, Neville nodded. This summer, Diablo said, taking his place behind his podium, we will explore the science and magic behind elemental constructs. Hey, Harry, Franklin said as he dismounted the old Fantasticar, carrying an overnight bag. Once he was clear, the empty vehicle lifted from the ground and headed back to the city. Dad and Mom had something to do today, so I got stuck with the old flying bathtub. You know, Frank, Harry laughed. You and I are probably the only kids in the world who complain about the ultra-high-tech methods our parents use to get us from place to place. The only thing remotely high-tech about that stupid thing is the autopilot and the dock for that god-awful ERB, i.e. robot, Franklin argued. Frank, buddy, Harry said as he slung an arm around his oldest friend's neck. I'm going to have to introduce you to the concept of a city bus. You'll dream about the flying bathtub. Besides, I really like Herbie. He was the Hobbes to your Calvin. Are you suggesting that I'm some kind of psychotic maniac? Franklin asked. Well, not necessarily psychotic, but maniac. Oh yeah, Harry laughed again as the pair entered the house. I can give you examples if you want. No, I freely admit to being a maniac, but only because you're one too. Well, that goes without saying, Harry admitted. The pair came upon Jarvis directing the staff in preparing a suite of rooms on the second floor. Can we help? You could get ready to receive visitors, the Stark family major domo suggested. That's Jarvis' way of saying I'm a slob and should go get cleaned up before I embarrass him in front of company, Harry explained as he led Franklin away toward his bedroom. Quite, Jarvis agreed. I'm only dirty because of my morning workout and a couple hours in my workshop, Harry called out as they walked away. I'm a bit smelly, he admitted to Franklin. Time for a shower. So, who's coming? Franklin asked once they reached Harry's room. Don't know, Harry admitted. When I asked, Dad said wait and see. The last time he did that, it was a visit from Namor. I don't like that guy, Franklin said as he checked himself out in the mirror over Harry's dresser and judging himself presentable. Really? Harry asked from the bathroom. Sure, he can be a bit of a jerk sometimes, but he's not really that bad. It's not that he's a jerk, even though he is, Franklin explained. It's just that he sort of had a thing with Mom before she and Dad got married. Harry stuck his head out of the bathroom. Seriously? Oh yeah. Mom and Uncle Johnny got into a fight a couple of years ago, and he threw it in her face. They didn't know I was in the next room, and I don't think I've ever heard Mom so mad. Yikes, Harry agreed, returning to his shower. I can't really imagine your mom with anyone but your dad. What did she do to Johnny? Well, I didn't see it, but from what I could hear, Mom can make her force fields airtight if she wants, and that doesn't stop her from yelling at someone inside her force bubble if she's mad enough. Your family is so cool, Harry laughed. When I hear people talking about them, I'm always amazed when they go on about Ben and Johnny, and they never seem to realize that your mom is the most powerful of them all. Hermione made her way off the airplane in something of a foul mood. When her parents had announced their working vacation, Hermione had protested their plans for flying first class on the transatlantic flight. Stuart and Christine had listened patiently to her concerns, nodded their understanding, and placed their reservations. Economy class for Hermione. The elder Grangers, confident that they had worked hard to earn their luxuries, kept their first-class seats. This was almost exactly not what Hermione had intended. Rather than spending the flight quietly reading next to her parents, Hermione ended up in the middle seat of three with a gentleman who was evidently the world's foremost expert on absolutely everything in the aisle seat. Said expert spent the entire 9 hours and 40 minutes of the flight talking. A small part of her mind wondered if this was how her classmates saw her. An older woman who evidently had a bladder slightly smaller than Hermione's change purse occupied the window seat. Despite of this rather obvious medical defect, the woman spent the entire flight, when she was not on her way to one of the plane's toilets, ordering drinks from the flight attendant. Coffee, tea, fizzy drinks, they all flowed into the woman, only to request an exit moments later, necessitating yet another trip to the loo. In short, it had been an exceedingly long flight. Hermione exited the jetway into the concourse to find her parents waiting for her under the flight arrival monitors, both of them smiling the way they did when they knew that their extremely intelligent daughter might have learned a lesson that she had not been expecting. Enjoy the flight, love? Christine asked. It was great, Hermione lied, refusing to give them the satisfaction of admitting she had been wrong. So many interesting people in economy. Good to hear, Stuart nodded, not buying it for a minute. Well, luggage claim and customs it this way. He gestured at a sign over the concourse. There's supposed to be a car waiting for us. Happy's back, Harry announced, having spotted the limousine pulling into the mansion's circular driveway through the window of his room. I guess we'll find out who the visitors are. Frickin' Namor, Franklin complained. Nah, it wouldn't be Namor, Harry laughed. He wouldn't have needed a car. Stupid wings on his ankles, Franklin agreed. So, who is it? He asked, joining Harry at the window. Don't know, Harry admitted. A family looks like. I should head down to do the welcoming thing, since Dad's not here. You coming? This is what Jarvis calls the conservatory, Harry said as he continued with the tour of his home. We call it the music room because of the piano and the stereo system. This place is huge, Parvati said, looking around the vast room before settling down on one of the room's 4 sofas. Yeah, we don't use it much. My dad is usually working on a project or two, and I've got a stereo in my room, so it's mostly for parties and company. You seem surprised to see us, Harry. Padma laughed as she settled onto the sofa across from her sister. No one as much as dropped a hint. Harry laughed as he sat next to her. Though Dad did say something about evening the odds when we were arranging for Franklin to spend a couple days. So, Franklin, Parvati asked, what do your parents do? Harry laughed at the expression on his friend's face. Shut up, Harry, Franklin said as he settled on the same sofa as Parvati. Laughing boy thinks it's funny when I meet his friends who have no idea who my folks are. My whole life, everyone has known my parents, even people who have never met them. Meeting people who don't know them, Well, that's just weird. They're famous then? Padma asked. Like Harry's father? Way more famous than Dad, Harry laughed again. They're heroes, Franklin explained. The whole family, Mom and Dad, Uncle Ben and Uncle Johnny. They've got powers. We've got powers, Parvati said as she transfigured the lamp beside her side of the sofa into an egret, and then back again. Parvati, Padma scolded. Remember what Daddy said, just because there isn't an underage magic law here, that doesn't mean we need to build bad habits. When I go back, Harry said, trying to keep the peace between the sisters, I usually keep my wand inside my robes until I'm back on the express, just to keep from breaking the rules. Most people around here won't even blink if you start casting. As long as you're not doing anything dangerous, they'll think you're a new hero, showing off. Cool, Parvati nodded. So, what do you lot do for muggly fun? Muggly? Franklin asked. She means no magic, Harry explained. Well, we got the grounds for, running around in. We can use some of Dad's prototypes. Pass, Parvati said. That sounds too much like school. What else? Well, Franklin temporized, we could head into the city, tour the Baxter Building, hit an arcade, and these two better not be video games ringers like your buddy Neville. Neville is a prodigy, Harry protested. Yeah, right? He destroyed my high score, and his name is still on the stupid machine. I'm not sure about an arcade, Padma said hesitantly, attempting to reconcile Neville's stories of his summer visit with the Starks with these new stories. Neville had said something about having been attacked. Well, Franklin hesitated. There's always shopping. Neville ducked as the shaft of animated water shot out, missing his head by scant inches. The Gryffindor rolled to his left, avoiding the next attack, rising as he did so, his wand firmly in his hand. Why did I think this was a good idea? He asked himself as he cast every drawing charm he knew. Repeatedly, he cast before moving to a new position and casting again. The water elemental was weakening, but far from out of the fight. Then it occurred to him, the best way to fight fire was with water, so it followed that the best way to fight water was with earth. His wand twirled in his hand, causing a human-shaped lump of ground to stand erect. Neville groped at his belt for a vial. He glanced at it to make sure it was the right color. The glint of blue in his hand put his mind to rest. The red vials animated water elementals, and another one of those would likely ruin his already marginal day. He tossed the blue vial onto the mound of dirt, and then focused on imposing his will on his new creation. The 13-year-old could not help but smile as the newly animated earth elemental started thundering its way toward the rampaging water construct. Oh dear, Augusta Longbottom said as she looked out on the grounds watching her grandson struggling to bring his creation under control. Impressive, Diablo nodded, watching the same scene. Are you serious, Esteban? Augusta asked incredulously. Neville appears to be fighting for his life. She winced as the water construct sent another shaft at her dodging grandson. Are you sure we shouldn't intervene? Intervening would be the very worst thing we could do. It would forever stunt the boy's advancement, blunting his edge. Every new student I've ever had has had an aspect of elemental power that he excelled at, and one that he had to struggle to control, the wizard noted. For Neville, his favorite aspect is earth. The earth aspect came to him easily, likely an extension of his interest and talents with plants. Air and fire came with a bit more effort and focus, but he hasn't managed to maintain control of water for more than a few seconds. So, you knew this was going to happen? Suspected more than knew, Diablo laughed. Your grandson is amazingly focused for his age. His frustration at not having control of the water aspect had me suspecting that he would try to work out his issues beyond the reach of prying eyes. It is the rare student who strikes out on his own like this. He gestured to the boy as he ducked another attack and responded with his own magic. What has escaped your notice is that he has been almost constantly casting for more than 20 minutes. What? Augusta gasped. He can't do that. Clearly he can, Diablo chuckled. Raw, untrained power and an aptitude for alchemy? Young Mr. Longbottom will go far. And look, he's realized the best way to tame his weakness. Augusta looked down into the yard. An earth golem? Golem, Diablo sniffed. Please, Augusta. An elemental is far more than any golem. It seems that Mr. Longbottom had determined that combining the water elemental with an earth elemental will result in a hybrid. A mud elemental? Augusta guessed. Quite. Diablo agreed as Neville's earth creation thundered up to and merged itself with the water creature. His control of the earth aspect will stifle the rebellion of the water aspect nicely. Why didn't you just tell him how to do it? I was going as part of tomorrow's class. I always give my students a chance to explore on their own. Neville is the seventh of my students to discover the concept entirely on his own, and the first in most of 200 years. The alchemist looked on with approval as the combined elemental submitted to the boy. Yes, I expect great things from young Mr. Longbottom. Are you sure this thing is safe? Padma asked, her hands curled in a tight grip on the armrests of her seat. Safe, Parvati shouted, the wind whipping her hair as she looked over the side. This is great. Better than a broom even. Relax, Padma, Harry said from her side. The Fantasticar hardly ever crashes. Anymore. Not helping. Padma ground out. Helping? Harry asked incredulously. Who said I was trying to help? Did you think I'd forgotten about being the slow Ravenclaw? Ignore him, Padma, Franklin said with a shake of his head. My dad designed this thing to be utterly safe, carrying a much heavier load than it is now. The only time this model of the Fantasticar has ever crashed was when it was brought down by an attack, and even then no one was even slightly hurt. Dude, Harry interjected, your dad bounces, Johnny can fly, Ben could shrug off a fall from orbit, and your mom has force fields. Did I mention that it has ejector seats? I can arrange it so you end up having to walk, Franklin snarked. Shutting up now. Damn straight, Franklin agreed. The Fantasticar is perfectly safe, Padma. We'll be landing in about 2 minutes. I still need to check with my mom about heading out to go shopping, so I can get you guys a tour of the world-famous Baxter Building. He paused for a moment, surveying the faces of the two girls, which you two have never heard of. Uncle Johnny is right. We need to fire the team's publicist. What's a publicist? Parvati asked as she settled into her seat. Someone who makes sure the world knows about you and what you do, Harry explained. Why? She asked. Marketing, mostly, Franklin explained as the flying bathtub started a shallow bank to line up with the landing pad. My family makes some of our money off things with the Fantastic Four's likeness and images of the team's equipment. I mean, it's not a major portion of the team's income that comes from Dad's inventions, but it amounts to a nice chunk of change. The team's publicist makes sure that people know what is available and also makes sure the team gets their share of the money. Ah, like the Harry Potter dolls. Padma nodded, causing Harry to facepalm. You got dolls? Franklin asked, wheeling about to look at Harry. We don't want to talk about that. I had nothing to do with it. It was thought up by the manager of my estate, and I made some major coin off it. So, just drop it, okay? Parvati, Franklin laughed as the Fantasticar landed. You have to send me one of those dolls. Whatever they cost, I'll cash in my birthday bonds. I need one of those dolls. Harry jumped out of the flying bathtub. I said drop it. Franklin helped the girls from the Fantasticar and led the group to the elevator. So, he said conversationally as the doors slid closed and the elevator began its downward descent. By any chance, are these dolls anatomically correct? This was when Franklin Richards discovered how it felt to be the target of a silencing charm. From Franklin's sign language, Susan Richards laughed. I'm going to have to assume that you are responsible for his current silence. Harry, do you think you could stop doing whatever it is you're doing? I was never any good at charades. Harry smiled and gestured, only the tip of one of his testing wands showing in his hand. About time, Franklin complained. Some people have no sense of humor. And some people... Harry began his retort. Boys, that's enough. Company, remember? Susan scolded gently. Is someone going to introduce the young ladies? Sorry, Harry said, obviously embarrassed. This is Padma and Parvati Patil. They're magic users like me, and from my school. Welcome to the Baxter Building, the blonde woman said with a smile. You seem surprised by something, Padma? It's just that you... All the muggles we've met. Padma hesitated. All the normal people we've met seem to be so at ease with our having magic. That is so different than what we've been told to expect. Well, in my work, I've encountered magic users, Susan admitted. And not just Harry either. Occasionally we've come across villains who use magic in their plots and crimes. Besides, the woman smiled slyly just as she faded from view. I've never really believed that there is any such thing as a normal person. You didn't even say an incantation. Padma said, her shock evident. This isn't magic, Susan explained. My powers were caused by the mutagenic property of high orbital cosmic ray exposure. The woman returned to visibility, and the two girls felt themselves lifted from the floor. I can make myself and other people and things invisible, and I have the ability to create force fields. That's what we're on? Parvati asked, looking down and stomping on the invisible platform she and her sister were standing on. Yes, Susan nodded, lowering the girls back to the floor. We all have certain abilities. Yours are magical, and mine just seem to be that way. We wanted to take the girls out for lunch and some shopping, Franklin said. Susan thought for a moment and then nodded. You'll need some money then, she said, crossing to where her purse lay and pulled 2 20s from her wallet, then frowning, reconsidered and added 2 more. Remember, young man, these girls are visitors here. Take them someplace nice, not one of those nasty street vendor carts you two ruffians like so much. Ben and Johnny like them too, Harry said defensively. I love Ben and my brother with all my heart, but between them, they have all the class of 3rd graders on a sugar high, Susan sniffed. It was nice meeting you ladies. Have fun in the city and try to keep these barbarians under control. Be back by 5, so you can get back to Harry's by 5:30. 7 hours later, 2 exhausted young men dragged themselves into their shared bedroom, following Jarvis' suggestion that they should clean up for dinner. Dear God in heaven, Franklin said as he collapsed onto his bed. I thought shopping with my mom was bad. Yeah, Harry agreed as he entered the bathroom. I kind of expected it from Parvati, but Padma was almost as bad once we got into Macy's. You expected it from Parvati, and you still stuck me with her? Franklin asked incredulously. You weren't stuck with her. Harry laughed over the sound of running water. Padma and I had sort of started hanging out at the end of the school year. Revenge will be mine, Franklin rumbled in his best Victor Vaughn. "De ma pression. I will steal your girlfriend. She seems the type to be intrigued by a budding master of time, space, and dimension." Harry emerged from the bathroom and regarded his best friend with an arched eyebrow. Master of time, space, and dimension? Hey, reality manipulation and full psionic powers here, Franklin laughed. Master of time, space, and dimension describes me perfectly. And modest, too, Harry nodded. That's a long name if you decide to go with that. Oh, Lord, I know, Franklin agreed. There's an annual required seminar at Xavier's about picking a name for your public persona. Right now, I'm leaning towards Psy-Lord. Harry frowned. Sounds like a villain name. What? Franklin asked. The Lord thing, Harry explained. You know, the baddies are always calling themselves King, or Master, or Lord like that. I hadn't thought of that, the blonde boy admitted. I'll have to think about it some more, I guess. What about you? Still sticking with Pulse? Harry shook his head. No, between my magic and the things I've learned to do with Dad's tech, I think I'm going to end up using Technomage. I don't know, Franklin said. I mean, sure, it fits your power set and all, but don't you think something like the janitor would fit better? The janitor? Harry asked incredulously. Well, yeah, Franklin nodded. I mean, when we team up, I'll win the fight, and then you can use your magic and stuff to clean up the mess. Harry launched himself across the room at his friend. I'll clean up your mess. The resulting wrestling match resulted in the pair needing to restart their cleanups from scratch. What was fun? Parvati said as she hung her new outfits in the closet of the bedroom she shared with her sister. Too bad that Franklin boy is such a snooze. You've been hanging out with Lavender too much, Padma protested. For someone brought up in science, Franklin is perfectly nice. Well, Parvati said with a small smile. If you feel that way, we could always swap for tomorrow. You can entertain Franklin, and I'll steal Harry away from you. I don't think so, Padma laughed. Our first fight over a boy. Parvati mused as she draped one of her new blouses over herself and examined her appearance in the oddly silent mirror. Too bad you'll lose. Franklin Richards picked up his cereal bowl and slurped the remaining milk noisily. Classy, Harry commented. All too true. Franklin laughed as he stood up and rinsed his bowl in the kitchen sink. Well, I've got to head out. My ride should be here anytime now. Thanks for hanging out this week, Harry said. The girls are going to miss you. I can understand that, Franklin laughed. As irresistible as I am, how could they not? Lucky for them, they're heading to New Salem in a couple of days, so that will probably soften the blow, Harry laughed. Mistress Harkness arranged for a tour. And New Salem, Franklin shook his head. That's a collection of psychos gifted with new and special kinds of crazy. You're prejudiced, Harry noted. Getting kidnapped to that place will do that, Franklin agreed. They kept me out for most of it, but I do remember Mom kicking, but when she came for me. I think that was the first time I understood just how scary Mom can be. Franklin's watch chimed. Well, that's my ride. The faint whine of turbofan thrusters showed the truth to his comment. I'll call you sometime next week, Harry called as Franklin exited the house. Cool, Franklin called out. Later, Harry. Harry smiled and returned to his notes. Turning test wands on the lathe was harder than he had thought it would have been. It had taken him more than 50 tapered dowels before he had been confident enough to try the first of his test wands, only to have the wand snap during its 5th revolution. It turned out that the wand core changed the mechanical properties of the wand. That had led him to ordering a box of tapered dowels with their centers cored out. After much trial and error, so very much error, he had 7 of the core dowels left and 4 test wands ready for an inlay attempt. Good morning, Harry. Harry looked up from his notes. Morning, Parvati. I'm Padma, Harry. Harry smiled. Sure you are. Come off it, Parvati. I've lived in the same dorms as Padma for 3 years now. It will take more than swiping one of her hair clips to fool me. You two aren't that much alike. We're identical, Harry, Parvati protested. Sure you are, Harry laughed again, returning to his notes. There's cereal in the cupboard if you don't want to wait for breakfast in the dining room. It's so good to see you, Padma said, hugging her best friend. It's good to be here to be seen, Hermione laughed. I had no idea we were coming to visit. Dad snuck the Patils visit in on me, Harry pointed out, but I knew you were coming. Good for you, Harry, Hermione said, patting Harry on the shoulder. We're leaving the day after tomorrow, Parvati pointed out. We got a tour of New Salem. New Salem? Hermione asked. Oh, I'd love to see New Salem. We could ask our parents, Parvati suggested. I'm sure that it wouldn't be a problem. No, Hermione said wistfully, looking over to her parents where they were exchanging their own greetings with Harry's father and the elder Patils. The purpose of these vacations is to do things with my mom and daddy, since I'm gone for so much of the year. As much as I'd like to go, I'd best stay here with them. Parvati shrugged. You have got to see the library, Padma said, taking Hermione by the arm and leading her into the house. Hey, Harry called after them. It's my library. Greer Nelson stood in her bathroom staring at the stick in her hand, willing it to finish its process and produce a negative result. She moved an errant strand of hair from her eyes as the viewing window produced a plus. Positive. She moved her right hand to her stomach in an almost instinctive attempt to touch the new life growing inside of her. How was Sirius going to react to this? They had been dating for 7 months now and had been intimate since the start. The Englishman had been telling her that he loved her for weeks now. How had her birth control failed? The word tiger swallowed and squared her shoulders. Sirius deserved to know. Turning, she opened the door. Here, kitty, 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 he snarled from where he lay on the bed, looking so very delicious. I was starting to worry. Should we get you a sandbox? That joke wasn't funny the first time you told it, Sirius, Greer said as she slid onto the bed beside him. It's part of my charm, the Animagus admitted, pulling the test stick from her unresisting fingers. What's this? It's a test stick, Greer said. A test stick? Sirius laughed. You muggles have the oddest things. Why would you need a stick that takes tests? The stick doesn't take the test, Sirius, she explained patiently. It is the test. See that little dimple? The one with the X in it? He nodded. Okay, what was the test? That's not an X, Greer sighed. It's a plus sign. It shows that the test was positive. She paused, seeing the confusion in his eyes. That stick tells me you're going to be a father. His all-too-familiar grin lit up the room. A father? Me? That can't possibly end well. He examined the stick closely. All right, stick. Who's going to be the mother? Sirius, Greer whispered. The test stick says I'm pregnant. You're pregnant? Sirius asked, his grin disappearing. I think so. I need to confirm with a doctor, but all the signs are there, and the test stick confirms it. You're pregnant? Sirius repeated. Yes, she agreed. You're pregnant? Sirius repeated a third time, standing up. And you're the father, Greer said, her hope evaporating at his reaction to the news. A father, he echoed weakly. Me? Greer's heart broke when Sirius disappeared from the room with a crack. Remus, Sirius shouted as he appeared in the parlor of number 12 Grimmauld Place. Merlin's beard, Sirius, Remus said, closing his book. Put some trousers on, will you? What? Sirius asked, looking down in surprise. Oops, I forgot. Creature? Bad, shameless, naked, Master called. The elf asked when he popped into the room. I need a change of clothing. Of course, bad, shameless, naked Master. Creature nodded as he popped away. Remus, I had to tell you, I'm going to be a father. Is this good news or bad news? They were asked. Hey, Sirius protested as he accepted his clothing from Creature and began to struggle into his trousers. With you, Sirius, Remus noted. It could go either way. Of course it's good news, Sirius protested. Greer just told me. She has a stick. A stick? Remus asked. Wait, she just told you? Where is she? Her apartment in New York. She's in New York? Did she call you? No. Sirius shook his head, clearly wondering what Remus was on about. I was in bed and she came out of the toilet with her stick and told me, so I came to tell you. Her stick? Remus asked again. No, never mind. She told you, and you port-keyed here to tell me she was pregnant. No, I operate. The light suddenly dawned on the Animagus. From New York. Remus, how did I apparate from New York? I have no idea, Lupin admitted. Extremely long-distance apparition is an unknown, just very, very rare. Some people think that it has something to do with extreme emotional states, like accidental magic. So, what did you say when she told you? I said, Sirius's brow furrowed. I don't think I said anything. I just came here. All right, Greer told you she was pregnant, and you disappeared without saying a word to her about how happy you were, Remus pointed out. How do you suppose she's feeling now? Shit, Sirius said eloquently, before he started patting at the pockets in his clothing. I don't even have my wand. I have to get to Diagon Alley. I need an international port key. Creature. Sirius bolted from the room, screaming the elf's name. Remus sat for a moment shaking his head. Hearing the door slammed as Sirius left the house, he sighed and reached into a pocket for his Patil/Stark Magitech telephone. Punching the number he had stored for the American Catwoman, he raised the device to his ear. Greer? Remus. No. Calm down, he said after listening to the woman for several seconds. He didn't leave you. It's your own fault for falling in love with an idiot. Sirius's first reaction was to brag to me about his achievement. He operate. Yes, something like teleportation. The trip from New York was a lot farther than his normal range, and he can't get back that way. He's working on getting back to you now. If it's any consolation, James Potter did the same thing when Lily told him she was pregnant with Harry. Well, James was dressed, and he only made it about 400 miles, but basically the same thing. No, don't worry. As soon as he realized what he'd done to you, he started rushing back. I would guess he'll be at your door in a couple of hours at the latest. Don't thank me, he protested. We've been taking care of each other since Hogwarts. It's what friends do. Oh, and Greer? Congratulations. So, Harry asked after the Patil family vanished from the front lawn. What do you want to do now? I don't know, Hermione admitted. I sort of thought that there would be heroes everywhere. I mean, your father finances the Avengers. Ah, I see. Harry nodded as he headed back into the house. You love me for my contacts. I don't love you at all, you prat, Hermione protested, following him inside. Harry hummed as he picked up a telephone and dialed a number. Hey, it's me. How rude, Hermione huffed. I said I'd call, Harry said, continuing his conversation on the phone. Mind if we come by? Me and a girl. No, a different girl. Hermione glared at Harry at that comment. Okay, we'll be over before lunch. Yes, my treat, Harry said as he hung up the phone. And what if I don't want to go anywhere? Then you can stay here, miss lunch, and Frank and I can play some video games, Harry suggested as he left the room. Hey, Dad, Harry called. Can Happy give us a ride to the city? I don't see why not, his father answered from deeper inside the house. Hermione stood with her hands on her hips, while wondering just who Frank might be. The Baxter Building? Hermione asked in wonder, looking up at the building as if she were staring up a Merlin himself. Frank is Franklin Richards? Yep, Harry laughed. Get hold of your inner fangirl, Hermione. You look like a tourist. I am a tourist, you prat, Hermione pointed out. Yeah, that's not obvious at all, her friend said with a big grin. And Padma got to see all this last week? No, not really. Harry shook his head as he led her into the building's lobby and waved to Fin Fong Fum, who returned his wave energetically. About 10 days ago, Padma and Parvati came with Franklin and me on a trip to the city. Neither of them was really much interested in the Fantastic Four, so they passed on the tour. Oh, she said. Who were you waving to? The best Chinese chef in the city, Harry explained. Maybe we can go there for lunch. He used to be a 30-meter dragon. Funny Harry, she sniffed. Why did he always try to take the mickey? A hand scanner? Yep, Harry agreed as the machine read his palm. Keeps the riff-raff out. It let you in, Hermione laughed as she entered the elevator. Okay, Harry agreed, pushing the button for the Fantastic Four's reception area. It keeps most of the riff-raff out. So, Professor Richards will be here? Hermione asked. Maybe. It's hard to tell with him, Harry explained as the elevator rose. Sometimes he gets an idea and he's flying to Europe or Antarctica or somewhere like that. Other times he's needed for an emergency consult somewhere. But you said, when I spoke with Franklin, all four of the Fantastics were planning to be in residence today, Harry continued. What did he say when you told him we'd be coming by? His exact words were, oh God, another one. Harry laughed. He and Parvati didn't exactly hit it off. The elevator doors opened to reveal the reception area. Greetings, Harry Stark, the woman behind the desk said. Hi, Roberta, Harry responded. I'm here to visit Franklin, who should be expecting us. This is Hermione Granger. Franklin is busy getting yelled at about the state of his room, Johnny Storm said as he entered the reception area. I'll take them back, Roberta. Well, this is a revolt in development, Ben Grimm rumbled. What is Ben? Susan Richards asked. This Hermione girl is the first kid to visit that has been more interested in the string bean than in me, the thing explained. Am I losing my touch? Ben, Susan said patiently, her eyes never straying from the sight of her son and his friends watching Reed's demonstration. She asked to touch your skin, just like everyone else we've ever met socially, and even had some interesting questions about your dermis, some that I hadn't even thought of before, to tell you the truth. You're just going to have to learn to share your fans with Reed. The thing huffed. At least she doesn't have the hots for the match head. Johnny knows precisely how dead I would kill him if he even thought about looking at a girl her age. I'm more concerned about Franklin, Susan concluded. Sue, Ben laughed. All kids have messy rooms. You've already yelled at him about that. Not his room, Ben, Susan sighed. Look at him. He can't keep his eyes off Harry's little friend. Frank's finally noticed girls? Ben asked, paying closer attention to his favorite nephew. He's noticed a girl, Susan corrected her friend. After the way he acted around the Patil twins, I thought I still had some time before he started acting like a teenager. Well, that's probably your fault, Ben theorized. My fault? Boys like girls that remind them of their mothers, Ben said as he tried mightily not to start laughing. Franklin apparently likes smart girls. At Xavier's, he mooned over Kitty Pryde for a few months before she moved to the UK. Then the smart one of the twins was obviously interested in Harry, so Frank slipped into the whiny, sabotaging wingman mode. Now Harry brings over a smart girl that isn't anything more than a friend. Susan blinked. I can't believe I missed the pattern. You're a mom, Susie, Ben laughed. You're not supposed to notice things like that, while those of us who went through all that when we was kids get to laugh at the new victims. Whatever experiment Reed was demonstrating suddenly detonated in a spectacular manner, causing Harry to start laughing, Hermione to start jumping up and down while applauding, and her darling son to stare vacantly at the exuberant girl. He had only met the girl 2 hours before, surely. He couldn't be that smitten already, could he? Thank you for coming, Susan, Tony said from his place at the head of his table. I wanted Stuart and Christine to have a chance to meet one of the more normal influences on Harry's life. Normal? Susan asked. Us? Well, you, Tony laughed. I don't think I would much enjoy a world where Reed was considered normal. I'll have you know, I'm exceedingly normal, Reed disagreed. Laughter filled the room as the salad was served. Ah, luxury, Susan sighed as she began to eat. Luxury, Christine Granger asked. I would call this level of service luxury surely, but the media would suggest that this would be somewhat normal for you, Mrs. Richards. Oh, please call me Sue, the blonde laughed. I was referring to the luxury of normality. In the years we've been married, I think I could count on one hand the number of dinner parties Reed and I have attended that didn't end in disaster, invasion, or the wait staff trying to kill us. Sue turned to the waiting Jarvis. You and your staff aren't planning on trying to kill us tonight? Are you Jarvis? No, Mrs. Richards, Jarvis responded. Not tonight. There you have it, Susan nodded. A nice quiet night, meeting new people, good food, and no one trying to kill us. Luxury. My robots are not that bad. Reed disagreed. They hardly ever go on rampages anymore. They're laughing again, Harry noted. Yeah, Franklin agreed. That's usually a good sign. Good sign of what? Hermione asked as she reached for her third slice of pizza. Being at Hogwarts for 10 months out of the year had taught her to appreciate the luxuries of modern international foods. When and where she could, as much as she would have liked having dinner with the adults, and perhaps especially with the world-famous Mr. Fantastic and Invisible Woman, there was something to be said about friends and good pizza. It did not hurt that New York pizza lived up to its reputation. A sign that good things are happening, Franklin explained, working very hard at not staring at the girl. Harry tells me you follow the hero community, so given who my parents are, you've probably got some idea of what my life can be like sometimes. I hadn't really thought of that, Hermione said. Do you ever wish you had powers? I mean, so that someday there could be a Fantastic Five? Franklin and Harry exchanged a look, something that Hermione did not miss. You do have powers? Again, Franklin looked to his best friend, and Harry shrugged in response. His intent was clear. That on its own made Franklin's decision easier. If Harry trusted this girl, how could he not? Yeah, he admitted. It's not really a secret. We just don't talk about it much. What are they? Hermione asked. A combination of your parents' powers? I wish, Franklin asked. Your life would be a lot easier if you stretched invisibly, Harry snarked. Then, what can you do? Hermione insisted. If you can tell me, I mean. I change reality, the younger Richards admitted. And he's a psi, Harry added. Yeah, some psionics is involved, but mostly I change reality. Oh, Hermione said thoughtfully, clearly trying to understand why Franklin would be so reticent about having such power. Can you show me? Oh, good Lord, no, Franklin said, shaking his head. Not without his folks, the Avengers, S.H.I.E.L.D., and probably Dr. Doom all showing up to find out what was happening, Harry said. For a moment, Hermione thought Harry might be snarking again, but the uncharacteristically serious expression on her friend's face put that notion to bed. Ah, she nodded in understanding. You change reality, and I can see how that might attract attention. I don't have much control yet, Franklin admitted. I'm going through training in carefully controlled situations, but even then, sometimes it gets away from me. What do you mean? She asked, cocking her head to the side as she considered someone her age with the power to manipulate the world around him without the need of a wand. Well, back in May, I was working with my tutor, and I sort of accidentally made the color blue smell like buttered popcorn. That was you? Harry laughed. She and Padma blamed it on me. Hermione ignored Harry's comments to focus on Franklin's admission. You accidentally made a color, have a scent? And I made Brussels sprouts taste like a train whistle, but I don't think anyone noticed. It was only for about 5 minutes before my tutor figured out what I'd done and helped me fix it, Franklin blushed. Some people would say having Brussels sprouts taste like a train whistle would be an improvement, Harry laughed. No, I didn't make them taste like a metal steam whistle, Franklin explained. I make them taste like the sound of a train whistle. And you did this all the way to Scotland? She demanded, before her eyes widened in realization. You affected the entire world? Well, yeah, but look, it's complicated. Dad hasn't quite verified my range yet, but he thinks that when I do my party tricks, I might be changing reality throughout the entire universe. Well, that was pleasant, Tony Stark said as the limo pulled into the traffic flow leaving the airport. I think you had as much fun with the visits as I did, Harry laughed. I won't deny that having people around who can't bench press a bus was a bit refreshing, Tony admitted. Should I be concerned that most of your friends are girls? Funny dad, Harry noted. I try. Franklin and Hermione seemed to hit it off. I thought it was hilarious the way Frank was trying to be all cool about it, Harry said. It did get me the time I needed to get the vibranium wire inlaid into a couple of my test wands. Successful then? Oh yeah, Harry nodded. I think I'm almost ready to try it on my primary wand. I'm going to do a few more test runs before I try it, but what? Tony asked. When Harry did not answer, Tony turned to examine his son. The boy was sitting, his eyes wide, and his face expressionless. That triggered all of Tony's danger alarms. Harry was out of body again? Happy, Tony said, slapping the intercom. Get us home. Right now. Problem, boss. Something's happening with Harry, the billionaire said, pulling his son into a protective hug. Get us home. Once again, Harry found himself on a featureless plane tinted in reds and purples. Madame Webb was sitting on her black throne, waiting for him. Good evening, Mr. Stark. Again with the dog and pony show. Madame Webb, I know that you know how to use a telephone. Do all of our meetings have to be like this? The woman smiled. Allow an old woman her sense of mystery, Mr. Stark. I have called you here to warn you of impending danger. What is it this time? Harry asked. Last time you convinced me that I needed to return to Hogwarts. Therefore I did. What is this year's big secret? The evil wizard has yet to return, though his followers have made an appearance. They did? Harry asked, now intensely interested. Where? Was anyone hurt? There was a sporting competition in England among the wizards of many nations that ended 3 days ago. During the celebrations for the end of the competition, a contingent of Voldemort's Death Eaters terrified the crowds. Many were hurt in the panic. A family of mundanes was tortured briefly. No one died, but someone projected a spectral symbol into the sky. Oddly, that symbol seemed to frighten the assembled Death Eaters as much as it did the wizards they were abusing. A snake intertwining a skull, Harry nodded, having read the histories of the Voldemort War. Voldemort's mark. Indeed, she agreed. Okay, so something happened at the Quidditch World Cup which had nothing to do with me, and I was nowhere near the scene. What makes you think this is a danger for me? That attack was simply the precursor to events to come that most certainly do involve you. There will be a competition of magic and daring. Another one besides the World Cup? Harry asked. There wasn't even a rumor of something to come after the World Cup. What is it? I am not sure, the old woman admitted. The magics involved muddy my sight. But I do know that you are entered into this competition against your will and will face dangers such as you have never known. Entered against my will? That stinks of Dumbledore, Harry sniffed. What is the old man after this time? No, not Dumbledore. Madame Webb disagreed. While he will attempt to use the situation to his advantage, he is not behind the plot. Harry pinched the bridge of his nose. All this psychic stuff gives me a headache. Is there any way to avoid all of this? Not without putting others at risk, the old woman sighed. Knowing what is to come should give you some advantage. If I knew what was coming, sure, Harry agreed. Unfortunately, all I have is knowledge of being forced into a contest and impending danger. Sometimes that is the best one can hope for, Mr. Stark. I do know one other thing. You will have an unexpected ally, and a rival will become a friend. Well, Harry thought as he closed his eyes and nodded. An unexpected ally and a rival becoming a friend? Clear as mud. Send me back. Harry, Tony asked. Are you all right? Harry shook his head to clear it. He was still in the car? Madame Webb again, he said in way of explanation. Doesn't that woman know how to use a telephone? I asked the same thing. Harry laughed, happy to find a bit of humor in the situation. She has a warning. There's going to be some kind of contest at Hogwarts this year, and I'm going to be entered against my will. It's evidently part of a plot by Voldemort. The billionaire's face went blank the way it did when he was thinking. And what is your plan to respond to this plot? I don't know, Harry admitted. I've only just found out. But I think I'm going to need to ask to be let out of our agreement concerning my armor. I don't think I can wait until I can understand each subsystem to integrate it into the suit any longer. I'm going to need your help. Damn it, Harry. Give me one good reason to let you go back to that school. You go, Harry said simply. And what makes you say that? Tony demanded. You went up against Fin Fong Foom when you knew you'd lose. I mean, before he got that job in the Baxter building. Foom was a dragon, Tony pointed out. You lost to him after he became a chef too, Harry laughed. I still say he's evil and holding a grudge, Tony huffed. I don't care what he says. A bowl of hot and sour glass noodles isn't supposed to vaporize your sinus cavities. And do we need to discuss that you fought the Hulk several times and lost? I said a good reason, Tony huffed. Not a list of the more stupid things I've done in my life. And I beat the Hulk that one time. Harry just grinned at his father. Fine, the elder Stark agreed. I'll help you do your upgrades, but you better believe your little school is going to be subject to more monitoring and oversight than it's had in its entire 1,000-year history. Bombing from orbit isn't the answer for everything, Harry objected. It's a good answer for a whole lot of things, Tony disagreed. And you make a good point. A dedicated satellite over Hogwarts would make me feel better, and that satellite having a few precision kinetic packages would make me feel a lot better. There is nothing precise about orbital bombardment, Harry sighed. Harry, Hermione called from across platform 9 3/4 as she rushed toward him. Hey, Hermione, Harry said as she approached. Did Franklin give you a letter for me? She demanded. Harry offered his friend a jaundiced look. You know very well he did. I was in the room when he told you he had on the phone. I was worried you might have forgotten it, she explained. It was yesterday morning, Harry noted as they withdrew a folded envelope from the back pocket of his jeans and held up just beyond her reach. It's mine. Give it to me. You and Frank both, Harry responded, handing the letter over, are just pathetic. Hush you, Hermione said as she ripped the envelope open and began to read. Mr. Stark, an adult's voice interjected. Good morning, Madam Longbottom, Harry said when he turned to face the woman. Did you have a nice summer? I did. Please tell your father I was asking after him, the woman said. Neville, good luck with the new school year. I hope to hear that your success from last year continues. Yes, Gran, Neville said dutifully. Hermione was still reading her multi-page letter. So when they were alone, Neville nudged Harry. I can't wait to show you what Professor Diablo taught me this summer. What's with Hermione? She visited over the summer, and I stupidly introduced her to Franklin. Oh, Neville nodded. That bad? If you two don't shut up, Hermione said, looking up from her letter, I'm going to hurt you. Yeah, Harry nodded after his slightly psychotic friend returned to her letter. That bad? There you are. A new voice entered the conversation. I've been looking everywhere. I was starting to think Jarvis was pulling my leg with his story about a hidden train platform. The trio of students turned to face the new voice to find a young woman's head sticking through the brick wall of the station. Hello to you too, Harry laughed. Hermione, Neville, this is Kitty Pryde, a friend of mine from home. Kitty, this is Hermione Granger and Neville Longbottom, friends of mine from school. The young woman, clad in jeans and a long-sleeved t-shirt, stepped through the wall as if it was not there. Perched upon her shoulder was a small dragon, Neville said, backing away in alarm, groping for his wand. What? Kitty asked in confusion when she noticed that several people had started pointing sticks at her in a threatening manner. This is just Lockheed. She reached up to scratch the cat-sized dragon's head. He's a big sweetie. HRMPH, the miniature dragon agreed, a wisp of smoke issuing from its nostrils. It's okay, everybody, Harry called out. Lockheed only looks like a dragon. He isn't one. He's not even from Earth. So, Kitty, Harry asked once the crowd had, for the most part, put away their wands. What was so important you brought your little menace to frighten everyone? Little menace? Kitty asked in a hurt voice. He's tried to flambe me, Harry pointed out. Twice. That's just his way of showing affection, the mutant girl protested. Look, Harry, I'm going to be away for a while. Away? Leaning closer, Kitty whispered, off-planet, big mission. They're all big missions, Harry scoffed. Okay, you're going to be away. And Lockheed can't come. No. Harry shook his head. Harry, you know you're one of the few people he really likes, Kitty protested. Only because he enjoys ruining my day, Harry pointed out. Not happening. Oh, Harry, Kitty affected a pout. For me. That's not fair. I'll send you a picture of me in uniform. Her pout deepened and she reached out to life his chin, forcing him to maintain eye contact. Totally not fair, Harry protested again. I've sort of got a girlfriend. This isn't going to work. Please, Harry, I'll watch him for you, Neville volunteered. All right, Harry signed. That little psychopath of yours would probably cook Neville. I'll watch him, but he'd best behave. I knew you would, Kitty enthused. You'll be staying with Harry for a while, Lockie. Be a good boy for him. HRMPH, the miniature dragon huffed as he jumped from Kitty's shoulder to Harry's, taking care to ensure his tail bashed into his new caretaker's nose as he settled in to face forward. Oh! Harry yelped as he grasped his nose. You little jerk. You two play nice. Thanks, Harry. With that, Kitty Pryde turned and passed through the brick wall, as if it were not there. Harry, Neville breathed as he watched the young woman's jean-clad but passed through the wall. Why didn't you introduce me to her last summer? You know all the best people. HRMPH. Lockheed rumbled from Harry's shoulder. No one asked your opinion, Harry said to the mini-dragon as he started pushing his friends toward the awaiting train. You best be on your best behavior, or I might let Hagrid take care of you. A/N. Who's who in this chapter? HERB I. Also known as the humanoid experimental robot B-type integrated electronics. A robot created by Reed Richards to watch over his son and his emerging powers. Said powers frequently surged, destroying the then current Herbie, only to have the robot replaced with updated software and power-limiting abilities. Ultimately, the elder Richards determined that power-limiting dampeners that Franklin would wear under his clothing were superior to any robot nanny, so the HERB I series was discontinued. Namor, also known as the Submariner, real name Namor Mackenzie, the mutant son of a human sea captain and a princess of the mythical undersea kingdom of Atlantis. The mechanics of sex between an air-breathing human and a water-breathing Atlantean have never been explained. Namor possesses the super strength and aquatic abilities of the Homo Mermanus race, as well as the mutant ability of flight, via a pair of feathered wings on each ankle, along with other superhuman powers. Portrayed alternately through the years as either a good-natured but short-fused superhero or a hostile invader seeking vengeance for perceived wrongs that misguided surface dwellers committed against his kingdom. The first known comic book antihero, the Submariner has remained a historically important and relatively popular Marvel character. He has served directly as a member of the Avengers, the Fantastic Four, the Invaders, the Defenders, and the X-Men, as well as fighting all of them on occasion. Kitty Pryde, a mutant has the ability to render herself and anything she touches intangible, which allows her to move through solid objects. This power also disrupts any electrical field she passes through and lets her simulate levitation. She is a member of the X-Men and Excalibur, teams of mutant heroes who fight for peace and equality between mutants and humans. Lockheed, a member of a highly advanced dragon-like extraterrestrial race, who are capable of traveling through space via special astral ships which transport their essences. Their society is similar to insect hives, with the individual being only part of the flock. Lockheed resembles a small dragon about the size of a cat. He has purple skin, sharp claws and teeth, two small, curved horns protruding from the back of his head, and wings that enable him to fly. He can breathe fire with extreme intensity and is a surprisingly formidable combatant for his size. His mind is immune to telepathic probing, and he is empathic and able to understand human speech. He is also capable of speaking several human languages, but rarely does so. Chapter 22. A/N. I do not own Harry Potter, nor any of the Marvel Comics characters mentioned herein. But you knew that. Harry Potter and the Invincible Technomage. Chapter 22. Year 4, Autumn Term. Oh my, Padma said as she opened the door to their carriage to find Harry in the midst of a staring contest with what appeared to be a miniature dragon sitting on his lap. It's not what it looks like, Neville said. It's so very much weirder than what it looks like. Oh, hi Padma, Harry said, breaking his eye contact with the creature on his lap. This is Lockheed. He's not a dragon, at least not an Earth dragon. He's from space, and he's a jerk. I see, she said as she entered the compartment, pulling her trunk behind her. I've got that, Harry said, standing and dumping the mini-dragon onto the floor. In retaliation, Lockheed waited until Harry was lifting the heavy trunk onto the storage rack before slapping his tail into the rear of the boy's left knee, causing the knee to collapse and Harry to fall to the floor, pulling the trunk down on top of himself. Padma just stood round-eyed in her horror of what had just happened. Damn it! Harry swore as he struggled to get out from under Padma's trunk. Language, Harry, Hermione intoned, never looking up from her letter, now on her third rereading. Neville managed to keep from laughing as he lifted the trunk off his friend and put it into the storage rack before helping Harry back to his feet. Thanks, Nev, Harry said before turning to face the mini-dragon. I'm going to change you into something small and fluffy, he growled. You won't know when, you won't know where, but it's coming, and soon. HRMPH, the miniature dragon scoffed, a wisp of smoke issuing from his nostrils, giving a clear impression that his response was something along the line of "Bring it on, mammal." "Don't give me that, you evil little monster," Harry thundered, shoving the dragon aside so he could return to his seat. "When you least expect it, expect it." Padma delicately seated herself next to Harry before speaking. "I assume there is a logical explanation for your little friend being here?" "I got shanghaied into babysitting the little menace," Harry explained. "I said I'd do it," Neville interjected.